Now there was a face she'd never forget. Been a while. Ariana was nonchalant, confronted with Kane's anger and Don's outright confusion.
Why are you here?
Kane growled in her direction, looking accusingly at Svare. He didn't know I was coming either. Heard you might need some help with the flowers, and we can use them on Loom now. Ariana looked to the dragon corpses. One still frothed bubbles from lips frozen and parted with death. Poison? Fighting fire with fire now?
No.
Svare turned away from her and looked to Don. Ariana fought the urge to pull his face back to her. She wasn't done having him look at her yet.
Don knew they were collectors because...
I found out spending some time on Lisp. Don answered the unspoken question. On Lisp? Ariana narrowed her eyes at the girl. She didn't have much reason to love her, and now she might have a reason to hate her. It's not like that. Don shook her head and added hastily, I went there after the wine incident. I wanted to know what happened, and wasn't getting anywhere on Rowana. So I went to spend time with a relative. Your rock? The dragon in front of Ariana was as blue as the sky. Dawn shook her head. My mother's sister mated with a rock. Their son, my cousin, came out red, so she stayed there and joined rock.
I'm sorry.
Svare sounded sincere. Ariana withheld comment that this was the danger of the whole idea of families on Nova. It was so much more simpler on Loom without them. The situation proved useful enough. Dawn shrugged, but her magic had the sour note of regret all around it. I heard the rumors of Coletta Ryu's flowers there. Yevun has his riders, and while most think she's a disgrace of a Ryu, she has her flowers to act out her nefarious plans. Ariana looked to the poisoned dragon prone on the ground. Sure enough, a lacquered flower sat around her neck. Who thought flowers, of all things, would be so important? She muttered, and Svare hummed his agreement. We should dispose of the bodies.
Dispose of them?
Kane looked to Svare.
You heard what this wrench said.
He pointed to the dragon foaming at the mouth.
She just watched as Petra died. I say we leave their bodies as a message that we will dispose of them.
Svare interrupted firmly.
You're taking her side.
Kane was aghast.
I'm taking the side of reason. The only message would be that they need to wage war against Shin, and now have cause to do it.
No bodies, no deaths, and no stupid duels. Ariana finished with a nod of affirmation from Svare. Kane looked as if he still wanted to object, but he had the sense to keep it to himself. One by one they carried the rock corpses to the edge of the island, tossing them over like a great offering to the world below. The Boko, too, Ariana suggested when they were finished. The Boko? Don repeated with surprise.
No trace they even made it to the island tonight.
Svare unsheathed his claws in agreement with Ariana's suggestion.
We kill the Boko, send them over the edge, then we take as many flowers as we can back to your family's vineyard before dawn.
Don and Kane shared a look, then nodded in agreement.
Whatever you say, not OG.
Ariana gave a sideways glance at Svare. Of course he wouldn't be the OG. That role fell to Petra.
I'm going to take you somewhere safe.
He clearly mistook her look as an expectation of attention. I was fine on Nova last time. Ariana pressed her fingers together, summoning the guise of Ari Shin on Beck for emphasis. Svare radiated pure happiness. It fluttered from him and soared through his magic. Ariana wasn't used to feeling so much joy from one person, and especially not at the sight of her. She was unsure how to process it, so she ignored it entirely. We need to move the glider, too. She hopped back onto the piloting platform, gripping the handles. If we fly with the dawn, we may be able to hide the trail in your watercolor skies.
My thoughts exactly.
Svare brought his fingers to his lips and gave a sharp whistle, summoning his boko.
Follow me, and fly low.
The boko took off with a hop and a flap of its wide wings. Ariana sparked the glider to life, following behind as the bird tucked its feathers and dove toward the clouds below at Svare's command. The rising sun lightened the sky from a pale, ethereal gray to the colors of spun candy, brightening almost to white by the time they directed themselves upwards and toward the Isle of Ruana. At first, Ariana thought they were headed for the Shin Manor, but they were too far back. Svare pointed at a waterfall ahead of them, pouring between the massive towers and structures carved into the underbelly of Ruana. Whatever he shouted to her was lost, so Ariana was left curious but followed dutifully behind. The waterfall was attached to a massive opening into the earth itself. Svare went ahead unhindered, but Ariana slowed as she crossed into the vast unknown of the cave beyond the falls. The magic of her glider lit up the darkness, just enough in combination with her magic eyes to make out the path ahead. Pulling right, pulling left, weaving between columns of stone, stalagmites and stalactites. There was only one course for her to go, and Ariana for once found herself struggling to keep up with Svare. He charged ahead with the dexterity of a raven and just as much disregard for the dangers of how he progressed. Ariana gritted her teeth. Her back felt as though it was going to snap in half from tension. Light filtered into the blackness, and Ariana breathed a sigh of relief as she heard the squawking of the bird ahead and felt the buffet of wings that usually signaled landing. The cave had opened up into a small cavern with a wide-ledged mouth. Ariana parked the glider and mentally forced every white-knuckled finger to uncurl. "Are you trying to kill me?"
It was hard to navigate.
Svare seemed genuinely concerned. Ariana sighed heavily. It may not have been hard for a suicidal raven like Helen or Will, but Ariana had come to start valuing her life, as insane as the notion was. "It'll be fine as a transport route. If I can do it, a raven can make it twice as fast."
Careful, Ariana. That sounded like humility.
Svare extended a hand to her, offering to help her off the glider. Ariana stared at it, but stepped off unassisted, thanks to that remark. "So, where are we?"
"We are at the refinery of Ruana."
"Refinery of Ruana," Ariana repeated, utterly dumbfounded.
"This way."
Curiosity propelled her to follow Svare without further comment, around a lip of stone and into a narrow passage that quickly opened up into a cut staircase. The walls transformed from rough and natural to carved, as they ascended into what was clearly a dragon-built structure. She watched the back of the man ahead of her, as if the skin between his shoulder blades had some secret to reveal. Not for the first time, Ariana found herself studying him, wondering just what it was about Svare that drew her. It was not the depth of his mind, nor the muscle of his frame. Their pull to one another was indescribable. The features she would not usually find her eye drawn toward attracted her like the sheen of a freshly oiled gearbox. At least, until her eye was pulled in a different direction. The stairway leveled into an icy hall. Glassless windows welcomed the high snowdrifts of the mountains through their thresholds. Flurries danced on unseen currents, crunching underfoot as they traversed to a large room. She found herself in a spacious antechamber overlooking an even larger space. Ahead of her, a window of tempered glass, slight imperfections rippled through it, looked down at the core of the refinery. A large vat was suspended by a metal hook off to the side of a grounded tank. They were surrounded by machines and long belts, all cold, waiting for molten steel to be poured down them. "It's a refinery," she whispered. There was an odd disconnect between her mind and body. Her eyes told her mind that she looked at a refinery, albeit a small one. But her mind argued back that such a thing was impossible, for she knew she was up on Nova, where paragons of industry did not rightly exist.
I told you it was.
Svare was at her side. Why? Ariana was trying to process the idea.
Yevon is, or at least was, setting them up on Lisp. Started the project a decade back, and put Petra in charge of oversight. Naturally, she seized the opportunity to build one here as well.
So, is your sister here now, then? Ariana's voice was still a whisper, matching Svare's tone. She felt a somber shift in Svare's magic when he mentioned Petra. Warning bells and alarms sounded in Ariana's mind.
No. Petra is dead.
Cold. Detached. Ariana felt the muscles around her lungs contract and her breathing grow shallow. A feeling deeper than reason and stronger than logic ruled her. Empathy. She clutched his hands as though she was pulling him from the unbearable riptide of grief, grabbed him like someone should have grabbed her after Eva. You will make it through this, she vowed, acting entirely on impulse. Svare tilted his head to the side and his mouth cracked with a tired smile. He leaned forward, and Ariana's eyes closed of their own accord. They, like all other parts of her body, moved in the ocean of this man. He didn't kiss her, but merely rested his forehead against hers, and breathed.
I know.
Svare took a slow breath.
I have you.
Why did those words make tears prick her eyes? She felt so frustrated by them, so angry yet so happy. It was like drinking chocolate and licking salt. Are you the OG now? She had to focus. She couldn't let herself be distracted by the things she'd given away years ago.
No, but I will be.
Ariana opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by his movement.
I must go now and see to that. But I will return to you. Make yourself at home until then.
OG. Svare as the OG. Her mind tried to wrap itself around the idea. The prone dragon she'd found on Loom, leading the rebellion on Nova. He would be pulled from her to change the world, just as Master Oliver had been, just as Eva had been, as Florence was. The space before her had never felt more cold. 30. Florence. Dragons were annoying. They weren't scary, they weren't dangerous, and they certainly weren't the fearsome creatures they made themselves out to be. More than anything right now, dragons were simply a nuisance. Florence sat in an abandoned building on the outer edge of Hulks. From her vantage, she could see dragons swirling around the Ravens Guild. Every now and again, one would land and its rider would disappear inside for a few hours. Then they'd eventually return to their glider, having accomplished nothing, and take to the skies again. She leaned across the wood paneling of the room she'd made her temporary home, watching the dragons, recording their movements, keeping track of how far they seemed to get in the guild and how long it took them to do so was a convenient excuse to spend extended time outside the underground. It had been almost a month since the first dragon attack, the first unsuccessful one of many, and a month was too long to spend in the dark. Florence felt sorry for the Fenthri who had no other options beyond spending their days confined below. Not sorry enough to pass up the chance to escape the ever-oppressive gloom herself, but sorry still. Here, her window was cracked. She didn't open it fully because she didn't want her magic to betray even the slightest scent on the wind. But that same wind tickled her cheeks as it whispered of the outside world. Here Florence could stare up at the sky and watch day turn to night, and more important, night turn to day. When the dragons weren't flitting around the guild hall, Their forays grew less frequent by the day. She would invent stories about the people who had lived in the apartment she now occupied. When her stories lost their luster, she would wonder how she and Ariana would have redecorated to make things more comfortable. When thinking of Ariana was too painful or frustrating, she had Shanra to smooth away the rough edges of annoyance. Shanra was in her arms now. Florence loved the way the light painted the woman's dark skin in graphite hues, like a page from a Rivet sketchbook. These schematics drew what could be argued as the perfect female proportions. A soft rapping at the door jarred Florence back to reality. No matter how nice it was to daydream, this was not her home, and she was not spending a lazy afternoon with the woman who had somehow become her unorthodox lover. Florence tugged the blankets around them as Shanra began to stir. She loathed disturbing the woman, but the second set of knocks did just that anyway, and Florence worked to preserve their modesty. "Come in." Florence didn't have to speak loudly to be heard. They were as quiet as possible due to the dragon's keen hearing. The door cracked and another revolver poked her head in. She seemed unsurprised to find Florence and Shanra together. "I was told to fetch you?" "Fetch me to where?" "There was a letter for you on the last train from Tier 3. Vicar Gregory wishes to see you regarding it." "I'll be there in a minute." Florence dismissed the other revolver with a small nod. "A letter?" Shanra repeated. "I know no more than you do." Florence began to button up her clothing once more from navel to neck. "From Ariana, I'd bet." Shanra straightened and leaned against a window frame. The wind ruffled her hair slightly as Shanra stared at the few dragons in the sky. Florence could sense the tension whenever Shanra spoke of Ariana, though they'd never spoken of it, not outright. Florence didn't even know what she'd say if Shanra pressed for clarity. What had she and Ariana been to one another? What were they now? Some questions were best left unanswered, or better, unasked. "Perhaps." Florence leaned forward and kissed Shanra's cheek lightly. "I'll be back as soon as I can. Keep an eye on things for me." Shanra merely nodded as Florence moved for the door, but before she could reach it, Shanra spoke. "Flor, when all this is over, how about we get a nice little flat in New Dordham, right by the Guildhall?" Florence's mind immediately went to the home she'd shared with Ariana in Old Dordham, and a melancholy ache filled her chest. "There is no Guildhall," she murmured. "They'll rebuild it." Shanra finally turned her head, her eyes searching, begging. "What do you think of that idea?" "I think I love sharing my days with you." Florence left before she could soak in Shanra's reaction and affirm her suspicion that the response was not the one her lover was looking for. Right now, the only thing Florence could let herself think about was seeing Loom survive another day. Through a back door into a narrow alley, Florence slipped from above ground to under in a mere moment, dropping down through what looked like an open sewage grate. It led her into a tunnel straight to one of the still open passages for what had become Loom's unofficial capital. She found all the vicars gathered in Ethel's makeshift receiving room, just outside the vicar alchemist's sleeping chamber.
"Ah, Florence, thank you for coming."
Powell was the first to notice her.
"A revolver always heeds their vicar's call."
Florence wasn't quite sure if Gregory was speaking to her or Powell. "I heard there was a letter." She cut right to the chase.
"Yes, here."
Powell shifted, passing a carefully sealed envelope. Its thickness was more like a folio than a letter, and Florence looked at the curious marking on its front. To Florence, from Ariana.
Vicar Gregory suggested that we open it, but since it was addressed to you specifically, I wanted to make sure it found its way into your hands foremost.
Thank you, Vicar Powell. Florence could feel the curiosity burning off Gregory to the point that the temperature in the room might have been rising. Wasting no time, she broke the seal and slid out the papers. Every leaf was marked over in many places. Layers of text betrayed years of work from different hands. Some Florence recognized as Ariana's scribbles. Others were foreign to her. "Don't hold us in such suspense," Vicar Dove practically yawned. Florence read over the note card twice. She knew what she was looking at without Ariana's hasty explanation. "It's schematics for a gun that could fire through a corona."
Does Ariana now fancy herself a weaponsmith?
Gregory seemed amused, dismissive. Florence didn't even bother to combat her scowl. "Given what she's accomplished to date, I wouldn't put it past her. Furthermore, it looks like the work wasn't started by her, but the late Master Oliver and the Vicar revolver I believe you replaced." Gregory clearly was not pleased with her tone.
"Let me see those,"
he demanded. Florence had little option but to pass them over. He read over the papers once, twice. Everyone in the room was attentive, waiting for his assessment.
"Ethel, let me use a pencil."
Gregory dropped to the ground, scraping away pebbles and dust to lay out the schematics on what had now become his work surface. The vicar alchemist produced the requisite utensil, and he set to making hasty smudges and drawing lines across the notes.
Could such a weapon actually exist?
Pal was the only one who risked breaking the silence.
"I would have said no a few minutes ago, but this should work."
Florence stepped over, looking at Gregory's sketched calculations. She followed his adjustments, the accounting for an extra feedback of magic, using a canister for priming. Her eyes stilled on one line he'd smudged out.
"I think I could make these modifications to something I have currently. It'll make the gun quite large, but I shouldn't need anything too special."
"But what about?" Florence tried to point at the spot she'd gotten stuck on.
"Thank you, Florence," Gregory said curtly. "In the future, please inform Ariana to send such things to me directly, as the vicar. Now we need you to return to your post."
Florence stared at Gregory for 3 long breaths. She thought about speaking up. She wondered if she should try to make him listen. But this was Loom, where your failures were your own, and you bore the burden of them. "Should any of the vicars require anything else, you know where to find me." Florence gave a tip of her hat and left the room, saying nothing about the explosively critical error she'd noticed in Gregory's calculations.
31. Savare. Something about that woman changed him. All was right with the world when she was near, yet she made him want to alter everything for the better. Ariana had come to Nova for him. His boldness had not pushed her away, had in fact brought her to him. Savare gripped the feathers of his boko and stared toward the horizon as he raced back toward the temple of Agendi. She needed him as the Oji to fulfill Petra's promises. Petra's memory needed him to defend House Shin. All of Shin needed him to work with Loom. So much rested squarely on his shoulders, and it was time he got to work. Starting with arranging transport of the remaining flowers to Don's family's plot. He didn't even spend half a day on the task, but when he arrived back at the Shin Manor many hours later, it felt as if he'd been gone an eternity. He had scrubbed himself to bleeding at Dawn's, but still imagined he could smell the combination of rock blood and Loom on his skin. Oddly, Savare found it difficult to muster concern over the fact. Let Finner and Faye smell their fallen kin, and Loom rising to defeat them, his mind whispered dangerously. As soon as he landed his boko, a servant rushed out to greet him. "Savare—" There was a long pause following his name, proof the man clearly had no idea how to address him. "What is it?" The lack of formality suddenly seemed more obvious than it had before, a matter long overdue to be settled. "I was asked to send you to your brother the moment you returned." Did he say what for? Savare had half a mind to ignore the request and attend Finner later, just to send the message that he did not jump at his brother's every beck and call. "No, just that he would be waiting for you in the main hall." Savare trudged through the manor, exhausted from the lack of sleep and still recovering from combat. But instead of finding every step harder than the last, he found it easier. Life returned to him in the form of anger, frustration, and a small bit of hard-earned triumph. He had shed rock blood, hidden the fact, and thwarted what was no doubt a very clear plan to put a swift end to Loom's rebellion, and with it Shin's hopes. He had done it all before Finner had likely even woken for the day. That anger reached its peak when he entered the hall and his eyes fell on Finner, seated on Petra's throne. Where Petra commanded the seat and had cradled her in return, Finner was dwarfed by the stone chair. For the first time, Savare wondered what he would look like in such a seat. "Seems an uncomfortable place to wait." "You did keep us waiting," Finner replied curtly. "I may not have returned at all. And what then? You were planning to sit here all day?" To think he could have been spending time with Ariana in the refinery and making his brother wait. It was truly a missed opportunity. "Where were you?" "Worshipping at Lord Shin's temple." "Do you honestly think that will work on me? I know better." "I have alibis." Savare was glad he had spent so much time there throughout the days prior. "Ask several witnesses if you like." He strode forward before his brother could get in another word. "And you know better. You know nothing about me, Finner." "That's Finner Oji." The emerald-skinned rider stepped forward, her magic blowing like an uncomfortably hot wind. Savare ignored the all-too-familiar scent of honeysuckle in it. "Sorry. Finner Oji. New title and all. It slips." Savare smiled and didn't even try to make it look sincere. "You should be more respectful before your Oji." It was a normal thing for a dragon to say, but the woman looked like she could burst out laughing at any moment. Perhaps she found the idea of Finner as Oji as comical as the rest of them. "And you should be more respectful of the Shinryu, Feirok Kinto, and stay out of Shin matters." Savare snapped back, rising up onto the lower step. "The Shinryu? I don't recall Finner ever appointing you such." She looked between the two men. "Finner Oji," Savare corrected, as he took another step, assuming his position where Petra usually placed him. He looked down at his brother, who seemed utterly stunned to find his little brother standing toe-to-toe with a master rider. "Perhaps he doesn't tell you as much as you'd like to believe." Savare wasn't backing down now. He'd come too far. "Isn't that right, brother? Tell her, tell this rock rider that she is an excellent protector you are most grateful to have. But she doesn't know everything about Shin." Finner seemed at a loss for words, looking between them for something to say. If he wanted lines, Savare would feed them to him. "Tell her that I am the Shinryu." Finner's mouth opened and nothing came out. "Tell her." Savare's hand curled into a fist as he stared down at his brother. He searched those familiar golden eyes for any shred of the man Finner could have been, for any remaining love he might harbor for his house. Finding none, Savare scraped the bottom of Finner's pathetic personality for a lingering scrap of self-preservation, and he found it. "He's right. Savare is the Shinryu." Savare felt as shocked as Faye looked. Her surprise quickly turned to anger, and she stared down a now cowering Finner. But Savare was done. He'd gotten what he wanted, and so had his brother. The oversight of House Rock, and all the joys that came with it. Savare walked away, leaving Finner alone, and not feeling a speck of regret for the fact.
32. Coletta. Yevun never sought Coletta out in her garden unless something had gone catastrophically wrong.
"Svare is moving to gain control of House Shin."
Right to the point. Her mate wasted no time. Coletta wiped her hands on a delicately embroidered rag, giving the declaration some thought. "How have you arrived at this conclusion?"
Faye has whispered this afternoon that the youngest Shin has begun to show signs of ambition. Svare, out of everyone, shows ambition. What is this world coming to?
Coletta wasn't sure if he sounded impressed or frustrated.
It was only a matter of time, and we knew it.
Coletta had long suspected there was more to Svare than Petra let on. The schematics and then the events on Loom, followed by the Crimson Court, all confirmed it. This was more of the same, and therefore nothing to be worked into a panic over.
I would like to bring Faye back to Lisp.
Coletta turned to her ledger, feigning attention to its contents.
If Shin truly decides to wage war, she will do little alone
And we risk losing her, Coletta finished, looking up from her notebook.
I do not disagree with you, Yevon. Faye is far more valuable to us alive. Her presence at Shin would always come to this end.
Yevon nodded. Coletta wondered how much he understood about the delicate play of keeping Faye at House Shin. An opportunity to ensure the house's loyalty just a little longer while they attempted to weaken Loom through demoralizing attacks and weaning their gold, as well as an opportunity to further their organ research. Even failures could be part of a plan.
After she has returned, and you have had your fun, send her to me,
Coletta instructed.
Have you found more success yet with your experimentations? Not yet, Coletta admitted. Then I would not have us carving up our prize stock.
Even Yevon referred to the woman as little more than an animal. To them both, Faye was a bitch on a chain poised to attack, or satiate whatever desires he could conceive.
She will be fine. Despite our setbacks, there has been no lasting weakness in Yi'an. Even now, my flowers seek out the resources the rebellion on Loom requires, and destroys them.
Yevon seemed unconvinced, so Coletta continued. She didn't really need his approval, but things were easier when she had it.
Furthermore, Faye is far stronger, wouldn't you agree? She'll manage without issue, I'm sure. I hope you're right, Coletta.
And just like that, the hulking monster that was Yevon gave in to his Ryu.
I usually am.
It never hurt to remind him.
Summon her back before how Shin descends into anarchy. Then contact Tam for a meeting.
Tam?
With Faye gone, I have no doubt Finna will be dead within the month. As soon as that happens, we should make sure we have the loyalty of House Tam secured.
They're tithering?
Yevon asked grimly. Coletta knew he hated Tam's demands. She held no love for them either, but there could be no half measures. Anything less than absolute loyalty to him was a foreign concept.
I have acquired enough for them to make all things equal in the matter of their assistance for the battles ahead.
I am a wise man to leave such important acts in capable hands.
Coletta could not stop the swell of pride that came at his words.
Trust me, Yevon, and I will see us through to a bright future, where Rock reigns the worlds above and below unquestioned.
If anyone can, it is you.
It is us,
Coletta reminded him. They would either live together in victory or perish in failure. No half measures. 33. Ariana. Nevertheless, I don't know how you stomach them, Ariana muttered, having the oddest conversation she'd ever conceived.
They treat us better than House Rock did.
The man across from her, a Fenthri with the alchemist's symbol on his cheek, continued to fiddle with the tubular object they'd been passing between them for the better part of the afternoon.
So you've said,
Ariana mumbled, though she just couldn't imagine it. Fenthri, on Nova. Not just Nova, but Ruana. The whole time she was there. There had been a taste of home hidden right under her nose while she was isolated in Shin Manor, and Petra never told her. It was almost enough to make Ariana resent the deceased dragon. "Didn't you want to come home?" "Of course, but it wasn't an option." Ariana chewed her lips and flipped one of her daggers in her free hand. She felt restless, uneasy. Was Shin any better than House Rock if they kept Fenthri? Surely, if conditions were so good, Petra would have mentioned it. Had she been conspiring to put another Yevun in power? The idea quickly evaporated. Petra was dead, and whatever kind of king Svare would be, he wouldn't be anything like Yevun. "Did you try to escape?" She wanted to find a way to make herself feel better about the whole situation. To what end? Escape would, at best, require a sympathetic dragon. I've met dragons I dare call kind, but sympathetic enough to just let me go? Certainly not. The alchemist, Luther, sighed and leaned back in his chair. I've been here 13 years. She believed him, judging by the white streaks in the slate hair running back from his temples. I don't have that much longer left. Hush. It's true, and you know it. Ariana kept her mouth shut rather than argue against a fact. The man smiled tiredly at her silence. I wouldn't know what to do if I returned to Loom. From what you tell me, I doubt I'd recognize it. Or maybe you'd know it better. It's moving back to what it was before the dragons. He held out the tube, and Ariana took it, popping off the bottom and inspecting his work, making her own modifications. I can't believe you're happy here. You want to be here. I want to be here more than I wanted to be at Rock. I've had my own room, proper food, the ability to work. What more does a Fenthri really want? She withheld the word freedom for his sake. I'm not crammed into a single room like livestock, he continued. None of us are. None of us are beaten or debased. The ones Petra got out were the lucky ones. Ariana felt anger rise in her. Anger at herself, at the world she lived in, at the people she'd made into Loom's allies. No matter what happened, Ariana was beginning to wonder if Loom was trapped in an endless cycle of subjugation at the hands of dragons. It was a dark moment, perhaps one of her darkest, and the least ideal for her to see a dragon, any dragon. Naturally, Svare rounded the corner of the laboratory at that very instant. Ah, I see you've made a friend, he beamed. Ariana didn't know what expression her face had, but it was enough for Luther to stand from the seat he'd been comfortably occupying for hours and make a swift retreat. Shin watch over you, Svare Ryu. The other Fenthri muttered as he passed. Ariana wondered if it had been drilled into him by force, or if a Fenthri could actually believe such superstitious nonsense. Svare didn't even motion at the display of respect. His eyes stayed locked with hers, searching. He opened his mouth to speak, but Ariana had already decided she would not give him the liberty of having the first word. Were you going to tell me? She carefully set down the tube she and Luther had been working on to transport the flowers of Agendi past the clouds without damage. Tell you what? Svare frowned. Tell me your sister was no better than Yevun? What? Svare hissed. You know well and true Petra was no Yevun. Not by any stretch. Then what of you? She practically leapt from the chair. What of you, Svare? She rammed a finger into his chest, though she couldn't recall crossing the room to get to him. Are you any better than Yevun? Ariana, what happened? Svare clasped her hand with his. There was no reason why she wouldn't wrench herself away. She had the strength, but every part of her suddenly felt weak. Ariana couldn't place why until she felt her eyes burning at their corners. Petra, you kept Fenthri as slaves. Svare's head whipped from her to the door Luther had just exited through. Emotions swept across his face, beckoned by the winds of a truth undeniable to either of them. Ariana stepped away, and was tugged closer. His cheek was against hers, staving off the first prickle of tears by pressing his flesh to her own. His mouth was on her ear, and he uttered promises she didn't know if her heart could hear.
We never saw them that way, Ari. We couldn't get them home.
You lie. Her mind knew better, but her heart begged to believe him. It ached for him despite herself.
I never saw them that way,
he clarified. Set them free, then.
Is this your boon?
No, this is what you will do for me if you truly care for me.
And care for you, I do.
He moved the corner of his mouth against hers, and then the whole of his lips. She leaned into him, matching him touch for touch. She hated herself for it, for needing it, for wanting him. Eva, forgive me. Free them, she repeated. It was the only thing she could cling to. She'd lost all other dignity the moment her fingers curled around his.
I will. When I am Dono, I will,
he uttered. And then the tears fell. Not since the death of her master and her last lover had she cried. For what Ariana had just heard was the decree that would separate them. It was the utterance that would tear them apart as the great machine of fate continued to roll over the world. He would be Dono, and she would be no one. That would be the end of them. So for now, she indulged herself. Ariana cast aside all pride. She pulled him from the scraps of fabric he called clothing and pressed herself against him. She felt the curves of that all-too-familiar chest, the swell of his pectorals before they fell to the dips of his abdomen. Svare's hands moved to her face, held her mouth to his, and they breathed together for a blissful moment. I will be leaving soon.
When?
The word was more of a gasp, part groan, into her neck. Soon. I must return to Loom. I must bring flowers with me. There are boxes ready for tempering. We shouldn't delay.
When?
He repeated. Tomorrow? Soon. She had to return to her world and leave him to his, or else they would fall into that contented state that dulled the pressing needs of all they had become responsible for.
Then give yourself to me now.
Like he had given her a choice. I demand something in exchange. He laughed darkly against her shoulder.
Of course you do.
I want your lungs.
My lungs,
he repeated. If he were to give them to her, perhaps she could make time stop. In those frozen moments, she could let go of her own harsh judgment for loving such a man. She could savor him, as though he wasn't about to step into a role that prohibited her from standing by his side. It would be the only part of him she could keep forever. Give them to me. Make me perfect. He paused and pulled away, his brow furrowed as he inspected her thoughtfully. His long blue fingers ran through her snow-colored hair and swept it from her brow in thought.
Ariana, you were perfect long before the philosopher's box.
If only it were true. Give them to me. Please.
If that is what you want of me, then it is yours.
He kissed her again.
I am yours.
Svare crushed her lips with his and encircled her waist with his arms, and Ariana forgot about all reservations as he pushed her against the wall. 34. Florence.
With this, we will be able to fight dragons head-on.
Victor Gregory addressed the Revolvers Guild. In his hand was a weapon he hoisted up to his shoulder with ease. It had the look of a rifle, only shorter and fatter through the barrel. Wires connected disc-like multipliers, covered in the scratches of alchemical runes along its length.
With this, we will no longer be forced to rely on imperfect alchemy or failed negotiations.
"Will there be a philosopher's box?" an initiate asked from Florence's left. It was disturbingly easy to take stock of the guild. All of them now fit into a single cavern in the underground. There were about 25 journeymen, 30 initiates, 3 masters, and the vicar. Florence would guess the Revolvers were at 1/5 of their previous size, maybe even less.
The rivets are still working on the philosopher's box, but in the meantime, this will give us a real chance to escape the underground and fight against the dragons out in the open.
Gregory was back to showing off the weapon.
In fact, the preliminary work on the gun was done by the master rivet who designed the philosopher's box herself.
As murmurs flew between people assembled in the room, Shanra caught Florence's eyes. There was no mention of Florence, which she could stomach since she hadn't done much other than receive the letter. But there was no mention of Master Oliver, which Florence knew would not sit well with Ariana, or the last Vicar Revolver, either. She wanted to ask herself how such a selfish man could have landed as the head of the Revolvers, but then she remembered they hadn't had many options to choose from. Knowing Gregory, he'd likely strong-armed his way into the position when the rest of the guild was still reeling from grief and terror.
So I will be taking a select few with me topside this very day. We will go, and we shall use this to cut a rider from the pack and take them down, so the dragons know we are working on a weapon that their gliders and coronas won't protect them from.
"I volunteer!" An eager journeyman jumped to his feet. "Take me with you!" A woman joined him, standing tall and resolved.
"I want to see the gun fire."
An initiate was not going to be left out. The Revolvers were nothing if not recklessly curious.
"The masters and I have already decided on the team."
Gregory motioned for them to sit down.
"It shall be composed of Master Joseph, Journeyman Thomas, Willie, Shanra."
There was a long pause, audibly separating the last name from the others of journeyman status.
"And Florence."
Florence's ears perked up at her name. She rose to her feet, seeing that everyone else who had been called had done so. Shanra's eyes squinted slightly at her. She knew they were both wondering the same thing. What was Gregory up to? That question was the first thing out of Shanra's mouth as they prepared to go topside in the hour that followed.
"Why would he invite you?"
she mumbled, checking her guns for the second time. "Perhaps he's using me to help navigate the guild hall?" Florence was already on her third check.
"Did he even ask if you could?"
Shanra asked. Florence shook her head. Truth was, she wasn't even confident that she could, beyond broad strokes. It had been so long since she was last there.
"I don't like this, Fleur."
"Maybe it's his way of thanking me for giving him the schematics." Florence's mind immediately jumped back to the vicar's hasty calculations. "Share the glory of its first use?" Shanra hummed, unconvinced.
"Sharing isn't something our vicar is known for."
The woman glanced around, but she had maintained her corner away from all the other journeymen.
"What Ariana said about Gregory on Terra Zero is true. He's a good Vicar Revolver, but not because he's a renowned teacher."
"It's because he's cutthroat." Florence had figured out that much on her own. It was a strong front for the guild to have right now, especially when the world had gone to pieces and they needed the Vicar Revolver to be a beacon of strength. What was good for the guild, however, was not necessarily the best for Florence.
"He was only ever tolerated because he was effective."
Shanra harnessed her weapon. The word effective stuck. Florence grabbed the other woman's wrist, arresting her complete attention. Florence dropped her voice as low as possible.
"When I gave the schematics to him, he did some quick calculations, called the problem solved. I hear a but."
Shanra whispered, evoking a solemn nod from Florence.
I noticed the error. He ignored me when I tried to point it out.
Shanra's scowl deepened.
He may have since fixed it.
I doubt it. Gregory was never much known for theory.
Well, we'll just have to be extra careful.
They each packed an additional box of canisters before setting off to the arranged meeting point. It was a narrow room that had a ladder leading into the Ravens' Guild Hall. Vicar Dove had spared one raven to guide them, inadvertently proving that Florence was not along to navigate. It was a young man who was looking very uncomfortable with the whole idea of what they were about to do.
Our objective is simple, Gregory instructed the small group. We will head into the hall and up to a waiting point and wait for a whisper from a lookout. When Thomas gets the signal that a dragon has landed, we will run to intercept, dispose of the dragon, and return.
He said it as though doing so would be the simplest thing in the world. If Florence had learned one thing, it was that nothing was ever easy when it came to dragons.
This is nothing more than a test run for the weapon.
Do you have any reason to believe the weapon may not work?
Florence just couldn't keep her mouth shut.
Are you questioning my work?
Is it not the nature of a journeyman to question?
It is, but you are no journeyman.
What am I, then?
Now was not the time to make such a demand, especially not when they were about to enter a dangerous situation. But Florence didn't hesitate.
You said I was a Revo on Terra Zero.
The Masters have not yet discussed your official status, Florence. Master Joseph stepped in to play damage control. Perhaps that is something we can look into after this test. Gregory looked at Florence the entire time Joseph spoke. Florence didn't take her eyes away. She refused to allow anyone to think they could intimidate her.
Let's go.
Gregory motioned for the Raven to lead up the ladder. Florence had entered the underground through the Ravens' Guild, but this was a different pathway than last. She tried to make sense of where she might be, dredged up old memories of her childhood in the guild. But it wasn't until she saw a level marker along the main helix that she knew. They had a long way to go before they could even be seen by a dragon, and that assumed any were currently flying around.
It's odd to see it so quiet,
Florence mused softly as they stepped onto the main track. I could grab us a trike, the Raven offered, clearly compelled to fill the space with sounds of engines churning and wheels spinning.
Best to keep it quiet.
Gregory shot down the idea.
Don't want to draw too much attention.
They continued up the track on foot. Florence adjusted her grip on her gun, peering around corners as they passed. She had seen dragons landing on the guild hall for stretches of time before taking off again. But it was entirely possible that they had begun to set up operations as they cleared different portions of the building, working their way downward in search of their prey. There were no markers of dragons anywhere, however. No markers of any other life, and the silence quickly became uncomfortable. Florence swallowed hard, looking around the group. There was no reason why they should all be so silent. The path they walked had every appearance of being safe, and no one, not even Thomas with his dragon ears, had any reason to believe there were enemies nearby. Nevertheless, their lips had been sewn shut with invisible strings. We're here, the Raven said finally, halfway.
Take us to the closest room with one exit and no windows,
Gregory demanded.
We'll wait there.
The Raven led them to a small interior room that was little more than an access for the back panels that supplied electricity to the guild. It was a good thing the alchemists had been hard at work developing alternatives to electricity, because the generators had long since stopped running, and the room would have been completely dark without each of their torches.
How long do you think it will take? The man named Willie asked.
However long it takes.
Vicar Gregory settled into a seated position, his prized weapon across his lap. Florence used the opportunity to inspect it more closely. She scanned the wires, the multipliers, the gold channels that ran along the outside and peeked out from the inside. There was something about it that seemed off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. As a result, she couldn't even be sure there was anything wrong. Perhaps Gregory had seen his error after all and fixed it. Maybe that was why he'd let her come along, a silent nod to her help, however little credit he'd actually give her.
"So, does it use a canister?" Master Joseph made the revolver's equivalent of small talk.
"Only as a primer to get the reaction going. The rest is magic after that."
Gregory seemed much more inclined to discuss the logistics of his weapon with someone he deemed his equal.
"So, the wielder must be a chimera?"
"Yes, though not a perfect one."
Florence couldn't deny the merit of the idea. Making perfect chimera already felt like it was taking too long, and she was likely the person who would be the most patient with Ariana on the matter. It was also resource-intensive and mostly untested. But making a gun? Most of those still alive on Loom were chimeras. The healing powers of magic helped many who might not have otherwise survived the attacks on the guilds. If they could perfect this weapon and mass-produce it, between that and perfect chimera, Loom would be unstoppable. The conversation had faded, and several of the party were dozing by the time Thomas sat up straight. Florence felt the familiar crackle of magic in the air that heralded a whisper link. Thomas brought his hand to his ear.
"Yes,"
Thomas asked the person on the other end of his magical tether. Everyone in the room roused swiftly.
"Middle floor, landing area. By a large crane."
"Airship test pad." The Raven knew the place instantly.
"Is it far?"
Gregory stood. "Not very. Up a bit more."
"Master Joseph, you focus on protecting the Raven as he leads us,"
Gregory commanded.
"I will be up running point with them. I want Thomas and Willie watching flanks. Floris and Shanra take up the rear."
It was an important and sometimes life-saving position, but no revolver wanted to be put in the back, away from the front line and all the action. Yet again, Florence had no doubt this would come back as some slight against her. As they voiced their agreement and set off as Gregory had instructed, if the tension was heavy when they ascended the tower, it was multiplied several times over now that they knew a dragon was present. Everyone kept their breathing low, weapons drawn. Florence wished not for the first time that she had sought out an alchemist for dragon ears. Not having them suddenly felt like a severe limitation. Shanra glanced around warily. Florence put her trust in the other woman's magic and long pointed ears. Her head jerked, and the master revolver held up his hand, looking in the same direction that Shanra was fixated on. Magic pulsed. Thomas raised his hand to his ear.
"2 more have."
"One incoming," Shanra announced, leveling her gun in the direction of a side hall. If Florence could feel the pulse of magic from Thomas's whisper link, then surely any dragon would have been drawn to it.
"I have the bastard in my sights,"
Gregory proclaimed, hoisting his weapon. Florence watched as the vicar's gun slowly lit up. She felt his magic spike, and the metal began to glow. Magic sparked off the gold in rainbow fractals that shone like embers and dispersed before hitting the ground. Alchemical runes shimmered. Power continued to build in the multipliers, lighting up the gun like a beacon to all dragons nearby. All at once, Florence knew why the gun had seemed so wrong to her. She remembered the weapon she had made at the Alchemists' Guild Hall. It, too, had a series of runic multipliers, a series that Florence now knew had been flawed. That, combined with the magic discharge? Florence looked to the door that everyone else had leveled their weapons against. She could hear the footsteps now, closing fast. She was torn between what she ought to do and what she wanted to do. She wanted to get back at Gregory for every rebuff. She wanted him to bear the responsibility of his haste and hubris. But Florence wasn't inclined to put herself above the best interests of Loom. Not even now. "Gregory, put the gun down! There's a mistake! The runes are wrong!" Her voice rose as if to convey the severity of what she was saying. Gregory did nothing. His eyes remained on the door, his magic pouring into the weapon. It was too late. The proverbial bucket holding his magic had tipped too far into the gun, and there was no way he would be able to disentangle himself from it now.
"Everyone get back!"
Florence could still feel the shrapnel and daze from the gun exploding in the skeleton forest.
"It's going to blow!"
Florence ran away. She didn't care how it looked. She didn't give two canisters about Gregory. All she knew was that she had to survive. The door they had been watching slammed open, but Florence didn't even turn. She threw herself down the hall, hands overhead. Her ears filled with the sound of a dragon's snarl, and then the explosion of magic. Metal and concrete groaned. Florence was slammed into the ground. She tumbled, allowing the momentum to carry her further away along the shockwave. Another body rolled beside her, wheezes betraying life. Florence forced her eyes open and her hands around her shoulders. She pushed upwards, raising her head. Willie slumped, dazed, against the wall to Florence's right. She would have presumed him dead from the streak of blood that led down to his head, were it not for his groans. Thomas rolled in pain nearby, his lower half burned to a crisp. Even with magical healing, it would likely scar, but the man would live. Shanra was also finding her feet, about as bruised and scraped as Florence. Their position as the rear guard had likely saved them both. Dragon and Fenthri guts lined the walls, floors, and ceiling out from the epicenter of the blast. Had Florence not known the men who had been standing there moments earlier, she may not have been able to piece together enough flesh to identify them. Gun parts littered the floor.
"Are you coming?" Shanra warned. "We need to retreat."
Florence stared at Willie and Thomas. She had no attachment to these men, no kinship with them. Most of the journeymen hadn't even given her the time of day when she'd lived among them in the underground. So it was surprising to feel her lips form the words,
"We can't leave them."
"What?" Shanra hissed.
"This is the life of a revolver. They knew. I won't leave my guildmates behind."
Florence sprung forward into a sprint. She collected up the largest pieces of Gregory's weapon, pulling them together and flicking aside scraps of flesh.
"What are you doing?"
Shanra followed her.
"Leave us,"
Thomas groaned.
"I know what was wrong with it. I saw a similar weapon once before. Riders used it to shoot down the airship Ari and I were on. The magic... We think that magic should be colored, split. But if you put all the colors together, you get white. The discharge should be white, not rainbow. It's not an airship that diffuses and breaks magic apart for lift."
"What are you going on about?" Shanra was utterly lost.
"I knew this before, but I was wrong on the alchemical runes to multiply without splitting. Gregory made the same mistake, but in a different way, which means..."
Florence began to frantically sort out the parts.
"Florence, there's no time for this. I can fix it."
Florence laid out her revolver. The barrel would be shorter. She'd have to account for that when it came to how many multipliers she stacked, and the range it would be effective in before the magic beam unraveled.
"I can make it work." "We're going to die if we stay."
"2 more. Incoming,"
Thomas moaned.
"Go on without us,"
Willie wheezed.
"No!"
Florence's hands continued to move so quickly that she hardly had time to think between motions.
"Florence, is this about saving guild members or saving your pride?"
Shanra grabbed her elbow.
"They knew the risks. Don't insult them. Save yourself. Fix it later." "I will not be like her,"
Florence shouted, tearing her eyes away from the gun parts and bringing them to Shanra's face.
"I will not treat my guild like it's expendable."
"Her?
Who? Your guild?"
Shanra shook her head, standing and letting go of Florence.
"What do you think you are?" "I'm the woman who will save Loom."
Florence bent and heated gold, connecting parts with seams that would likely only hold for 1 or 2 shots. 1 or 2 shots would be all she needed.
"Before anything else,
I am a revolver, and I will not let the death of my vicar, however much of an idiot he was, go to waste." Florence finished etching the runes she needed and stood. The footsteps were close enough now that even she could hear them. She leveled her weapon. A dragon bounded around the corner. 1 or 2 shots, that was all she had. She couldn't miss. Florence kept her magic even, pouring it in slowly. Consistent, not a burst of power, but a steady stream, like a rope spun from runes and gold and steel. Gunshots echoed as Shanra panicked. The bullets sheared off the haze of a corona. Florence adjusted her grip slightly and widened her feet. She had to wait until the last moment. Another female dragon rounded the corner, gaining speed. Florence squeezed the trigger. It wasn't like a normal shot. Fire and done. Florence continued to feed her magic into the weapon. "Stay together, she repeated in her head as the beam shot out straight and true. The magic impaled the dragon straight through the chest, his corona cracking and splintering off like an eggshell made of light. The man fell dead, and Florence already had the other dragon in her sights. Her magic was depleted from the first shot, and she locked her knees to keep them from buckling. Still, her hands were steady. Florence waited 2 breaths after she thought the dragon was in range. It felt like the gun demanded every ounce of her, down to the very breath she drew to live. So Florence gave it that, and let the world go black.
35. Savare. His chest still ached. There was a sort of phantom pain scraping against his ribs long after his lungs had grown back, from where the alchemist's knife had raked against them. Savare rubbed his chest again, and thought of how many of his own he had condemned to harvesting. Savare had never lost an organ before, and now that he was having a hard time seeing it as anything more than a deeply barbaric process. For now the ends still justify the means, but he wondered if the alchemists, in all their madness and wisdom, couldn't think of a way to grow organs in their tubes or harvest from the dead. Something, anything, to prevent dragons from enduring what he just had. Suffocation, death without death, repeating again and again until his tissues had grown and mended enough to hold air again. He said nothing of his pain. He was the rightful Shin-Oji, the man who would win the war for them all and become Dono, and he had made the choice willingly. Furthermore, Ariana had to endure much the same, at least half of which she had gone through, as she didn't have to regrow, and she had yet to speak a word of discomfort. It was moments like this one, when he looked at her readying her weapons, not more than 1 day from undergoing a major operation, that he was ensnared in awe at what she was, something more than he could ever aspire to be, something different from anyone he'd ever met. And none of it had anything to do with the fact that she was now a true, perfect chimera. It was the fundamental construct of her nature, of her, that made her an unstoppable enigma. It was the same thing that allowed her to take organs and make them her own, like her hands or ears, or now his lungs. Motley parts that seemed so naturally incorporated into her body, like they'd yearned to be there all along. It was that nature that gave her the wisdom of dragons 4 times her age, and kept her going with a profound, insatiable drive. Savare wondered if it was something that could ever be lost, or if she would forever pursue her ends, with a march of a soldier to battle, until Lord Shin finally came for her immortal soul. It was something he wanted to embody as well, something he needed to possess to be worthy of her. "When will you be back for more?" he asked, picking up the golden tube that would be used not to transport reagents, but flowers. "I don't know just yet," Ariana said without looking at him. "As I mentioned, the rivets were growing competent at making the boxes when I left. It's been a few days since then, but there may still be just a few ready for the flowers. It may not be me, however, who comes back up." That thought hadn't occurred to Savare until the moment she said it. If all goes according to plan, I won't be the only perfect chimera in the world. Whoever comes, I'll have them use that river passage through the island to hide the glider trail. Will you come back? Her motion stopped. She must have heard his heart more than his words, the quiet panic that came at the thought of her leaving him and not returning. I'm sure you'll need me to fight at some point. Ariana sheathed her dagger behind her back. The perfect chimera will take some time to train. I need you for more than that. He stood over her, looking down. If she could hear that nervousness in his soul at the idea of her trying to vanish from his life again, then she could also hear the truth of his words. Are all dragons this insatiable? Only the ones in love. Ariana huffed in amusement, shook her head, and stood. She collected her things and carefully loaded the tubes in her bag. But none of it was a gesture of her own feelings toward him, and Savare was keenly aware that she had never told him if she reciprocated his affections to the same degree. I should be leaving. He knew it was true. They'd kept each other for 3 days from the world. Kane had been covering for him, but Savare knew it was time to return to the Shin Manor. It was time to assume responsibility for his destiny. Whisper to me whenever you come. I will escape the manor to see you. There was a moment's hesitation when Savare rightfully feared she was about to refuse him, but Ariana merely said, Very well. When you return, I will be OG, he swore, and I will free them. Ariana's expression looked as surprised as he felt in that moment. Savare had never said anything so bold, never uttered the slightest treason. Furthermore, it was faster than he'd first promised, originally saying he'd keep that vow when he was Dono. But it felt right. Right enough for him to know that he had to act on it before the day was done, before he risked losing his resolve. You will kill Finner? I must. He knew her, and he knew where her mind was. I'll consider the lungs a trade for the kill that should be mine. Ariana gave him a stern look, as if warning him not to argue. He wouldn't anyway, and he would have given her whatever she asked, without a trade. I will end him, Savare vowed. Make it terrible. If you let me down in this, I will never forgive you. Savare had never felt more motivated. The feeling stayed with him the entire ride home. Savare knew he would be seen approaching the manor, and word would get back to Finner. He made a direct approach for Kane's balcony. It was smaller than his own, and Savare ended up making a short leap from his bird as it perched on the ledge, before swooping back to the city. The prodigal son returns. Kane opened the doors leading out to the balcony. I need you to do something. Savare wasted no time. The idea of challenging Finner, of assuming the role of Ochi, of putting his house knowingly in harm's way by outright starting war against House Rock, was already planting uneasiness in his stomach. If he didn't do this now and seal it in blood, he risked losing his nerve. What is it? I need you to find Faye and keep her from Finner and me. Savare somehow managed to keep his voice level, despite the fear and apprehension that wanted to seep out with every word. Savare? Does this mean I'm going to challenge him, Kane? Savare clasped the shoulder of the man who had been like a brother to him. I am going to take back House Shin from Rock, but I wish to do it by the laws of the gods. Even if Rock fights with the shadows and deceit, I will challenge my brother in a forum befitting the title he claims to hold. Then I will distract Faye. I will challenge her if I must. The conviction was unsurprising, but also unwelcome. That is the one thing I must ask you not to do. I need you alive, Kane. I need you as my right hand, as my Ryu, should all this come to pass. He wasn't prepared for the mix of surprise and emotion that crossed his friend's face. But what did Kane think would happen? There was no other choice, as far as Savare was concerned, and he wouldn't have chosen another under other less dire circumstances. I will do as my Oji commands.
36. Coletta. Faye had returned, and Yevon had indulged in his dark delights. There was an easiness that settled over the estate when the king was pleased, not unlike the afterglow of the man himself. It was a collective sigh of relief for them all, none more than Coletta. Yevon wanted results, but he didn't want the practical kind that careful planning and hard work yielded. He wanted fanfare and the kind of victories that would have minstrels singing for centuries to come. Coletta merely wanted to see their longevity secured. Faye's arrival set in motion a series of carefully planned steps on Coletta's part. Yevon knew he had his time with the woman. Ulia knew to wait and observe until the dono was finished with his conquest, then spirit Faye away to the grey room, the room in which Coletta now waited with an alchemist, and a long, glistening tongue centered on a tray like some new delicacy.
"My queen,"
Ulia announced as she entered the room, Faye trailing behind. The gray-skinned woman did little to demonstrate reverence to the Ryu, and Ulia could not contain a disdainful little side-eye. Coletta had the time to deal with neither, so she permitted both.
"Thank you for bringing Faye here. You may leave."
Coletta had yet to allow Ulia to watch any of the experiments that went on in the room, and it was an intentional play. She wanted the youngest flower to fantasize about the possibilities and mull over the potential horrors of the procedure. Even though Ulia would never utter secrets, Coletta knew no one was perfectly tight-lipped. And she wanted just enough truth to seep into the bedrock of Lisp to know that something of a great and terrible nature was happening at the Rock Estate.
"Do you know what is about to happen?"
Coletta did not want to mince words with Faye.
"I have some vague idea."
The emerald woman combed through her hair, still a nest from Yevon's hands.
"We will begin with your tongue."
"My tongue?"
"I do not believe you have magic there."
Faye shook her head and sauntered over to the operating table as though she were doing little more than sitting down for a meal. Coletta admired the total lack of self-preserving instinct. It made the woman an ideal warrior to have in her arsenal. "This will hurt some." The alchemist regarded Faye warily. She was nearly twice his size.
"Your tiny knives can't hurt me, Finn."
"Open your mouth, then." It was almost as if he accepted a challenge. Coletta would never tolerate such boldness from a Fenthri herself, but there was something almost adorable about watching the gray people try to muster strength against their suppressors. Faye obliged, and the man set to work. She didn't flinch as he pulled out her tongue with a long pair of metal tongs, the flat petals at the end indenting the organ he set about removing. Coletta didn't avert her eyes from the moment the scalpel first cut into the flesh of the tongue to the last second where it was entirely severed. The alchemist tilted the dragon's head, allowing blood to pour from the corner of Faye's mouth. Nothing more than a rough stub protruded from where her tongue had been, already beginning to ripple with magic to regrow the absent tissues. Even still, Faye's breaths were even, unlabored, and Coletta was forced to admire her monster yet again. She watched as the new tongue was stitched into place. Despite having searched for the best organs on Ruana, she could make none take to Yian or Topan's bodies. They all formed festering, agonizing wounds that her flower's body refused to heal. But Coletta wasn't one to give up, not when there was so much to explore. It was the one thing she could count on the Fen agreeing with, and the man continued to carve up dragons at her request. The alchemist pulled away, looking at his handiwork. Coletta could tell from his expression alone that something was different this time.
"What is it?" she demanded.
"I can't be sure."
"Out with it, or it's your tongue that will be cut off next,"
Coletta drawled, not even mustering the energy to threaten him properly. "This was a success."
"You can tell already."
He nodded. She knew almost instantly when a poison was right and when it was not. But the man's mouth still formed a grim line. "What have you discovered?" The man looked from Faye to her as if jarred from thought. He swallowed hard.
"I think I know why the other organs didn't take."
Given the amount of fear radiating off the Fen in that moment, Coletta was certain that she was not going to like whatever the explanation was.
37. Savare. Kane had gone ahead to distract Faye. Savare paced his friend's room for what felt like forever, though he knew it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. When he could wait no longer, he stepped into the hall. The halls of the Shin Manor seemed alive once more. Even though Savare didn't see another soul for the first half of his walk to find Finner, the air seemed to pulse with an energy that he hadn't felt since before Petra's death. It was like how Shin was waking up from the grips of mourning at last. Finner wasn't in his room, and neither was Faye. So Savare went to the main hall. Again, Finner was nowhere to be found, but Savare ran into a servant, her hands laden with laundry. "Have you seen Finner?" Savare intentionally left off Oji, an omission that did not go unnoticed. The woman's eyes widened.
"No, I have not."
He cursed, wheeling for another wing of the manor. Perhaps Finner had gone to claim Petra's quarters as his own. Killing him there would be its own kind of pleasure.
"I did, however, hear 2 men who work with the Bokers saying that the Oji had requested a flight. They could not decide which mount to give him."
Savare stopped, only sparing a second. "Thank you."
"Good luck,"
the woman whispered. If Finner was looking for a Boko, there was a chance Faye had been called away, and he was fleeing until his bodyguard could return. Perhaps he somehow had the instinct to know when death was coming for him. And it was coming. Savare paused, turning. He saw the woman at the far end of the hall still, and called back to her, "Leave your task. Round up everyone you can to go to the departure platforms. I need witnesses, and I need to make sure he doesn't escape."
"As you command."
The woman practically threw down her basket of laundry, sprinting away so quickly that Savare almost felt a wind kicked up by her feet. Savare thought of Finner, his cowardly slip of a brother. If he were Finner, which was rightly near impossible to imagine, where would he go? He would want to flee back to the safety of Rook's arms until Faye was no longer indisposed. But he would do so as he did everything else, with a coward's weakness. So Savare headed down through the back passages and thoroughfares to a modest platform. Unlike the one Finner arrived on, this had no sculpture, no foliage or design. It was primarily used for quick trips, deliveries, and trysts that were not to be observed by the watchful eyes from the manor. Here was where he found his brother pacing back and forth, wringing his hands. Savare hated that his brother's hands, of all peoples, were attached to Ariana. Finner didn't deserve the honor. Maybe it was the gods above working in some weird way to see Finner's hands put to good use. His brother would have never created anything meaningful with them. Savare waited in the archway leading out to the platform. He knew he didn't have time to waste, but he hadn't thought about what he was going to say. He had to challenge, but he felt there should be more gravity to the situation, more impact. "Where is my Boko?" Finner snapped when a servant appeared at the door, 2 others in tow. The servant said nothing, looking from Finner to Savare. That was what finally drew his brother's attention. Savare wondered if he was having a waking fantasy, seeing his brother's lip tremble slightly. "Savare, good. I'm glad you're here." Finner tried to draw up his height, to make his voice stable. Both failed. Had he always been such a tiny man? "It seems as though we have an issue. They have not yet brought my Boko as I commanded. Perhaps is the Shinryu you can sort this out." 3 more people appeared from another doorway. Savare didn't recognize any of them, but they all hovered with purpose. Their eyes carried a sharpness that seemed to pick at Finner with every glance. "I will not sort it out as the Shinryu." "I'm your Oji." Finner looked around at all of them now, as if to search for someone to affirm the fact. I'm your Oji. Finner Shin Oji To. It was the one time Savare didn't mind saying his brother's name in association with Petra's title. It was something that must be done if he was going to take it. I challenge you. On what grounds? Finner squeaked. Where should he start? Neglecting House Shin. Everyone's eyes volleyed from brother to brother. The outcome would affect each of them in a way that would be forever irreversible. Savare's victory would mean war, but his defeat would mean centuries of oppression under House Rock. I have not... Finner, do you accept my duel? Savare pressed. Of course I do not. Finner began laughing. Do you think I'd let you duel me on such unsubstantiated grounds? On what grounds did you duel Petra? His sister's name was forced out as a snarl. When his brother said nothing, Savare asked again, What grounds, Finner? What did you charge her with? Did she cower even though it was a fool's challenge? Or did she stand for it? She challenged me. There was truth in Finner's affirmation. Savare took a step forward. She challenged you. And you killed her. It was a duel. Did you have help? Savare continued his advance. He didn't know what he was going to do yet, but that first step had crossed him over to the point of no return. This would end now. One way or another, there would be only one Shin sibling standing when the next morning came. No. Did Rock help you bring down Petra? Savare's claws shot from his hand. Did you see our sister die a coward's death? Someone stop him! Finner pointed. He's threatening your Oji. No one moved. Did you kill her? I killed her. Was the fight fair? Savare's voice rose. More people continued to arrive, no doubt drawn by the shouting. It was a rightly charged duel, Finner insisted. Savare sheathed his claws and reached out for his brother's neck, drawing the man to him with both hands. Had Finner always been so weak? Don't lie to me, Savare growled, pressing his fingertips into Finner's squishy flesh. At any moment his claws could extend right into his brother's pale blue skin. Don't lie to us. Finner gasped. The eyes of Shin are upon you. Did you kill Petra fairly? Are you the OG of this house? Help me! Finner's eyes lolled about, looking for salvation, but no one moved. Faye, help me! She's not coming. Savare didn't know what Kane was doing to distract the woman, but it seemed to be working so far. What will you do? Kill me without a proper duel? Finner hissed. It only made Savare want to squeeze tighter. Will you be OG then? No. Are you OG now? He returned to his earlier line of questioning. House Rock recognizes me as such, and they're all that matters in this world. Savare threw his brother aside. Finner rolled, scrambling to stop himself before he tumbled dangerously close to the ledge. House Rock is all that matters. Your cheek is unmarked, but you are one of them, aren't you? Finner clambered to his feet, shifting his rumpled clothing back into place. He smoothed his vest over his narrow chest. House Shin, I command you to slay Savare for assaulting your Oji. No one moved. That's an order. Are you our Oji? A woman asked. Did you kill Petra in a fair duel? Another chimed in. What? Finner looked around in confusion. Don't question me. I'm your Oji. Finner, you don't understand, do you? What it really means to hold that title. Savare stepped forward. Take another step and I'll attack you myself. Savare opened his arms, welcoming the first blow. That's what I wanted from the beginning. If you are our OG, defend your title. Lord Shin should be on your side. Finner's claws shot out. It was the final mistake in a lifetime of poor decisions. Savare lunged. Finner tried to defend himself, but the movement was slow and telegraphed. Savare swatted the defense away with one hand and plunged the other into his brother's chest. He would waste no time. He would not draw out the fight. As satisfying as the act would be, he had more important things to focus on than bloodlust. It served all of them, even Ariana, for his brother to stop existing as quickly as possible. Finner coughed in shock.
You really did it,
he wheezed. Salvage her memory. Savare's fingers closed around Finner's heart. Did you kill Petra?
I did, but she was already poisoned.
His brother leaned forward, whispering in his ear.
You will never beat her. She is stronger than you all.
Coletta? Savare asked. It had to be. Finner grinned, grabbed Savare's shoulders, and pushed himself away. Savare had never seen a dragon take their own life, but it was a coward's death befitting his brother's existence. Finner stumbled backward. One foot had nothing to fall on, and he tumbled lifelessly into the empty air beyond the edge of the balcony. Savare brought his brother's heart to his lips, taking a bite out of it. It was stringy and tough. Even though he knew Ariana had Finner's organs, he couldn't find the taste of her in the man himself. It was a relief, and Savare cast the unwanted scrap of meat after its owner. He turned to those gathered, wondering what they thought, what they felt. It was an anticlimactic end that put the title of Oji on a man who had never wanted it, and hadn't been trained for it. Were he one of them, he wouldn't feel very confident.
What now, Savare Oji?
A woman was bold enough to ask. Now, we fight. Savare took a deep breath. We fight to end Rock's tyranny.
How are we to stand against them?
The question wasn't asked to undermine him, but as a genuine concern, a warranted one, Savare understood. As Shin, we have always placed the end before our ideals. Our patron teaches us that the end is all that matters, for all things march toward the ultimate end, death. Savare hoped they would understand, and that his first action as Oji wasn't about to be defending his plan for saving their house from annihilation. We shall rely on Lord Shin's guidance. We shall set aside our ideals, the pride as dragons that blinds us from what we must do to gain our victory. We will ally ourselves with a Fenthrion Loom, and we will achieve victory. The long silence that followed did not encourage him in the slightest.
38. Ariana. She hated that dragon. She loved him, too. Svare was nothing but raw emotion and conflict that gnawed at her fresh lungs from the inside out. Ariana flew the glider with reckless abandon, plunging into the gods line and speeding for Gare as though nothing else in the world mattered. Nothing else did. She was going to lose the chance to kill Finner. She was going to lose the chance to kill Yevun too, for Svare to become Dono. And when he did assume that title, she was going to lose him as well. Ariana had never wanted to want him in the first place, but now that she did, it was hard to even breathe, thinking about him marching down a path with more conviction than she had ever seen, a path that would ultimately separate them. Just as Florence had found her place in the world, so would Svare, and neither of them required a wraith. It was night by the time she landed the glider in the far hangar. The room was still, icy with winter, and her breath curled in the air as she relaxed her magic from the glider.
Good to see our wayward inventor return.
A weathered voice spoke, as cold as the darkness itself. Ariana turned in the direction of the sound. Magic pooled in her eyes and goggles until she could make out the living skeleton lurking in the shadows. Gare needs to work on its welcoming committee. Ariana stepped down and started in his direction. Louis stood in front of the entrance to the guild, and there was little else she could do. He didn't budge as she approached. Goggles of his own covered his beady little eyes. Ariana could only assume he stared up at her. She sighed heavily.
"What do you want?"
You don't seem pleased to see me.
I will never be pleased to see you, and am not in the mood for your games. The single sentence used up all the patience she could muster for the man. Now step aside.
We need to speak.
We have done so. Step aside. Ariana wondered if he was heavier than the tube-filled satchel at her side. She could just lift him up and move him.
No.
Do you have a death wish?
Not in the slightest. Quite the opposite, actually. The question is, Ariana, do you?
Do not threaten me. One warning. That was all he would get.
The Vicars may consider you a threat.
What?
Since your little experiment as a weaponsmith blew up in the Vicar revolver's face.
Ariana was instantly reminded of her prototype on Nova. She'd sent the schematics to Florence, and
I heard Florence was there too, fighting dragons with faulty weapons. So sad. The outcome.
Is she alive? Ariana snapped. She was going to lose Sfare and Florence. She had accepted that, but she would lose them to their choices and watch them thrive from her place in the shadows. She pushed the small-framed Fenthry against the door. His head banged dully against the metal. Louis, do not play games with me.
Then do not play games with me, he growled. You went to Nova. You conspired to cut me out of the equation. You have yet to produce the schematics for the box, and after all I've done for you, after all I'm willing to risk to secure your flowers, when dragons would see them systematically destroyed.
There was a moment of clarity that cut through the confusion and anger. What did you say?
I will gladly secure the flowers for you.
Louis smiled his wretched little grin, thinking he had a leg up on her, not knowing what she carried in her bag. Ariana's hands loosened their hold, smoothing over the wrinkles thoughtfully, almost gently. She had not told him or anyone on Loom about the flowers being destroyed. How far does your influence reach?
Straight to the Dragon Queen.
5 words sent her into a blind rage. Coletta Ryu, the woman who had drugged Ariana with her dagger, who had put her under the claws of Yevun. This was who Louis had been in bed with. Leave it to worthless slime like him to deal with such a revolting creature. With a shout, Ariana swung the frail man to the ground, hoping she broke him. Her ears twitched eagerly at the sound of his body breaking and tearing. Ariana was on him, her knees pinning down his arms, as if he needed to be pinned. Louis couldn't put up a fight even if he tried. She felt his bones snap like twigs under her weight. But Louis didn't cry. He didn't beg for mercy. He didn't even grimace. Instead, he grinned like a fool, his crooked yellow teeth winking up at her like dying stars.
Yes, yes, White Wraith, show me your claws, he urged. Kill me, go ahead, and never know what I have told her.
How dare you! Ariana was glad they were far from the guild because she was screaming now. There was no reason not to let the dam break, because the only person who could see this jagged, destroyed side of her would be a dead man. I always knew you were the worst of the worst, but this... You have sold out our world for profit.
Indeed,
he replied with equal fervor, matching to keep his voice strong despite his position.
And I will do it again, time after time. I am loyal to the highest bidder, so you better make your offering more appealing, Ariana, for all of Loom.
How long? She couldn't even look at him straight. How long have you been working with her?
Years.
It made so much sense. The king of the underworld, the man who could seemingly get anything, who always happened to have organs to trade. Of course he did. He had sold his soul to a queen of death for them.
She trusts me, Ariana, and we can use this to our advantage. We can use this to save Loom if...
If what?
If you do not dare undercut me again.
Louis finished. Ariana reeled back, rolling from the balls of her feet to standing.
I offered you an opportunity to work together. You went back on that deal.
We make a new deal right now. I don't kill you. His laughter interrupted her.
You think I care about death? You think I have people I love whom you can threaten? Ariana, you are the most idealistic fool of them all.
Ariana watched with disdain as the man continued to lay there, his magic slowly regrowing his muscles and bones, popping his sagging flesh back into place.
If you kill me, you won't have the organs the alchemists need for the perfect chimera. You won't have a means to get those precious flowers off Nova.
Ariana tilted her head to the side. How the tides shifted. Oh, Louis, that's your bargaining chip? She drew her dagger. She didn't want to do this with dragon claws. She wanted the tool that took Louis's life to be Fenthry made. That queen you so adore has betrayed you. She failed to inform you that her plans have been thwarted and her minions have been killed, that Shin has saved some of the flowers for themselves. Ariana crouched down as Louis's eyes widened with surprise. Yes, my sweet king of Mercury Town. My friends have not sold me out, unlike yours. And they just so happen to be able to provide organs as well as any other dragon. Ariana pointed her dagger at his throat again, thinking back to Svare. She wondered if he had killed Finner yet. You know, for most of my life, I've wanted to kill a king. You weren't the man I had in mind, but I think your death may be just as satisfying. Let's find out, shall we?
Wait, Ariana, let's not be hasty. I can still...
Still what? She nearly purred with delight. He'd really come alone, thinking his contacts could protect him. He was an old knife, one that would snap if she even tried to put it to whetstone. Only one solution for such a worthless thing. Be useful? I think there are a few ravens who have just as much use as you, and they happen to know most of your network. Ariana leaned forward, sliding a hand around his shoulder. It was an odd sort of embrace. She could feel the pistol he carried in his vest, but he didn't reach for it. He must have known it'd do nothing against her. Even if it alerted someone, he'd be dead before they arrived. Did you know it would end like this for you?
I couldn't imagine a better death than at the hands of the best thief and killer I've ever had the pleasure of working with.
Louis spoke softly, as if to a lover. Ariana wondered if it was the first time the terrible man had been touched by a woman.
Eat my heart after you cut it out.
No, she whispered against his ear. I know it'll taste rotten. Ariana plunged the dagger between his ribs. She twisted it, the chorus of shattering bones and ripping tissue harmonizing with his final breath. Louis spit black blood that oozed down her shoulder, a stain on her white coat that she'd wear as a badge of honor. Ariana plunged her hand into his chest, ripped out his heart, and cast it aside. She stood, leaving the body of the king of Mercury Town oozing black onto the cold floor of the hangar. She left it as a clear warning to any who found it that the white wraith had returned to Loom. She slammed open the door Louis had been blocking with a bang, not caring who heard. The passage back to the guild was a blur that ended with her yanking another door open without warning. Will and Helen jumped to attention, wide-eyed and startled. Ariana leaned against the doorframe, flipping her knife, blood on her shoulder. "All of Louis's men. Bring them here. Now," she demanded cheerfully. "Try to run, and I'll flail you alive." "What?" Helen stuttered.
"We need to do as she says."
Will grabbed Helen's arm and dragged her from the room. The boy gave Ariana a sidelong look that she reciprocated. She hadn't forgotten his attempt to warn her on the airship. It may not be enough to save him, but it was enough to keep him alive for the time being. They returned with 3 men in tow. Ariana closed the door behind them, appreciating the looks of apprehension each of them wore. She leaned against it, making it clear that no one was getting out without her blessing. "So, let's talk about loyalty." Ariana pointed her dagger to the man with the red ears. "You first."
"My name is Adam."
Fantastic rock ears, those are. They're a whisper link, right?
"To a woman named Topan."
Continued cooperation would earn him minutes, maybe even hours of life. "And that woman is in the employ of Coletta Rock, the Dragon Queen?"
"Yes."
"Would you sever the whisper link now, if I demanded?"
"Yes."
"What's going on?" Helen demanded. "Where's Louis?" The child wouldn't let herself see the obvious. "I killed him for crimes against Loom." "You can't do that!" The girl seemed genuinely distraught. "Occupational hazard for operating outside the law." Louis knew what he was about. There were few laws on Loom. Fenthry laws, anyway. Most were unspoken at that. Don't commit treason was a fairly obvious one. Louis's protégé seemed stunned still, so Ariana pressed the point home. "Helen, I am not the Master Raven, and will never turn a blind eye to treason against Loom. As loath as I am to kill talent, I dislike those who work against Loom much more." The child pressed her lips shut. Louis liked deals. "So, how about this? I won't kill you all, and you and everyone else who is loyal to Louis work for me now. Whatever he paid you, I'll pay you."
"Sounds more than fair, boss."
Adam was the first to speak, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning against the wall. The idea clearly didn't bother him the slightest.
"Count us in."
Will spoke for himself and Helen. The girl seemed to have a moment of protest, but she had the sense to swallow it. "Cross me and die." Adam held up a hand. She arched her eyebrows at being silenced, but permitted him to continue.
"We all know what you can do. Would rather work for the Queen of Wraiths than the King of Mercury Town anyway."
Queen of Wraiths. That was new. But she'd killed Louis, which meant she'd get his title according to dragon law. Ariana didn't bother hiding a smirk. First things first, then. How was Louis communicating back to Terre 4? I demand word on Florence.
39. Savare. The streets of Napoli were empty. Restaurants were quiet enough to lure the rats out in search of food that had been left at tables, unpaid for, uneaten. Gaming parlors were still, decks unshuffled and wheels unspun. The tasting rooms for both wine and tea were, for the first time in the history of the capital city of Ruana, void of patrons. Savare appreciated the reprieve from the chaos that had raged through the night. Hundreds of people, his people, had relocated up the river that ran down the center of Ruana. The order to flee was met with trepidation, but he was surprised by how many people gave him their faith and trusted in his orders. Now what? Kane whispered. There was no need for discretion, but it suited the stillness that pressed in around them. Now, we go home. Savare took one last look at the building before them. It was the old Shin Manor, the estate that had once been the most prestigious structure on all of Ruana, but had languished in Petra's time, as her focus had shifted to the new manor along the western ridge. This had been his home when he was a boy. It was where his father died. In the calm before the calamity, he could almost pick up the scent of his father's blood from where Petra had ripped his beating heart from his chest. That's it. Kane barked as Savare turned away from the old homestead. You're turning tail and running. Yes, Savare affirmed. No. Kane grabbed Savare's elbow and held his ground, practically yanking him back into place. I will not let you hand Napoli to them. You became OG to fight. And fight I will, Savare vowed. How do you figure? You're leaving our capital, the Shin Jewel, ripe for the taking. Kane snarled at the mere thought. As your Ryu. As my Ryu, I need you above all others to trust me, Kane. Napoli is not in the ground or the buildings. What makes it shine is not the revelries or cafes. It is the people, Kane. They will come here. I know. Savare was counting on it. If Yevon let him down and didn't make a show of taking Ruana, he was in very real trouble. He'd only had time enough to come up with one plan, and this was it. You mean to ambush them? Kane had yet to wrap his mind around not fighting. The streets will run gold with rock blood. No. Savare took Kane's hand, removing it from his person to clutch it tightly in both of his. I will rob Yevon of his conquest. There will be no victory here. He will land on Ruana and be met with nothing more to claim than dust and rotting food. And then you will fight him. I will not duel him yet. Savare shook his head and started again for his boko. Kane fell hastily into step, his feet no doubt trying to make up for the slowness in his mind. He will certainly challenge you. I know. You can do it here without fear of others' involvement. I know. But you won't do it anyway. Kane's voice trailed off, trying to process a concept he had never heard of before. What are you doing, Savare? I'm focusing on the end. Savare mounted his boko, taking up the reins and looking toward the breaking dawn. We've played along with Rock's world order for too long. And for what? If our goal is to build our own, we only have ourselves to answer to. This will be war on Tam as well. They will come to Rock's aid, Kane cautioned, finally understanding, but still 2 steps behind. I know. So it must be, if Shin is to lead. We must earn our victory over both of them. Savare squinted, wondering if he imagined the outlines of Boko on the horizon. Not wanting to take a chance, he spurred his own mount to the skies. Kane did the same. We will soon have perfect chimera. Only then will we strike. And what if she doesn't send them? Kane called over the wind and flapping of wings. She will. I hope you're right, OG. All bets are on the table. Kane looked uncertain, but still he followed. Even when his doubts were at their peak, he followed. He had earned every shifting shade of blue his skin took on in the lightening dawn. With the stakes this high, we have to go all in. Savare gripped the reins, leaving a city he loved dearly behind him to be ransacked in frustration by Rock and the Dragon King. Instead, he headed for the refinery that had just enough gold to produce the first new glider of what he hoped would be many.
40. Florence. In her mind, she was in that oversized bed in Old Dordom she'd foolishly lamented having to make every morning. The noise around her was Ariana's. It was a lazy day, one where there was no job and no one in Mercury Town. The sort of day where she could wake slowly and leave the room a bit of a mess. They would quietly sip something hot while their throats woke up, before bundling up to brave the icy winter wind that swept down the mountains as they set out in search of something more substantial to put in their stomachs. Florence would ogle the hats on pedestals in the window of her favorite hattery and walk slowly by the one confectionery in all of Old Dordom. It would be Ariana who would insist that they had to keep going. They could stop another day, but for now, they had to keep going. I have to keep going. She cracked her eyes open. The light shining from the other side of her eyelids was not evidence of a bright winter morning, but a buzzing electric bulb. The noise around her was not Ariana, but an alchemist. The chill was indeed from winter, but it was magnified by the depths of the underground.
Shanra? Willie? Thomas?
Florence whispered.
They're all fine,
A familiar voice replied.
varying states of fine, but all fine nevertheless.
Florence knew who she was speaking to the moment his face appeared in her vision.
Didn't know you made it to Tear 4, Derek.
I was one of the last to make it out of Tear 2. You'd already moved by the time I got to Tear 0, and by the time you settled in here, neither Nora or I knew how to approach the infamous Florence.
Infamous. Has a nice ring to it.
You would think so.
Without warning, he plunged a syringe into her arm, and a warm sensation flowed up through her veins. Silence passed between them as Florence waited for her mind to clear. Things were different now. Perhaps it was because she'd gained infamy that she hadn't set out in search of them, either. After all, there was a time when he and Nora had been everything to her. That time was over. People changed. The world changed, and everyone moved right along.
How long was I out for?
She looked at her arm, and the large bruise formed around the injection site that her magic had yet to heal.
Only a day.
The alchemist shook his head. Just like that, their relationship had finished settling into a friendly but professional comfort.
We could do more if we had access to proper reagents and medicine, but we'll have to let you mend up the old-fashioned way, with magic alone.
Florence wondered how quickly something became the old-fashioned way, since there had only been magic on Loom for 2 decades.
I'm going to fetch the masters.
Derek left, and shortly after 2 master revolvers entered the small makeshift medical room. Florence recognized them as Bernard and Emma. These were the last 2 master revolvers alive, and one of them was, or would soon be, Vicar.
Don't bother trying to sit up.
One of them raised a hand to stop before she could move.
Save your strength.
If the room wasn't crowded enough, the door opened again, and the 3 other vicars entered. Florence felt like she was some sort of feast laid out for the powerful to devour. It didn't help that her hospital bed was an actual table.
What happened up there?
Dove demanded.
Give her a moment to catch her breath.
Florence appreciated Powell coming to her aid, even when she didn't need it.
I'm fine, thank you, Vicar Powell.
Despite what the masters had told her earlier, Florence pushed herself upright. Her body felt more fatigued than anything else. Her muscles had a dull ache, but it seemed the medicine Derek had given her was taking effect, and the pain was a distant whisper in her mind.
Vicar Gregory assigned a group to go into the hall to test the weapon based off the schematics Ariana had discovered in Master Oliver's office.
She tried to summarize everything as succinctly as possible without leaving out any important details. Most important, she tried to expunge the general disdain that she still found herself harboring for Gregory and the incompetence that led to his death, and the deaths and injury of others.
Why didn't you retreat?
Master Bernard asked when she had finished her story.
Thomas corroborates that he asked you to leave him behind.
Florence thought about it for a long moment, folding and unfolding her hands in her lap. How could she tell the truth without also outing herself as the woman who killed the last vicar alchemist? I don't know what happened in the Alchemists' Guild. She didn't feel guilty for Sophie in the slightest, just as she didn't feel guilty for not pushing Gregory harder about his mistake. But she remained intentionally ambiguous. I know that Vicar Sophie made the decision to leave behind a portion of the guild to die. Florence looked right at Ethel. If anyone knew the truth, it was her. But the vicar's face betrayed nothing. It has never sat well with me, and there's precious little talent left in Loom.
You killed a revolver point blank in the first tribunal, Dove pointed out.
I did, but that was different.
How so? Master Emma asked, more curious than threatening.
Because he made his choice. He stood against Loom, and I stood back. But Thomas, Willie, Shanra, Master Joseph? Florence looked to Dove. The Raven you sent to guide us. She felt guilty she couldn't remember the lad's name. They were all following orders. It was a mistake they had no share in making that would cost them their lives.
How did you know you could make the gun work? Master Bernard asked. I saw the equations and details you gave Gregory. How did you arrive at the correct conclusion when he and the rest of us could not?
Florence wanted to say it was luck, but that wasn't true. I've worked on magical weapons for the better part of my tutelage. I was the gunsmith for the White Wraith, after all. It felt like such an odd thing to confess now. I once saw a weapon fired that I could only assume was experimental, possibly stolen, used by a rider against an airship I was on. I worked on my own guns, tried to recreate what I saw without the benefit of proper guild teaching. So I made up the difference in my lack of education with creativity. Plus, Florence couldn't stop a small smile from gracing her lips, one that quickly faltered from the severity of the situation. I know how a rivet thinks. I know where their minds run into walls and how to step around them.
Can you recreate it? Powell asked. Do you remember what you did?
Of course, Florence confirmed. But I'd want to properly run it by Ariana. She may have improvements to offer.
With this, we can truly fight back, Bernard murmured. Regular Chimera can join the fight here on Loom, and we can send the majority of the perfects directly to Nova.
More than that, we can win. Florence let there be no room for doubt.
We can win with a strong leader at the helm of the revolvers.
It registered to Florence as a weird thing for Powell, of all people, to say. The man looked at the two master revolvers and wondered who he would pick from between them.
We are far from a quorum.
Emma glanced uncertainly at the room.
I will vote for myself. As will I.
Bernard side-eyed the woman who was now his competitor.
Perhaps the other vicars can help break the tie.
I'm not sure I'm qualified. Leave it to the vicar alchemist to retreat from the world and its decisions.
I cast my vote for Florence.
Her ears rang as though Powell's words were gunshot.
What?
Dove squinted her eyes at the vicar harvester.
She is strong because she has learned from many guilds. She is what Loom is working to return to, and what students should strive to be. Better versions of themselves through the acquisition of knowledge.
There's no precedent for this, Ethel cautioned.
There's no precedent for living in the underground either.
Dove shook her head and pinched the bridge of her nose. She sighed heavily.
I vote for her, too.
The vicar raven looked to the two shocked revolvers.
Nothing personal. I just already have a rapport with the girl, and I hate getting to know new people.
Do you think the revolvers would support it? Ethel was the only one focused on how the guild would receive the news.
We haven't even heard if Florence supports this.
Bernard crossed his arms and looked to her. Florence wondered if she stared down another Gregory, another powerful man who saw her as less because of her age and experience and tutelage. Even if he wasn't, there would always be people like Gregory, seeking to undermine her at every turn. Florence looked back to Powell. He had risen in an unconventional way as well, and she had witnessed it. Now she wanted to show him that he had made the right choice in saving her from the wreckage of Tear 1. She wanted to make her life mean something.
I support it,
she affirmed. How do you think you can lead the Revolvers without ever truly being one? Emma asked skeptically.
It's not an outright no,
Florence thought hopefully.
Respectfully, I have been a Revolver from the day I was born.
The room went silent. Florence wondered if she should say something more, but she let those gathered chew over their own thoughts. It gave her time as well to think about the position she was about to put herself in. The more she considered, the less afraid she became. I change my vote. I cast my support for Florence.
What?
Bernard gaped at his counterpart. She did something the last vicar couldn't do. You saw the gun.
That's not reason enough to make someone a vicar.
She did something more than that, Powell interjected. She united Loom. The vicar harvester held up his hand, drawing a circle in the air around his palm. 5 guilds, once separate like fingers, united once more as a singular entity. He curled his hand into a fist. The 5 guilds of Loom. Florence had always imagined them like one great chain, but perhaps they were more like a hand. They could move separately, but their strength came from banding together, from seeing that they were one united force. I support her. Vicar Ethel finally made up her mind. All eyes fell to Bernard.
I'm outvoted,
he shrugged.
My opinion hardly matters.
It matters to me.
Florence waited to continue until she was sure the whole of his attention was on her.
You are one of the only 2 masters. I will need your help, leadership, and insight. I will not take up this mantle surrounded by bad blood.
He squinted at her, and Florence wondered what he was searching for. She knew nothing about the man, so she didn't know what to portray. Even if she did, she was too tired to fabricate anything.
Had it been you and Gregory alone, and you knew his gun was defective, would you still have tried to warn him?
Yes.
Despite her honest answer, Bernard's eyebrows rose and he looked even more skeptical.
He was the Vicar Revolver. I would have tried to save his life even if it meant pointing out his mistake.
And if he still didn't listen?
Then I would have let him die. As the Vicar Revolver, he must be held responsible for his own mistakes, even if they cost his life.
And you? Will we hold you accountable with your life?
I would have it no other way.
A bit of her raven shone through, and Florence smiled wildly.
Isn't that the way of the Revolver? Taking life in your hands and accepting what happens if you drop it?
Bernard continued to scrutinize her, but finally gave a nod and left the room. On his way out, he said,
"You have my support."
There was a gravity to the way the door clicked closed. It was as if the matter was deemed finished before Florence had even wrapped her mind around it. Had that really just happened?
"Let us hold a tribunal tomorrow when you're feeling stronger,"
Powell suggested.
"We need to go over the status of the philosophers' boxes and how we can manufacture your guns in addition."
Right. Send me Shanra.
Florence tried to keep her voice strong. She felt a tempest of emotions, but none of them was hesitation at being named the Vicar Revolver.
She can whisper to Ariana for me.
The room cleared and Florence found herself alone for one very long minute. She could do nothing more than stare at her hands, in shock. Somehow, she'd managed to keep herself level, composed, in control. But now her bones felt like they were trying to rattle her flesh into gelatin. She curled and uncurled her fingers into fists, thinking of Powell's metaphor. If the guilds were like hands, then she too must be. There was a part of her that was scared, and it was no less or more than the part of her that was thrilled. Nerves flourished within the confident woman who knew she was about to step into the most important role of her life. She inhaled through her nose and exhaled through her mouth, her hands balled into fists. Like the competing parts within her, she would bring all of Loom together as one. The door opened, and Shanra practically bounded in with excitement. "I just heard. News travels fast." Florence smiled faintly. Shanra sat on the edge of the low table Florence had been laid out on. "I'm sure you wanted to be the first to tell me. So don't be upset, Especially because, now that you have been told, I need you to whisper to Ariana. I must tell her what happened with the gun." "I'm at your service, Vicar Revolver." She very much liked the way Shanra purred the words, Vicar Revolver. Florence reached up a hand and cupped the curve of the cheek she so adored. "I do like the sound of that." "There's something else you should know." Shanra sat on the edge of her bed, brushing Florence's hair from her face. "There was a whisper while you were out. You're not the only one with a new title." "What?" "It seems she's killed Louis. We're all reporting to the Queen of Wraiths now." "Killed Louis?" Florence repeated, wondering what could have possessed Ariana to go so far. "Don't we need him?" "She seems to think otherwise." Florence struggled to make sense of what she was hearing. Just what was Ariana doing? Shanra raised her hand to her ear, but Florence tugged it away before she could activate the whisper link to one of Louis's, Ariana's, lackeys. "It can wait 1 more second," Florence said, pulling the other woman toward her. She claimed Shanra's mouth and felt her lover relax into the kiss. Florence herself relaxed for what felt like the first time in ages, despite the weight of all her new responsibilities. That was Shanra's power, or perhaps the power of them coming together. Florence would tell Ariana. She must. But Vickers did not jump to associate with those who ruled the underworld, and she, Florence, the runaway raven who had been decreed to die, was a vicar now. 41. Ariana. Her golden cabling whizzed through her harness with a precise zip. The clang of gold on metal as her clip slid along the railing came to a hard stop. Ariana swung around a low smokestack at breakneck speeds 2 seconds after the initial churning of gears ceased. 3 seconds after that, a glider whizzed around one of the giant main houses of the refinery hall. To make the jump to the glider, Ariana had to know the glider's approximate rate of speed, her terminal velocity mid-swing, and the cusp where the two would meet. Numbers like those were all child's play. She soared through the air on a collision course with the glider. A shining corona coated the dragon's skin, so Ariana's daggers were sheathed. During her first stint on Nova, a dragon had pointed out something pivotal to her. The corona was designed to protect from harm, and it was designed by Fenthry. So the Fenthry engineers, who were geniuses to develop such a magical field, did so to protect from Loom's weaponry, metals, bullets, blasts. There was never any accounting for bone. Bone was just what protruded from both of Ariana's fingertips. Bone in the shape of giant talons, forged by magic and hardened by the dragon's hands she'd stolen from a man who had worked against Loom until his dying breath. Now she'd use that same magic to sculpt Loom's future from the flesh that shredded beneath her palms. The rider had only a moment to look up in shock as Ariana landed atop him. Her claws dug into his shoulder and neck, shearing flesh from muscle and muscle from bone. Tendons snapped. She savored his look of shock in the moments before he released the handholds, sending them both tumbling through the air. Wind gusts over her ears, and Ariana knew she had mere breaths before they would both be plastered on the next metal cropping. Live to fight the next battle, instinct cried. Ariana relinquished the rider to the sound of the crashing glider behind her. She unclipped the golden clip from her harness. The dragon snarled in rage and flailed his arms attempting to strike her, or cling to her, whichever he could manage. Her gold line was impervious to his strikes, so she cast it without hesitation. Her stomach was in her throat and shot back down to her lower abdomen as the line snapped to tension. The dragon's claws sunk into her calf, and Ariana swiped at him with a snarl. She shredded the tendons in his wrist, his hand going lax, and he continued to fall without her. His body met the refinery's rock foundation with a calamitous clang. Ariana tapped her winch box. She slowed her descent to non-lethal speeds, keeping the line loose enough that the cabling spun freely off its spools, and her stomach shot back into her throat. When she was 2 pekkas from the ground, she pulled the linchpin on the box and fell the rest of the way. Dazed and barely conscious, the dragon rider blinked up at her. Fools hesitated, and sympathizers died. Ariana plunged her claws into the man's chest, perforating his lungs and surrounding his heart. She twisted, ripped, and ended the dragon's life. The door to her right burst open. Ariana sunk her teeth into the soft tissue of the rider's heart. Blood exploded in her mouth, the taste of blackberries, tart yet sweet. With that sweetness was something all the more savory. Magic flooded her senses. It pulsed within her, bolstered her own. Her wounds healed, her skin regained its strength, and with a snap of her fingers, her line returned itself to its coil as she turned to face the next enemy. The dragon levied a gun against her, one of the reasons she was here to begin with. Ariana dropped into a crouch, ready to dodge the shot. The dragon snarled and pulled the trigger at the same time as she lunged. He tried to anticipate her movements. His gun swung right as Ariana pushed forward. He thought she'd move to the side, but Ariana went straight for the jugular. He swung back. The dragon pulled the trigger again, and Ariana heard a familiar click. She drew her dagger and plunged it into his throat. With that style rifle, you need to reload a canister with every shot, she chided softly. The dragon threw aside the empty weapon with a shout of frustration. He had fight in him as he gripped her shoulders, making a play for her throat. Ariana tumbled, slid into a crouch, and prepared to lunge anew. "Witch!" he shouted at her before swiping with his claws. "Scientist!" Ariana corrected, dodging his slash. She thrust with one dagger, and the dragon moved left, completely ignoring the second blade, attached to a golden line at his back. He fell, and another appeared. The dragons here were bleary from sleep, shocked into sluggishness, out of their element in narrow industrial halls. There wasn't a true combatant among them, at least not by the standards of the Queen of Wraiths. She tore through them one after the next. Golden daggers floated at the ends of her lines like barbed tentacles shooting from her hips, carved out the hearts of all who dared to oppose her. Ariana killed without question. Man, woman, young or old, if they stood before her, they would be struck down. Dawn broke over the horizon to find her bathed in slowly evaporating gold. Ariana's chest heaved and her eyes were blurry from exhaustion. She ran on the magic of her conquests, shoving hearts in her mouth in the same unreserved way Florence would indulge herself on an unattended plate of cookies. Magic from deep below prickled at her senses. Ariana knew what she'd find before she arrived at the heavy bolted door. Still, when she pulled it open and looked at the squalor within, the men and women blinking nervously at her, her chest felt heavier than all the metal and stone of the refinery that surrounded her. "I can't save you all," it was where she had to start, "but I can try to give you each the power to save yourselves."
"Who are you?"
a woman stammered. The Queen of Wraiths." Ariana sheathed her daggers. "And I come from the rebellion on Loom." Shocked rumors rose among the Fenthri slaves. "House Shin is standing with us, and together we will overthrow the Dragon King and save Loom." For all she believed in Florence and Svare, uttering the words was hard. How many times in her lifetime alone would she espouse the end of Yevun's rule? "Help me dismantle this refinery, then flee, hide, stay out of sight, and stay alive until Rock has fallen." They looked nervously at each other. No one moved. She wondered if Florence would have been able to inspire them to action. Ariana was not meant for rousing speeches or motivating the masses. She was the hired blade in the dark. "I can take one of you with me," she continued anyway. "Loom needs knowledge of the weaponry and whatever else they're having you make here. I will let you decide who it will be. This is the Fenthri way." The slaves looked among themselves, and still no one moved. Then murmurs, speaking, a consensus. Ariana watched them use their minds for themselves for the first time in what may have been decades. They selected one man with the circled symbol of a rivet on his cheek. He was young enough that Ariana didn't recognize him from their time in the guild, but old enough that she had no doubt he'd spent most of his life on Nova. "I'll bring the information back to Loom." "Good." Ariana gave a curt nod. "Now that that's settled, let's get to work making Rock's life as difficult as possible." 42. Coletta. Even when the world was at war, Lisp was a beauty to behold. The brown winter grasses against the brilliant reds of the estate created an ethereal elegance that was capped with a bright sky, its blue almost washed into a soft off-white. It was not uncommon for the clouds above the gods' line to deposit rain or snow onto their island, but the winter had been dry so far. Coletta preferred it this way. She didn't like getting the hems of her clothes muddy, and the only damp she ever wanted to feel on her hands was the blood of her enemies. As much as Tam flaunted their island's perpetual jewel tones as some kind of superiority, Coletta found the world in stasis several times more stunning than the lushest of gardens, with the exception of her own garden, of course. It was a day of thinking of Tam, as she'd greeted the Viridian house just hours ago. She played the part of the Rock Ryu they expected, a mysterious woman whose presence often heralded death, but it couldn't be of her own doing, for she was much too frail for that. She didn't have the spine to kill someone. She didn't have a spine at all. Or so Coletta imagined them whispering. The entourage would take the rumors back to a hungry Guaeru, where the nobility would eat them up like dogs fighting over the juiciest scrap to bring some satiation to their meaningless lives. House Tam represented balance, all things equal, as their motto stated. But balance, Coletta found, was a close sibling to complacency, and complacency was the lover of sloth. While the dragon in her thought it was always a shame to see her race reduced to something that glorified excess, Tam's taste for finer things and the time to enjoy them suited her. It made the house easy to control and fairly simple to work with. If there was one thing that didn't suit the comfort of luxury, it was the chaos of rebellion. The woman walking next to her was one of the few Coletta did not expect to deceive. From the first moment Dorev Tam Ryu To, arrived at the Rock Estate, she saw Coletta as a force to be reckoned with. Coletta saw much the same in her fern-colored counterpart. They each knew who was really in charge at the respective households. So while the majority of the attendants and upper nobility of both houses sat in on a meeting with Yevun Oji and Kashi Oji, the real decisions were being made by the two women who strolled the estate with only a few hand-picked attendants, many steps behind.
Lisp in the winter is stunning. The way the sun shines on the browning grasses that adorn your hillsides makes the whole of the island look as though it has been dipped in gold.
Doriv Ryu made no effort to further disguise the remark on their dead foliage as a compliment.
Guaero is equally stunning this time of year. All your large flowering trees endlessly dumping their petals is quite the spectacle to behold. Also, I hear.
Coletta responded in kind.
I didn't know you thought of Guaero with such fondness, Rock Ryu.
Doriv Ryu adjusted the chiming earrings that pulled needle-eye holes into the lobes of her long ears.
Perhaps we'll conduct one of our future meetings at my homeland, rather than dragging the entirety of House Tam's nobility across the sky.
Ah, I know how so many speak with fondness of the opportunity to come and try Lisp beef and see the Rock Estate. I'd hate to deny them the opportunity.
You are a truly charitable woman. I don't know how you give so much away to others while still having enough for yourself, such that you create the flamboyant lodgings where you house guests.
Doriv motioned to the gliding on the columns that supported the roof covering the walkway, which wound through the wild outer fields they roamed.
It is important to make sure we both take care of our people, while continuing to display Rock's might. Indeed.
Doriv stopped and half-turned, looking out over the sea of slowly dying greenery between carefully placed statues. Coletta stopped as well, angling her body to mimic the other Ryu. Neither of them cared about the flowers, or the grasses, or the sun, or the end of the Boko mating season, or any of the other pointless topics they had spent the morning discussing. They cared about one thing alone: how close they were to any other living, sentient creature who was not one of their most loyal vassals.
You like this spot, Coletta observed. You usually stop here.
This scuff here, Doriv answered, running her fingers over an unassuming etching on the column beside her,
marks the spot at which our conversation officially becomes private.
Indeed, Coletta smiled. She enjoyed the reaction her scarred gray gums and knobby teeth evoked in other dragons. It was its own type of terror.
This was a meeting you called. What is so important that you needed to speak with me in person?
The wine turned sour at the Crimson Court. Doriv began walking again. An odd affair, that. I don't believe there has ever been a case of deadly mold on wine casks before.
An odd affair, indeed. Perhaps it was Lord Shin requesting a tithing of his people.
I certainly hope so. Doriv's hand was back to playing with her earring. I've heard whispers of some nefarious designs.
Have you?
Coletta asked earnestly. It was imperative that, at any given time, she knew what the world knew about her. The moment the masses actually saw her as a threat was the moment she lost the vast majority of her effectiveness. Yevun was the visible menace. she the invisible hand holding the dagger from the flanks.
"Only rumours, nothing more, and nothing worth heeding past the gossip parlour doors."
The answer wasn't satisfying for Coletta, but she saw no avenue to pursue the matter. Furthermore, she had to trust her alliance with Doriv. If there was something to consider alarming, the woman would tell her. Doriv immediately proved Coletta right.
"However, if they are true, it would be a grave offence. Ending a Crimson Court before the majority of grievances could be heard would be the least of it, really. To slay dragons outside of proper duels, or cause death on such a mass scale, the idea is unprecedented."
Coletta skillfully refrained from pointing out that Shin's mere existence gave her cause to wipe their blue faces off the earth itself.
"And then there's the matter of Petra Shin Oji,"
Doriv continued.
"Her death is not sitting well with House Shin. They think that, too, has some darker truth to it. The new Oji duelled the late Fenna on such grounds. If these accusations prove true, in addition to the other oddities, House Tam would need to evaluate and potentially work to remove a power that acts so far out of Nova's structure."
She heard Doriv's warning clearly.
"Well, if such terrible things were to have transpired, it seems the persons involved would have acted with the utmost cunning, if they are only floating rumours. The Shin can hardly be trusted to be unbiased, or logical for that matter. They all have so much to grieve for now. They act like children in their time of mourning." "One would hope it is just the lunacies of a grieving house. It would be a shame to have to forcefully shift the world back into balance so that all things are once more equal." "Indeed. After all, doing so could result in many of the Tam nobility being forced to give up the titles and the luxuries that come to them from the graciousness of House Rock." "Rebellion is good for no one,"
Doriv agreed.
"All one needs to do to see it is look at the fen in the world below."
Something that should be alleviated soon. It was the only topic Coletta wasn't utterly sure of. The Fen were agents of chaos. No matter how carefully she planned and plotted, the wretched little creatures were determined to prove their insolence. Yevun did the situation no favors either.
"Let's hope so. It's such a nuisance."
"Yes, well, we can only hope the nuisances of the world are put to rest sooner over later." I make every effort. Even if half of Coletta's efforts were thwarted by idiocy or incompetence or the foolishness of the system she was forced to navigate.
"Speaking of efforts, I hear there is a disgraced Tam babysitting House Shin."
There was. Fey Rock, Coletta affirmed.
"How fitting that Rock requires a wayward Tam to keep the balance with House Shin. It is in our blood, after all."
Rock name, Tam blood. Together it's a powerful combination, Coletta answered carefully. She wanted to drive her point with the Tam Ryu deep. Our families making a stable balance, equal force. We both have much to gain and much to lose if that balance is disrupted.
Tam will continue to defend the balance so long as House Rock continues to abide by dragon law.
Tam, and that bloody obsession with the law, Coletta thought as Doriv spoke. And so long as we continue to be appropriately compensated for the assistance we give.
They stopped again, now at the apex of the large loop that swept around the outer fields. A pathway split away through the hills, still paved but no longer covered. Usually their conversation would shift back to veiled threats and jabs as they rounded the curve back to the estate proper.
How lovely it would be to have some precious gold to adorn Tam's castle.
The Tam Ryu turned in a different direction than normal, headed away from the estate.
Perhaps some could be spared, as a gift between our families, a gesture of thanks.
Coletta heard the request clearly. It was a request that all prior conversations with the Ryu had prepared her to hear.
I said it before, Coletta Ryu. You are much too generous.
Dorev smiled, showing her razor-sharp teeth. Coletta did the same. Dorev folded her hands before her.
I hear rumors, too, that Yavun's refineries are taking shape.
That was the greatest lie of them all. The refineries were a failure. Difficult to maintain, difficult to feed with resources. They were glorified houses for the gold she had stolen from Loom. A facade, and nothing more.
Would you like to see one?
Coletta knew better than to deny the woman, which would only raise suspicion. She knew the request was inevitable, but trusted that her carefully crafted plans would yield the expected result. Coletta knew something was wrong the moment the wind shifted around them. The air smelled sweet rather than sharp with the metallic tang of the refinery. She couldn't demand they turn around. To do so would be admitting something had gone awry. But as the refineries nestled in the hills beyond the rock estate came into view, Coletta wasn't prepared for what she found.
It's quiet.
Damn Dorev and her observations.
We run it on alternate days, so as not to draw too much attention to it.
The Tam Ryu gave a small hum of amusement.
I can see the gold transported to you from here,
Coletta offered, trying to arrest their progress.
I'd like to see these operations, temples of industry from the world below.
Coletta had no grounds to object, so she didn't. She continued onward and downward to the main entry. The tangy, sweet smell became overwhelming. Coletta had no option to brace herself.
We'll head straight to the storehouse.
Whatever had happened here, Coletta would deal with later. For now, she'd show the gold she'd stolen from Loom, keep the illusion of a strong house rock, and get Dorev out as quickly as possible.
Lead on.
The woman's smile was knowing, frustratingly so. Coletta walked through the still passageways, trapped in by lattices of steel and iron, to a small storehouse not far from the outer edge of the refinery grounds. Coletta took a breath, unbarring the door. Were it not for the dozens, hundreds, thousands of people she'd killed over the years, her face might have cracked. The room that she'd filled to the brim with gold from Loom, stolen from storehouses, revealed to her by the self-styled Fen King's notes, was completely vacant. A large pennon hung over a pile of hearts, dull and fraying already with rot. Coletta read over the brief message, painted with the grease pencils the Fen used to mark various machines and walkways in the refineries. After a long moment of silence, Dorev was the first to speak.
Coletta Ryu, who exactly is the Queen of Wraiths?
43. Florence. I don't call the shots, just deliver them. Helen shrugged at a fuming Vicar Dove. We sent 100 men and women to be made into perfect chimera, and you bring us only 3 back and ask for 50 more?
Again, just delivering the message."
Florence looked at the delivery summary in question. She knew, better than Powell or Dove, what the request meant. They had precious few revolvers as it was. To ferry them by the tens to Tier 3 was putting a strain on their ability to defend themselves in Tier 4. "What are Willard and Ethel thinking?" Dove turned her attention to Powell and Florence. It was a question Florence knew the other vicar didn't really want to be answered, but answer she would.
"They're trying to encourage us to consolidate."
"Then they should outright say it." Dove pushed away from the table where the papers lay strewn, as if she was too disgusted by them to bear another moment in their presence. The alchemists had been sent ahead to Gare to learn how to transplant the boxes and then become perfect chimera themselves. At first, due to tempering issues, the process was painfully slow. But, as was the case with most new technology, things improved quickly and efficiency increased exponentially. From the whispers, it seemed the alchemists were content to stay in Gare for a while. It was a hard point to argue when that was the site of the boxes.
"I'm fairly sure they have."
Florence picked up the letter from Ethel that encouraged the rest of the guilds to come south.
"It's not an illogical proposition."
"We cannot keep moving people," Dove objected. "And there's the issue of dragon attacks," Powell added. "If we hadn't already sent so many revolvers south, that wouldn't be an issue," Dove seethed.
"What's done is done. There's little point in arguing now."
Florence couldn't believe she was younger than both of them, especially not when they acted like squabbling children.
"We should heed Ethel's suggestion and relocate."
"We just got to Tier 4, Dove needlessly reminded Florence.
"We arrived at Tier 4 nearly 8 months ago, and this move will be far less tedious with established rail lines. We can leave right through the guild hall. It's a fairly straight shot south from Hulk's."
"But we did just finish fortifying the underground." As weak as the objection was, it was still an objection, and Florence couldn't remember the last time Powell spoke against her. She hoped it wouldn't become a habit.
"Fortifications in the form of blocking tunnels and building some doors," Florence countered. "Hardly any significant investment of time or resources."
"And turrets," Vicar Dove reminded.
"We set up 2 turrets. Though I realize you may have gotten the number confused since it doesn't directly relate to your ravens."
Florence was almost proud of how nonchalantly she delivered such a scathing remark. "Careful, Florence, or one might think that you are fostering separation between the guilds."
"I would never."
Florence returned them to the topic at hand, not wanting to risk further ire.
"In any case, we cannot ignore these 2 attacks on Tier 3. The dragons have finally realized our manufacturing there."
"Took them long enough," Helen mumbled. "If only it took them longer," Powell remarked with a pointed look.
"We must protect the factories at all costs," Florence continued, unbothered by the exchanges occurring around her. "They are a far greater priority than staying holed in the underground."
"We can use those same lines you mentioned earlier to transport what we need here," Dove insisted.
"You can't possibly mean that."
Florence was beginning to suspect that Dove was just fighting her for the sake of fighting now. "I do very much.
The trains run on tracks easily targeted by dragons."
Florence shook her head.
"They can destroy the tracks and separate us. Remember the whole reason we banded together?"
Florence held up her hand by her shoulder, palms out, fingers upward, mimicking the symbol that had come to represent the sign of their rebellion.
5 guilds, separate but connected, and together strong.
Powell sighed a sound that had a distinct tone of resignation in it. "There are more resources in Tier 3 than the underground. We're running thin on food."
"The Ravens Guild has storerooms."
"That have all been exhausted." "Fine," Dove threw her hands into the air. we shall move again. But we do it slowly, one group at a time.
No, Florence shot down the idea immediately. We take out all locomotives at once. We run them one after the other. And we move together as one unit, safe and strong. That way, if the dragons should take notice, they can't find a way to block the lines and separate us on opposite ends of the continent.
The room was silent for a long moment. Florence took silence to mean victory, and she turned to Helen and Will. She barely recognized her old friends now. They had gone off to be emissaries of the seedy underbelly of Loom, and Florence had become the Vicar Revolver. She wished them well, but there would be little more than that between them as the years progressed. If the years progressed.
Return to Gare with the requested manpower. Inform Willard, Ethel, and Ariana that we will be moving to Tear 3.2.
Not Gare? Hal interrupted.
No.
Florence shook her head and looked back to the edited schematics she and Ariana had been passing between them by way of Helen.
Gare needs to stay focused on making the Philosopher's Box. We will set up in Tear 3.2, close enough that we are nothing more than a stone's throw away, and can exchange information, resources, and men with ease. But far enough that we can retrofit our own factories to make the guns. Are there any questions?
Silence.
No? Good. Let's get to work.
44. Coletta. She was particularly grateful for Ulia's help in undoing the intricate clasping on the front of her jacket that night. Coletta wasn't sure if her hands had ever felt so shaky, and it took all her focus to keep them even, her voice level.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
Ulia asked as she slung the garment over her hand for proper cleaning. Even the girl, one of the most loyal among them, was nervous now. She had seen the refinery and the look on Dorev's face when the pennon was discovered.
No, leave.
Ulia hovered for a half-second, debate written on her face. This was not the night to be insubordinate. But Coletta had every faith that she knew as much. Whatever made her falter was of the utmost importance.
Yes?
It is perhaps nothing.
Ulia kept her eyes downcast.
I do not claim to know the greatness you weave, nor would I ever dream of passing judgment.
Out with it.
Coletta had no patience for floundering. Ulia jumped at the unusual strength in Coletta's voice.
I noticed that Yian's room has been empty for a few days now. I merely thought it odd that there has been no sign from her. I wondered, perhaps, if this Queen of Wraiths—
How long has it been?
Coletta interrupted, formulating her own theories. She had merely assumed Yian had been focused on the eradication of the flowers, but now that she thought of it, it had been some time since one of her more favorite flowers had come before her.
Since I last saw her, a month, maybe more.
Ulia shook her head.
I apologize, milady. It's merely an estimate.
You did well to tell me.
Coletta forced out the praise. Taking out aggressions on her most loyal for the faults of others was a very certain way to lose that loyalty.
Now, get out.
Yes.
This time Ulia did depart. There was truly no rest for the weary. Before Coletta even had a breath to think about Yian and the last update she had received on the flowers of Agendi, another invaded her space.
Coletta!
Yevun roared.
I am here.
She kept her voice calm, almost monotonous. One of them had to keep it together.
What happened?
It was such an odd sight to see Yevun in her chambers that Coletta almost overlooked the fact that he was pacing like a wild animal, newly freed from its cage.
Everything with the Tam Oji goes well, and then just as they depart, Dorev Ryu offers me her condolences for our loss.
That there is no gold?"
He stopped and squared off against her.
"You assured me there would be gold."
"There was.
"Then what—"
It was stolen."
"Stolen?"
Had someone told Coletta what she was currently telling Yevon, her reaction would have been much the same.
"Who would dare?"
"The Queen of Wraiths."
Emotions swept across his face, one after the next, swirling until they reached peak speeds, turning the dono into a twister that was prepared to kill everything in its path.
"Queen of Wraiths! I told you that Ariana was dangerous. I told you she was the one we needed to hunt."
Yevon drew a finger like a Fenthry gun, casting it at her.
"You cautioned against it. Sent Faye to Shin. Now see what it has wrought."
Coletta's mouth twitched, and she fought to keep her face impassive. It was hard to say if Yevon was right, but she also couldn't assert that he was wrong.
"These are unfortunate events, but—"
But? We are thwarted at every turn on Loom."
Yevon snarled out some nasty series of words and set to pacing once more.
"Even on Ruana, we are struggling to hold Napoli on resolve alone. Our men are dying of skirmishes in the night, or of boredom."
Napoli. The battle, if it could be called that, as they were met with no resistance from House Shin, was over in a night, which Yevon had interpreted to mean that they could run through the island unhindered. Shin was unfortunately too smart for that. They had retreated into their forests and mountains, copying the strategy Loom had been embracing for months. Hiding was shameful for a dragon, but it kept them alive.
"That blue scum,"
Svare, Coletta filled in mentally,
"will not respond to my demands for a duel."
"Nor will he."
Yevon's claws shot from his fingertips. Coletta allowed the ripple of his magic to send shivers up her spine, dotting it with goosebumps. It was a sickening sweet smell, rage ripening her mate.
"He calls himself Oji. If he ever wishes to be recognized properly on Nova, he must respond to my challenge."
"Not if he seeks to topple Nova."
Coletta moved with all the grace she possessed, easing herself down on the ottoman in the center of the room.
"He has no hope of toppling Nova. We shall win every duel."
"There are no duels to be had."
Nor would there be. Were she in Svare's position, she'd wait until she held all the cards before making a public stand against Yevon.
"This is unheard of. He's acting like
"Like a Fenthry."
The statement drew Yevon's attention. Finally seeing his eyes clear from anger, enough to listen at least, Coletta continued.
"The Fenthry care not for proper society, as we know. They will do anything to survive, and Shin is no better. The ends, their ends, will justify the means used to achieve them, even if that means ignoring dragon law. Why would they? If they don't, they die. If they do, they have a slim chance of victory."
"You must be truly mad to understand their twisted logic."
Yevon shook his head slowly, as if disgust weighted down his movements.
"My madness is why you love me."
Coletta stretched her mouth wide, showing her teeth, and reminding him of all the poisons she had endured for the sake of their greatness.
"One of my many reasons."
Yevon hulked over her like a great mountain casting a long shadow on the ground below it. But Coletta didn't mind being in his shadow. She thrived in it. She conducted her business in his wake, used his greatness to distract from her own, his massive frame her shield.
"Our grey wards seek to overthrow us from beneath. The scourge of dragon society fights against us and is gaining ground. Our key ally has left this day on fragile relations. And yet, you smile.
I do.
Why?
At last, he asked the right questions. But Coletta didn't know yet if he was ready for the answers. Because we, too, can build an army. Shin isn't the only house that can think like the Fen.
Do you mean?
Eagerness hovered more potently than his words. Shin has looked to the Fenthri to be perfect. Rock, we make our own perfection.
You have met success.
It was not a question. Come, my Oji, and allow me to show you my grey room. Coletta started for the door, not even bothering to see if he was following, for she knew there was no way Yevon had escaped her mental tether. It was good that she had him enthralled, for now. When he learned the bitter truth of her triumph, Coletta knew his rage would be uncontrollable. 45. Ariana. Ariana nearly lost her breath pulling the glider upright. She landed it on a platform, albeit roughly, rather than going for the hangar on the edge of Gare. She was in and out so often by glider these days, it had become her own personal landing pad. After you. Xavier, the master rivet who'd returned home with her, descended with wonder in his eyes. Ariana couldn't imagine what the homecoming was like for him.
I never expected to see it again.
I believe it. Ariana stepped heavily off the glider. Feeding on dragon hearts was a way to sustain, but not thrive. She needed some time before she went up to Nova again. There was a click inside the tower her platform was attached to, and the entire structure groaned to life. Xavier held his hands out, working to balance himself, unaccustomed to the mechanics of the guild hall. Ariana could hear the grinding of massive gears as an entire segment of the tower turned, connecting with another platform that had been on the opposite side. Waiting there was a familiar, weathered face.
I'm beginning to think you have a death wish.
It wasn't much of a greeting from the Vicar Rivet. Willard walked over, stopped when his eyes settled on Xavier. I brought a master home, liberated from our enemies. Ariana explained. Xavier was overcome with emotion, and given the glistening in his eyes, it would be some time until he could form cohesive sentences.
I thought you were acquiring more flowers.
Willard gave her a long, hard stare. Oh, I got those. Ariana patted the satchel at her side. I just made a detour, working off some intel that Rock had built their own refineries and workshops.
What? How did you find this out?
Our dragon friends. It wasn't entirely a lie. Svare had mentioned the refinery project when he had shown her Shin's own structure. But what prompted her to actually investigate was when the Dragon Queen had asked Adam for 2 more ledgers from Hulks, thinking the demand would be passed on to Louis. Ariana recognized the target ingredients as refinery resources.
Dragon friends?
Xavier was brought back to life with the mention of dragons.
It's true? Shin?
It is.
Willard ushered the master toward him.
Come, come, we'll get you inside. I'll summon the Vicar Alchemist to look at you both.
I'm fine, Willard. Ariana stretched. She knew the cure for her ailments. A good night's rest, rarer than gold now on Loom. I'm going to head toward the workshops.
The Vicar Alchemist is here?
Xavier asked, ignoring her. Ariana was hardly offended. She wanted to be forgotten by people as quickly as she appeared before them. Willard gave Ariana a nod before ushering Xavier away. We've come to attend you, O Queen. Helen burst through a door opposite the one Willard had just departed through. She gave a bow with a mocking flourish.
Ariana was weeks away from trying to fight the foolishness of her unwanted raven chicks. Instead, she shrugged out of her coat. "Will, follow Willard and tell him that I need to speak with him when he's done with Xavier." Ariana threw the garment at Helen. "And you, fix my sleeve." "I am not a tailor." Helen fumed to the point of nearly stomping her foot like the child she was. "And I am not a babysitter. You want to remain in my good graces?" Helen stormed off without another word, thanks to a look of encouragement from Will, who followed close behind. Ariana headed in the opposite direction. The manufacturing line might be where the boxes were made, but the workshops were where they transformed into functioning philosophers' boxes that were then passed along to what had become the alchemist's wing of the guild hall. They were implanted in Chimera, and after that, it was up to the revolvers for training. "I'd like to see everyone's progress," Ariana announced the moment she entered the room, and set down the tubes of flowers in their storage spot. She was too tired for pleasantries and focused on the task at hand. It was a mixed bag of successes that launched her into a familiar lecture. Extracting the properties of the flowers comes more from magic than mechanics. You need to heat the gold using magic, and then pull the magic that lives in the flower into it while it's near molten. Try again. Ariana stood over one particularly focused journeyman, and, at the risk of breaking his concentration, said, "Exactly like that. You know the magic is transferring properly because the gold will actually begin to cool again. It's very similar to tempering with blood." "Oh," the journeyman said. "But we're not mixing the molten gold with blood here." "No, just the magics are mixing," Ariana reiterated. "It's not identical to tempering with blood, fundamentally similar but not the same." A woman gave a grunt of frustration, hanging her head over like a wilted flower petal. Ariana didn't even need to touch the box in her hands to know that it wasn't tempered properly. She struggled with all her might to stifle a sigh, and failed. She was too tired these days to expend much energy on patience. "Put any boxes you think are successful on the table here." Vicar Willard's voice cut through the room, saving Ariana from herself. "The rest, bring back into the finishing room to be recalibrated, so we may try again tomorrow." Ariana gave the man a severe look, but managed to hold her tongue until they were alone somehow. "There won't be a tomorrow if they don't get better at this." "Exactly. So why stress them further and lessen our chances?" She ground her knuckles into the table next to her. "You really don't take after Oliver after all." "Excuse me?" Ariana arched her eyebrows. "Well, given how you were at first with the initiates, with Florence, I thought perhaps we had a new great teacher among us." Florence. She knew the woman had departed for Terre 3.2, where they had begun manufacturing the new weapons. "I just play favorites with the competent. In that way, I'm exactly like Oliver." Ariana shrugged, leaning against the table, completely unashamed of the fact. Willard chuckled at the idea, but didn't contest it. "How's our master?" "With Vicar Ethel, then I think some much-needed rest." Ariana let her silence be her agreement. She could not imagine what the man was going through, having spent his life on Nova until now. Willard returned his attention to the boxes. "Will you be able to do any today?" Ariana glanced over at the boxes that lined the table. She'd already counted how many they had started with, and knew how many more were in the other room waiting to be salvaged. Even more still waited at the end of the line on the factory floor beyond that. 10, maybe 15. "Stick with 10, Willard cautioned. "You've been expending a lot of magic these days with your jaunts up to Nova." "I'm not a child, old man. I don't need you cautioning me." "I think you do." Willard stood his ground, and Ariana didn't argue the point further. The last thing she wanted was him bringing up the last time she'd pushed herself too hard, and he'd found her completely passed out the next morning on the floor of the workshop. It was an embarrassment he'd spared her publicly, but Ariana was now tempted to tell all of Loom herself, so the man couldn't hang it over her head. "We don't have that many flowers in any case. We're somewhat limited until more perfect chimera can confidently fly gliders. We should preserve them for more practice."
How are things with the revolvers going? There was only a small pack of them now, training what few perfect chimera had been made. But they were all hoping for more to come, since Loom had moved away from the underground.
"Progressing. I will ask you to measure the progress of the first class. You know better than anyone what they need to stand against dragons."
Ariana folded her arms over her chest. Speaking of fighting dragons, the refineries on Nova, while utterly pointless, are refineries.
"No resources?"
"No resources," Ariana affirmed. She found it amusing how any Fenthri instantly knew about the issue with refineries on Nova, but none of the dragons seemed to have figured it out, or heeded the warnings. In any case, they are making weapons there.
"Dragons armed with weapons. That is not ideal."
"No," she agreed, "but they're rudimentary, and the dragons don't understand how to use them. We'll still overpower them with Florence's gun and with the perfect chimera."
"Oddly optimistic for you," he observed.
Ariana shrugged. "What other choice do I have?"
"A hard spot we've put you in indeed."
"I don't mind the fighting."
"I didn't just mean the fighting."
She stared at the old man, waiting for him to clarify.
"You spent your life in secrecy, Ariana. You've worked in the shadows, functioned mostly alone. Now so much rests on your shoulders. Too much."
"I'm fine." Ariana herself didn't know if it was a lie. "As I said before, what other choice do I have? I won't abandon Loom."
"That's good to hear."
Ariana searched the vicar's face. Her eyes narrowed. "Did you suspect I would?"
"You were forced into the limelight. Your hand is forced to action. And you were forced to do what no inventor should. Share your schematics."
Sharing them was my choice. The 4 words were so familiar that Ariana almost believed them. Willard spared her his protest.
"Loom appreciates your loyalty. I and every chimera appreciate you sharing the whole technology of the boxes, unaltered."
That was when she understood him. Ariana couldn't stop a snarl. "I may be a wraith, but I would not harm my own people."
"You never wanted to share the boxes, and the idea of widespread perfect chimera was something you resisted. Forgive me for asking, Ariana, but is there anything I should know about them?"
"They are as true as the one in me." Ariana scowled at the man.
"Very well."
"You don't believe me?"
"It doesn't matter if I do or do not. You have or haven't tampered with them. You will or won't. But this wave has crested, Ariana. There is no turning back progress now."
He paused, and Ariana had nothing to fill the silence with.
"Don't exhaust yourself. We need you alive."
With that, the old man departed. "No turning back progress," she repeated, staring at the boxes that lined the table. Was it really progress? Or was her creation the thing that would drive Loom to its demise? 46. Coletta. Along the narrow, depressingly unadorned passageway from her gray room was another receiving area. A collection of holding cells, really, where incoming Fen would be tested on their worth.
Rock only had room and resources to support a select few of the wretched creatures, so the pack needed to be thinned. This area had been repurposed as an observation room for the 2 women who currently occupied the space. Topan lay on the table in the center of the room. A book Coletta had granted her, open flat. The woman cupped her chin with her palm, lazily flipping the pages, as her foot, with a mind of its own, rocked a chair slightly behind her, back and forth. Where she was the picture of serenity and patience, the other beast in the room was not. Faye crouched before the barred door to one of the cells that lined the perimeter and grinned at the cowering alchemist inside. With one claw she scratched away at the lock. A deep groove had already formed underneath the harrowing sound of her claw. At Coletta and Yevun's arrival, the 2 women were on their feet with varying speeds and levels of decorum. Topan stood straight, head bowed, hands folded demurely before her. Faye leaned heavily against the door of the cell, causing a faint clanking sound as the hinges strained under her bulk. Her purple eyes drifted lustily over to Yevun, the foreplay between them beginning with a mere look.
"How many organs do you each have?"
Coletta asked.
All of them,
Topan answered dutifully, save for lungs.
What she said.
Faye gave a mocking imitation of Coletta's flower.
The sickness, the magic rejection. You've worked through it.
Yevun walked straight for Faye.
I want to see.
I'll let you see inside me, if it pleases the dono.
Faye made a show of leaning forward to whisper in his ear, but it was really entirely for the titillation of the man before her. Coletta, in turn, gave an approving look to Faye. She needed the woman to smooth over her mate's rough edges at the impending news.
How did you do it?
Yevun couldn't seem to decide on which head he wanted to let govern his actions, and his body pivoted between her and Faye. Coletta knew his curiosity was great indeed if it pulled him away from the purring sex goddess before him.
At first, we used like organs,
Coletta motioned to Topan.
A symbol of Rock's strength certainly required the best organs and nothing less, so I scoured the underbelly of Lisp, and then topside when that did not work.
But you said none of them took,
Yevun recalled.
Indeed. Faye was the key.
Having a recklessly accepting test subject had more than proved Faye's worth to Coletta.
She experienced no problem accepting rock organs, even those from below.
A particular dragon, then?
Yevun theorized.
I thought the same, but Topan still rejected them, even ones regrown from the same stalk.
You said you now have all of them but the rarest.
Yevun looked to her flower.
What did it take?
Topan looked uncomfortable now. She folded and unfolded her hands firmly, working up her resolve. Coletta spared her flower the difficulty. The agony was needless.
I took no half measures.
What does that mean?
The slight edge in Yevun's voice from earlier was returning.
Well, Faye, as a tam, could accept rock organs without rejection. I assume Shin can accept tam organs.
Coletta wanted to see if he could put it together on his own. She had every faith her mate could, but hate blinded him too much. Prejudice was the true antithesis to progress.
Shin organs. A perfect rock dragon requires Shin organs.
There was a long silence. Then, an explosion.
What?
Yevun turned his head to the alchemist in the cage. Coletta knew he hadn't realized at the time that she was locking him in there for his protection. A kindness truly befitting a great ruler like herself.
Explain this, Fen.
I can't.
He scooted away from the opening of his prison. Coletta could almost smell the sour aroma of fear oozing from his pores.
She's right, but I don't know why. It just is.
Explain.
Coletta let the exchange drag on a moment. It was good for the Fen to see Yevon in a fearsome role, to reinforce the image of their great and terrible ruler.
I don't know. I'm not a proper alchemist.
Do you want to give me excuses?
Yevon's voice dropped low and deadly as his hand gripped the lock. Coletta wondered if he could rip it off. She almost wanted to let the situation escalate long enough to see him try.
Magic rots Fenthri. We know Fenthri bodies aren't made for it, so it rots us out. It doesn't matter where the organs come from, it's a property of magic.
The man swallowed hard a few times.
Perhaps there are different types of magic in different dragons, in the different houses. There's no way we could have known because it's all magic for a Fenthri. It causes the same issue no matter who it's from or what type. But perhaps it explains why some can have 3 organs before falling and some only 2. Perhaps different houses have different potencies, or certain organs are non-compatible in a single body.
The man trailed off into his own thoughts. Yevon turned to Coletta. When his world was at its bleakest, its most unstable, he turned to her. It was their balance, their equal parts.
What does this mean?
It means that nothing has changed, she said easily. We hunted Shin before, purely for their deaths. Now we will hunt them for their organs.
Yevon was quiet a moment, but only just. With a half-snarl, half-roar, he buried his fist into the nearby wall, splintering and cracking the wood.
No, we will not.
No half measures.
Coletta shouldn't have to remind him of their house's motto, of how his failure to embrace it had only led time and again to their failure.
This is not a half measure. This is a matter of our pride. We shall not lower ourselves to Shin for strength.
Yevon swung his head toward Topan. For a brief moment, Coletta could feel him considering saying something, but he abandoned the notion, storming out of the room. Even when he was pushed past his limit, he knew better than to disturb her precious flowers.
Faye,
Coletta was unfettered.
Please go see the dono.
With pleasure. The woman practically moaned the last word in her carnal excitement.
Then you will head down to Loom.
They didn't have time for dalliances, and her mate needed to learn how to be placated without a toy to keep him occupied. If Coletta could teach him that one skill, how much easier would her life be?
Yes, I remember the deal. What you gave me all this power for. Kill the girl, nab more gold. And another, after Florence.
Faye tilted her head as a display of her attention.
Ariana, Queen of Wraiths.
Yevon will be pleased.
Faye bared her teeth. Clearly the name was already one Yevon had uttered, no doubt time and again.
Good. Now go.
She waited until Faye was gone and they were alone. Well, including the Fen.
And you,
she turned to Topan.
You will help me in acquiring Shin organs.
Whatever you need of me, my lady. Even if Yevon did not agree with her methods, Coletta would charge forward. If they could not find more gold, Tam could not be relied on. Without Tam, and with Shin allying with Loom, the future of Rock looked more uncertain by the hour. But Coletta liked dire situations. They made her creative. And when she was at her most creative, she was also at her most deadly. 47. Florence. There were a total of 4 engines left in the Ravens Guild Hall, but only 3 slowly lurched to a halt at Tear 3.2. The compartments had been cramped, but in the end, there was only enough fuel left at Tear 4 to run 3 engines. It was a severe oversight on Vicar Dove's part, one that made Florence agitated for nearly the entire trip.
"I'm so ready to be off this train,"
Shanra muttered. The woman had been dozing off for hours, but had perked up slightly when the train began to cut fuel in an effort to conserve their remaining supplies and coast into the station on momentum.
"The ride isn't so bad."
Florence stretched her legs forward in the narrow compartment. Her status as vicar, the title still had yet to fully sink in, had earned her a bit of privacy that she shared with Shanra gladly.
5 days,
Shanra groaned, sinking back into the narrow bed. The cabin was only wide enough for 1 chair and the bed that was tucked oddly into an alcove that jutted into the hall outside their door.
"I forgot what fresh air feels like."
"Then open the window." Florence counted her canisters on a table that was little more than a window ledge and held back a small grin.
"You think you're awfully funny, don't you?"
They had discovered the window was broken a day in.
"More than one way to open a window."
Florence drew her revolver and brought her arm across her body, the grip exposed on the end as though she were about to smash the window with it.
"Florence, stop!"
Shanra lunged, gripping her hands. Florence grinned, wide and silly. No doubt stir-crazy.
"Ask me nicely." "Oh, I see how it is."
Shanra gave a low chuckle that curved her cheek in just the way Florence liked.
"You do think you're funny."
"What of it?"
"I'll wipe the smile off that mouth of yours."
"With what?" Shanra leaned forward, half laughing into the kiss that set free Florence's own laughter. Florence placed her palms over the other woman's hips, smoothing them against the bone that protruded from her narrow waist. Shanra had never boasted a sturdy frame, but she had begun to shrink before Florence's eyes and hands. They all had. Being at war, living in hiding, it took a hefty toll on Loom, and rations were scarce as it was. All the more reason to keep moving, following the remaining resources. Yes, war was brutal, and it demanded a high price of them all. But Florence wouldn't let that price be Shanra. She indulged herself in what distractions the woman could provide, and savored the moments they got to spend together, not as revolvers, but as women. Instead of tracing the all-too-clear outline of Shanra's lower ribs, Florence kissed them. Instead of focusing on the bony jut of her hips, Florence gave careful mind to the woman's knee resting on the chair right at the apex of her thighs. She reveled in feeling the other woman's hands in her hair and nails on her scalp, and offered the same distraction. Shanra's hands moved to Florence's back, gripping and smoothing the fabric forward, before sliding forward to grace her chest. Florence conceded to the clear desire and rose without forfeiting her lover's mouth. Shanra was taller than Florence, as were most, and she had to crane her neck when standing if Shanra didn't slouch. Florence carefully worked on the latches of her holster, and Shanra was eager to assist. When it came loose, her lover handled the weapons with care, breaking the kiss to set them aside. Despite the fact that it resulted in Shanra's mouth off hers, Florence had never seen anything sexier than this mindfulness of weaponry. With a soft hum rising in the back of her throat, Florence pulled Shanra back to her, using the height difference to sink her teeth into the woman's skin, scarred and rough with battle. Her white hair tickled Florence's nose, and Florence closed her eyes. In the back of her mind, despite all will or conscious effort, another white-haired woman appeared like a dangling loose end, never quite tied off. Florence pressed her teeth down harder. The flavor of someone else on her tongue was enough to clear her head again, and Florence pursued the distraction. Without much thought, Chandra was on the bed, Florence above her. Sex had its own power and its own weakness, Florence had learned. It was gaining true vulnerability from another while giving it from yourself at the same time. There was a guarded look to Chandra's eyes and an echo in all the woman's moans that came from the distance that still lingered between them. Neither was ready to give or take that power. So they took only pleasure instead. When the brakes of the train engaged sometime later, Florence finally peeled her sweat-slicked body from the sheets. Her clothes hadn't gone far in the small cabin, but she was still stalled by the task of sorting them from Chandra's.
What's the hurry?
Chandra yawned.
How can you be sleepy? You've been dozing all day.
Florence started with her underthings, dressing up to her skirt, shirt, and vest.
You wore me out.
The woman grinned, forgetting her earlier question entirely. Florence silently applauded herself for the effective distraction.
Ah, well, it's not very hard.
Her statement sent Chandra into a pout that transformed into a retaliation against putting on clothes.
Where are you off to?
Train's almost stopped. Florence looked out their small window. The platform had begun to creep along the sides of the train. They were made of metal and wood, which echoed the architecture of a small town in the distance. Florence saw the marked smokestacks of a refinery and other buildings she didn't recognize. Ariana's home. It was Florence's first time laying eyes on a proper establishment of Tier 3, and she wondered how different it was from when Ariana was a girl.
I'll need you to whisper to Ariana.
Florence spoke as she adjusted her holster. Let her know we made it to 3.2. Chandra's mouth pressed together slightly. The woman was good at a great many things, but hiding her emotions from Florence was not one of them. It was as if Chandra could see through her, straight to that never-quite-defined aspect of her relationship with Ariana.
Anything else you'd like me to tell her?
Chandra began moving for her clothes.
No, that should be enough.
Florence grabbed her top hat, the final piece of her ensemble. She hoped Ariana would have more to say to her. Updates on the philosopher's boxes, suggestions for training, a remark on her cleverness for bringing all of Loom south. Something.
As you command, Vicar Florence.
Chandra raised her hand to her ear. Florence snatched the appendage by the wrist, quickly bringing it up to press a kiss against Chandra's knuckles. She searched the other woman's eyes. She wanted to offer reassurances, but she didn't quite know for what.
Thank you, lovely,
Florence whispered against Chandra's flesh. Just like that, her steely eyes eased to wool soft.
Anything for you, you know.
Careful on what you offer me. I just may take it, she cautioned.
I hope you do.
Florence gave a small smile and moved away. Chandra added,
all of you.
Florence merely nodded, adjusted her hat, and left. She heard Chandra's meaning more clearly than she would have liked, but wasn't inclined to address it. Not yet. There was always tomorrow. For now, she had more important things to focus on than pesky matters of the heart. For now, she had Loom. Florence stepped off the yet-moving train, one of the first on the platform. Chandra was right. It had been too long since they had proper fresh air. Florence filled her lungs as if for the first time, and relished the filtered sunlight of above-ground Loom. She hoped she had seen the last of the underground. After all, she was the Vicar Revolver now. Holk's wasn't, and had never been, a place for her. Vicar Florence. She shouldn't have been surprised when Dove addressed her. The Vicar Raven would be the other to disembark first. Florence fell into step with the woman as they migrated toward the exit. I trust your ride was good?
The Ravens do an excellent job of maintaining their trains, Vicar.
They do indeed. Dove was completely oblivious that Florence's compliment held more than a bit of irony. We should have more than enough coal here to see the rest of the way to Gare, a few routes between. Dove tried the door of the station-master's office. When the handle didn't budge, she didn't even blink, smashing through the window with her pistol and reaching around to unlock it. She descended on the quarters as if she owned them, deftly locating the primary ledger for the station.
How does it look?
Florence asked. More than enough coal. Should be a gold storehouse here, too, if I'm not mistaken. Perhaps we could even outfit one engine to focus more on magic and alleviate some of the draw on the resources.
It'd certainly relieve Powell.
Florence looked through the open door back out to the platform, seeing the man in question disembark. Anything to quiet him about draining resources, Dove muttered. Florence chose to ignore the remark. She'd seen just how impressive the harvester's work to manage resources was.
I'll whisper to Gare, have Ariana speak with Willard about outfitting the next train.
And I'll look into that storehouse of gold. Florence said nothing about the copied ledger she still had in her possession. Dove was almost too good at her job, remembering with ease where every outpost for the Ravens was along their trade routes. Plus, if Dove had concealed the state of their coal reserves, Florence could only imagine how she would handle gold. Thus she kept the means to verify the Vicar Raven to herself.
I trust you both had a smooth journey?
Powell asked as he joined them, referencing the last time they had spoken on the train a day ago. Indeed. Dove closed up the ledger and pushed past the Vicar Harvester. If you'll both excuse me, I'm going to see to the state of our engines and manage my ravens.
Oh, right. Very well.
Powell was left muttering to a woman who was already out of hearing range.
I don't think she likes me very much,
he observed quietly to Florence.
We don't have to like each other. We merely need to be effective.
Florence shrugged and started for the door as well.
Effective, huh? You like me, though, don't you, Florence?
You know that's true.
She gave Powell an encouraging smile. We're both young vicars and need to stick together.
No doubt.
The station had 2 platforms divided by a turnstile. Powell and Florence emerged opposite the side they'd arrived on, and found themselves on a covered stretch that descended into a cobblestone arc of road lined with small storefronts, completely void of life. Florence's hand was on her gun before she was even conscious of the prickle up her neck. She looked along the road that led down the sloping hill into the downtown proper, where the smokestacks of the refinery and factories stretched toward the sky.
It's quiet.
I was just thinking the same thing,
Powell affirmed.
Revolvers!
Florence called over her shoulder, back to the filling platform. The handful of her guild that still remained turned their heads in attention.
We move first, guns at the ready.
There were looks of confusion, but none objected. The revolvers naturally ordered themselves in small squadrons based on specialization and available weaponry. Bernard was at her right.
Bernard, I want you to set up roosts with the initiates, there and there.
Florence pointed at 2 balconies down the road. Initiates weren't the best shots, but Florence hoped they could at least lay cover fire.
Emma, you and I will go with the journeymen.
Florence spoke loud enough for everyone to hear, but her eyes caught Shanra's. Stay close to me, they said.
Vicar, we'd like to switch.
Bernard spoke before Emma could even open her mouth, setting Florence's eye to twitching.
The revolvers cannot manage the loss of another vicar.
The revolvers can survive whatever comes our way,
Florence said firmly. She'd not have men uttering words that would make the initiates weak.
Furthermore, I will be in good company.
What are we defending ourselves from? Emma asked the right question.
I don't know yet.
Florence looked back down the sloping, still road.
But something doesn't feel right.
They walked with guns at the ready, down the center of the street. Florence felt the unease from the other revolvers. But if there was fire to draw, she wanted to draw it. She wanted no chance of going unnoticed by lurking hostiles. But the silence persisted, and, other than its unnerving stillness, it was almost a pleasant walk. The air further south was slightly less bitingly cold, and the wind was a gentle breeze. Still, Florence's concern continued to rise like molten steel coming to temperature. The moment they arrived at the factory's entrance, where the rivets had gone ahead early to begin manufacturing the corona-blasting guns, Florence knew every sickening concern was founded. Bodies littered the ground, soaked in black and crimson. Blood formed small rivers in the grooves between the stones of the street. Fenthri and Chimera alike, most bearing alchemist and rivet markings, all had the distinct slash marks that came with dragon talons. A startling few had guns on their person. It was a slaughter of non-combatants that set Florence's mouth into a grim line. All movement had stilled around her, and every living eye was on the large factory doors, pulled shut. Upon them, written with the smear of a large palm, was a message in blood. To Florence, with love. Emma read from her side. "What do we do now?" Florence stared at the door for another long moment, as though it were the Dragon King himself.
"We do what Loom is best at. We clean up the mess the dragons have left behind."
48. Savare.
She would be impressed.
Porus folded his arms over his chest and looked out onto the refinery floor that wasn't much of a refinery anymore. "Do you think so?" Savare rested his hands on the windowsill. Below, the floor that had been mostly dark since its creation now glowed with life as men and women flitted about from one machine to the next. His eyes tracked over each of the Fenthri, and he silently practiced each of their names. It was something small, but he hoped it would be enough to show Ariana that he'd begun to take seriously the idea of Fenthri as equals on Nova.
Petra wanted to see this place come to life. It was a grand vision that now means something.
Yes,
I think so.
Thank you. Savare gave his friend a tired smile. His shoulders felt like they sagged a little deeper just from expending the energy to do so. She wanted it to make gold.
She couldn't have foreseen that we needed it for a much greater purpose. More than anything, Petra wanted it to be useful.
Porus had a working relationship with his sister that Savare had only glimpsed briefly. This had been Petra's pet project. Were it not for Porus, Savare would have had a hard time assuming the mantle, going in blind.
Useful it is. To think we underestimated them for so long.
Porus's eyes were on the Fenthri.
Thinking them lesser, thinking we had things to teach them in order to bring. We had a lot more to learn.
I wouldn't say that. Savare's eyes fell on one woman in particular, who nearly stopped all movement on the floor with her white-haired, nearly ethereal presence. Ariana was a force to be reckoned with, respected among Fenthri and feared among dragons alike for her knowledge. She commanded loyalty with an ease Savare didn't think she even recognized. With him as Dono and her at his side, they could rule the world together. Do I want that? It had long since stopped being about what either of them wanted.
Why is that?
Porus pulled Savare from his thoughts. Why is...
Oh, because as much as we have to learn from them, they need to learn from us.
Savare thought of Ariana when she first landed on Nova, the thing she questioned. Was it fair for him to think that she was better off for having her world expanded beyond the cold logic that governed Loom?
"Well, call me greased," Ariana said as she opened the door. "This damn near looks respectable."
"Are you surprised?"
Porus asked, his chest puffing like a bird ruffling its feathers. "With this one at the helm," Ariana motioned to Savare. "Yes."
"I don't think—"
Savare merely chuckled and allowed the sound to diffuse Porus's tension into confusion.
"Porus, all is well.
Please excuse my mate and I. Ariana arched her eyebrows, a silent question. Naming her as such extended her all the respect and protections that came with his own status, but he couldn't deny the quiet thrill that hummed through him at the notion. With Porus departed, Ariana dropped her bag into a heap by the door, empty. The tubes it carried had already been handed off to be filled anew with flowers. "Your mate? Sounds serious." "It's not," he lied. "You're lying." She could be very frustrating. "It doesn't matter. Nothing does unless we win." "Until we win," she corrected, and stared out down at the Fenthri. "They're doing a good job. Seem happy enough."
"When the war is over, every Fenthri who wishes to return home to Loom will be ferried back. The ones who don't will be treated the same as any dragon."
"None will want to stay." She sounded as if she had every confidence, but Savari wasn't so sure. In the hybrid world that existed just beyond the horizon, there was a place for Fenthri on Nova to maintain the various mechanizations that would no doubt crop up across their landscape. The mere idea brought a smile to Savari's mouth. "What?"
"What?" he echoed.
"That smile."
"Just imagining a Nova with Fenthri and machines."
Ariana snorted. "The likelihood of that happening is about the same as the alchemists giving up dissections."
"I don't think so."
He leaned against the glass, following her stare. Even now, dragons were beginning to walk among the Fenthri, work with them.
Plus, for the longevity of one world, we'd better hope that we get along enough to live on land or sky.
Well, we will be living in both places soon, as Loom is about ready to ferry perfect chimera.
How many?
Savari didn't even bother to hide his desperation. 10.
10, the word echoed. That's not nearly enough.
It will have to be.
Ari,
Loom isn't sending anyone who isn't ready to fight. If we send them up here prematurely, they will be slaughtered.
It's my people who are being slaughtered right now.
He knew it was a faulty argument, but he couldn't stop himself. Logic and emotion didn't always work well together. Loom could always instead just fortify ourselves and leave Shin to fight alone. Shock started with his mouth and rattled up to his brain.
You'd condemn us to death?
That's not what I said.
Isn't it?
Savari pushed off from the sill and stepped into her personal space. He stared down at her, working to ignore the familiar sense of her.
You'd leave me to die by Rock's hand.
Ariana stared up at him. Her chin stretched forward, as though she was about to fight him. But then her brow softened. What looked like conflict overcame her features, and Savari no longer had any idea what was going through the woman's mind. He loathed the distance that had come between them, though he couldn't quite identify when the chasm had started to form. Savari never had the opportunity to find out her answer.
Attack on the western side of Ruana!
Kane skidded to a stop in the open doorway. His eyes narrowed at Ariana, and hers narrowed in reply, the defensive expression instantly back on her face. How the two most important people in Savari's life ended up on opposite sides of the coin, Savari did not know, but he appreciated that they could put it all aside for their common enemy.
It's close to Don's family's vineyards,
Kane confirmed Savari's worst fear.
I have to go,
he said to them both. Ariana pushed off from the windowsill as well. Her hands went through their motions, an instinctual check of every tool of her trade. She patted her blades, her winch box, her breast pocket, where there was no doubt some kind of gun or other weapon concealed. I will go too.
What?
Both men said in unison. She looked directly at Savari, and he instantly regretted challenging her, for there was nothing more fearsome than an Ariana with something to prove. I will go too, she reiterated. Her attention was solely on Savari. And I will show you just how valuable one perfect chimera will be in your fight. Ariana turned to Kane. Lead on. Kane obliged, and Ariana followed, her focus entirely on Savari's Ryu. Savari followed close behind, pushing his conflict from his mind. He needed to be focused for whatever battle awaited them. But for now, he felt some pity for whatever dragons were about to face Ariana.
49. Florence. The winter air pricked at her skin, turning it to gooseflesh. Florence rose from the bed she shared with Shanra, finally abandoning all hope of sleep. Instead, she tugged on a random shirt and skirt and padded lightly to the large window that overlooked Tear 3.2. Quietly easing open the latch, Florence leaned into the night air. The world was still. Somewhere, a revolver kept watch, ready to raise the alarm if gliders were spotted against the darkened sky. But they didn't make their hiding spot known. Florence rested her elbows on the sill. The metal was like ice under her flesh, and shot daggers right to her bones. She inhaled deeply, allowing the cool air to meet the sensation of her arms and finish numbing out her bare toes.
You're going to catch your death if you let in this weather.
Florence half-turned and was met with a blanket slung over her shoulder.
I didn't hear you stir.
I know. Shanra nestled herself under the blanket at Florence's side, closing it around them like a great cocoon. She'd thought she wanted to be alone, but Florence was proven wrong by the beautiful woman at her side. Her head gravitated toward Shanra's shoulder, and she pulled the blanket more tightly around them.
How long do you think it will take?
How long do I think what will take? Shanra followed Florence's gaze, looking at the factory in the distance.
The new weapons? Sooner over later, I'm sure. The revisions didn't seem too complicated, at least according to the rivets.
That wasn't what I meant.
My mind reading must be rusty then.
Florence didn't even bother fighting a small smile at the woman's jest.
What did you mean?
All this. Florence nodded at the city sprawled beneath them, the fractured homes, void of occupants, the sloping streets empty and quiet. How long until the cities are full again? Until steam clouds the sky at all hours of the day? How long until Loom is alive once more?
Loom is alive,
Shanra insisted. In no small part thanks to you. Florence didn't want to be placated. She wanted a real answer. She wanted to know if what she was doing would be enough. Or if she had only set the target for Loom's revival too far away for anyone to hit. Ari would have understood what she was trying to say.
I'm not enough.
Florence spoke mostly to herself, to all the flaws she still had and everything that she still wanted to accomplish.
Where is this coming from? Flor, you can't be discouraged by what happened here.
I'm not discouraged. I'm motivated, she insisted. All those people died because someone wanted to leave me a message. Florence scowled at the invisible killer who had laid waste to a factory producing a gun she had an important hand in designing. It was an attack on her even without the words on the doors. I need to find the person who killed them and shoot them down for Loom. I need to be better for us all. It dawned on her in a rush. I need to be perfect.
What are you saying?
Shanra's grip had relaxed some. Despite the blanket being around their shoulders, Florence felt very far out of reach. I need to be perfect, Florence repeated. That was what she was missing. That was what separated everything she was and everything she could become. It had been Ariana's turning point, the thing that had made her so strong for so many years.
You don't need to be anything but what you are.
Shanra squeezed her tightly again.
You're already enough.
Florence opened her mouth to protest when the wind shifted and a familiar scent tickled her nose. It was faint, so much that she could have ignored it entirely. Florence looked for the source, turning her face toward the breeze. But Ariana was far away, and the scent was nothing more than a wisp on the wind. My mind is made up. Florence kept her eyes on the southwestern horizon, wondering if the smell was all in her mind. She would have known that aroma anywhere. Ariana's magic.
Perhaps it was her mind finally telling her that with perfection would come an understanding of something greater. She would see the world with eyes like Ariana's and gain insights into all the corners of herself that she seemed to barely understand. 50. Coletta. 4 dragons snarled from their respective pens in the observation room. Things had changed since Faye and Topan's time. These were not loyal servants who deserved free roam, but bottom dwellers. Dragons who had never seen the sun couldn't be trusted not to kill each other, let alone leave unharmed the Fenthree charged with observing them for any signs of magic rejection. She watched as the alchemist walked the length of the room, purposefully staying out of swiping reach of each of the cages. Coletta wondered what the world looked like to him. The only thing keeping him from certain death was her. From where she stood, it was a gorgeous world order.
"And how are they?"
Coletta inquired, growing impatient with the Fen's endless humming, pen-tapping, and pacing. "None of them are showing the same signs as Yian. It seems the Shin organs you have acquired work well."
"If only there were more. You said with one dragon we could make another perfect in how long?"
The alchemist thought a moment. "We'd have to time regrowth. Too many organs out at once and the body won't heal. One dragon can make one perfect dragon in, I'd estimate, 2 weeks, if all the organs aligned." It was too long. She needed more Shin organs sooner over later. Coletta's eyes settled on the dragons in their cages once more. Even if there were more to sort, a success would still be a success, and she would do well not to forget it. Instead of allowing the limitations to frustrate her, she let them bolster her sails.
"My queen,"
Ulia appeared in the doorway.
"Forgive the intrusion, but Yevun Dono requests your presence."
"Where is he?" Coletta's voice was impassive toward the summons.
"The sunroom."
"Continue as planned," Coletta instructed as a final note to the Fen. Even if they'd only found one Shin dragon to harvest organs from, Coletta would still have him move forward at whatever snail's pace he could. It was better than nothing. "Right." The man's agreement trailed off as he looked at the other empty cells in the room, no doubt imagining what it would be like to have them all filled with swiping, snarling, rage-filled, perfect dragons. The Fen's greatest fear was Coletta's sweetest wish. Yevun's temperament had not much improved from their last interaction. The balm of Faye's touch had done little, if anything, to soothe him, and her departure for Loom had only made matters worse. Coletta dismissed Ulia halfway to the room Yevun had made his center of operations for managing the various battlefronts they faced. She adjusted the beads around her neck, then entered. Yevun sat behind a low desk, positioned in front of a great vertical circle, atop a pedestal, overlooking a balcony. Coletta saw it for what it was. Fanfare. The real work happened in grey rooms and secret gardens.
"That necklace is new,"
Yevun observed with a glance.
"I thought it fitting."
Coletta touched it delicately, even though it was likely as sturdy as the bones in her fingers.
"Taking rider beads for yourself?"
Sure enough, the necklace had been crafted from dragon bone in the same fashion as the beads the riders wore to mark their kills.
"I think I have earned this many beads and more."
"It's the more I am most interested in."
Yevun hoisted a folio and tossed it toward her feet. The papers scattered across the floor, transcripts of the reports of the Hall of Whispers.
"I'm in need of much more from you, Coletta."
Coletta merely arched her eyebrows.
"I'm not sure how making a mess of your notes helps me produce it."
She folded her hands and stood tall, hoping to convey that she had no interest in collecting up his documents for him.
We are thwarted at every turn on Loom. Perfect Chimera have begun to fight alongside Shin, and Tam's interest in struggling against the abominations seems to be wearing thin.
Wearing thin because there was no more gold to tip the scales in Rock's favor.
And you, what have you done?
Yevon approached with purpose.
You have played alchemist with your fen toy, doing little for our plight.
I have given everything to our plight.
Coletta stretched her mouth wide, showing her teeth and reminding him of all she had endured for the sake of their dominance. For the briefest of moments, he softened into the man she was accustomed to seeing when it was just the two of them alone. Yevon reached out one of his massive hands and ran it almost tenderly across her necklace.
It suits you.
Thank you. Now, with regards to Tam.
Her demeanor shifted, and the moment evaporated like fresh blood. She had his level-headed attention, and she needed to capitalize on it while she could.
We do not need them.
Coletta.
Yevon,
she interrupted. He had to hear her. Everything hinged on him putting aside his prejudice and truly listening to what she said.
You know what Faye has done on Loom. With just her and 2 riders, she took down an entire Fenthry stronghold.
A feat my riders could always boast,
Yevon countered.
There were casualties then,
Coletta reminded him.
Faye thrives with not so much as a scratch. On Loom, a perfect dragon is the perfect predator. Think of what we could do with them here, on Nova.
No.
Without Tam's assistance, we must do something to sway the tides back in our favor.
Coletta had always known that pride made men stupid, but she never appreciated how stupid until that moment.
Then acquire more gold and buy back their loyalty.
There is no more gold,
she said, for what must have been the 100th time.
We are sitting atop an army, yet you do not wish to mobilize.
I will not see Shin organs in my house's dragons.
Defeat them with what they are.
It would be glorious. The idea of thwarting Shin with their own organs sent shivers up her spine.
No.
Yevon.
Your dono has decreed it,
Yevon roared. Coletta didn't even flinch.
You will not put any more Shin organs into rock bodies. That is not perfection. It is an affront to Lord Rock himself.
Coletta started for the door.
I have not dismissed you,
he growled.
I have dismissed myself.
Coletta stood as tall as possible. She was shorter than him, smaller and frailer. Yet she could still look down her nose at the short-sighted man who claimed to be her mate.
I will only speak to you again once you are ready to see reason.
Her eyes dropped to the papers still scattered on the floor, nothing more than a pathetic list of failures.
I hope it will not be too late by then.
She closed the door gently behind her. Coletta would not give in to sudden outbursts or rage. She was not her mate, who, judging from the crash, promptly set to destroy what remained of his beautiful facade.
Let him ruin it,
she thought, starting down the hall. Perhaps once he had made a mess of the illusion, he would be ready to face reality.
51. Savare. Ariana, what are we? He moaned against her mouth, pressing his hips against hers. You talk too much, she sighed back in reply. For all the brilliance the woman could craft with her fingers, they seemed to be thwarted every time by the clasps Nova's tailors could conceive. What are we? He repeated. What does it matter? He heard the fastenings holding up his trousers click open, and Savare knew there was little more he could do. He was helpless before her, trembling like a mortal before a god whose altar was a small bed in the back of the refinery-turned-factory. Savare pushed her down and heated her hands. His body swelled, enveloping hers. Ariana pushed and pulled, contorted herself to meet him, until that moment when they both could breathe again, when he was fully immersed in her. It was the greatest feeling he'd ever known, though it would be impossible to attempt to explain to anyone else why it was so wonderful. He didn't try. Savare kept them, and whatever they were or weren't, between them. He kept this feeling between them. This blissful, all too short feeling. It was the 4th time he'd had her in 2 short months, and the wait between each time became harder than the last. Every time was the same. Every time she'd arrived to take flowers, bring resources. Every time she'd ended up fighting alongside Shin men and women against Rock. Every time she was met with the same apprehension from his people that Ariana would claim didn't weigh on her until the day she died. And yet there was something to it. Some kind of jealousy that came over her like a shadow when those same people praised Savare for his actions as their Oji. The more others learned of her, the more she withdrew. Her demeanor had even begun to earn praise from Kane, so much that the man had stopped pestering Savare at every turn about his fondness for Ariana. He never thought he'd actually miss Kane's nagging, but at least when his friend complained, it meant things were as they had always been. His silence underscored the distance he felt growing between them. Savare lay at Ariana's side, tracing the outlines of her ashen skin with a long finger. He graced over the scars of her body, the gash where her chest had been cracked open to allow room for his lungs, the ring on her wrists where the hands Finner had once carried met her natural flesh, the horizontal slit where her stomach had been scooped out. On and on, her body was pockmarked and flawed, but every curve, every gnarled scar was hers. Her hands belonged to none but her. Even the lungs, still heaving from their lovemaking, he no longer saw as his own. Ari. He leaned in to press his nose against her cheek, nuzzling it. I should go. You've barely caught your breath. He watched her get up, locating her underthings first. Savare was proud to say that this time he had not shredded them in his zeal. We can't afford time for things like this. I object, he said with a chuckle. We've afforded time every time. And we shouldn't. Ariana buttoned up the fly of her trousers, all 7 needless, frustrating, delicate buttons. Why? He watched as she shrugged on her shirt next, back still to him, as her form in all its beauty began to be shrouded from him once more. Ariana located her vest and was buttoning it before he pressed again, realizing she had no intention of answering him. Why shouldn't we? You're the Shin Oji. Since when have you cared for dragon titles? He stood with a soft chuckle and gripped her shoulders, half turning her to face him. Ariana's eyes were full of all the life and fire he loved in her, even when it was directed toward him. You are right. I am the Shin Oji. But that merely means no one will object to me. To us. When you kill Yevon, he appreciated her certainty. When I kill Yevon what? He repeated. It wasn't like her to leave a thought hanging. What then? Then I will be Dono. Savare searched her face, surprised to find pain there. I promise you, Ariana, I will be a Dono for Nova. Loom will have their sovereignty. I have no doubt. She pulled away from him and snatched up her white coat. Ariana shrugged it on with renewed purpose and went right for the door. Ari, I have to get back to Loom, she interrupted him curtly, not even bothering to look back. More perfect chimera are ready to be sent, and guns will soon be ready to ship with them. I need to help train ravens to run gliders. Savare stared dumbly as she left him to wonder what, exactly, he had said wrong. Certainly he could have chased after her, but he didn't. He could have whispered to her in the days that followed, but he didn't do that either. The words that needed to be said words he was still discovering, needed to be said to her face, and those he wanted to hear he likewise wanted to see emerge from her mouth. So when she whispered a week later that perfect chimera were on their way, Savare vowed to be ready. He prepared his heart, only to have it sink when he discovered not Ariana making the delivery, but Helen in her stead.
52. Florence. The Rivets Guild Hall was everything Florence expected after her brief time in Tear 3.2. The clockwork structure of patchwork metal, some dulled with time, greening with age, and other parts fresh like new skin grafts over old wounds, fit with what she'd come to learn was the rivet sensibility. Steam hissed and gears churned in perpetual motion within the walls. She was put up in very sensible chambers close to Willard. Florence could tell they were designed especially for guests, as they had different accommodations than usual. Even in comfort, there was something purposeful and methodological about the way Rivets approached their existence. The whole place echoed of Ariana in the most nostalgic of ways. Florence had been sequestered from the first moment she'd arrived. Willard and Ethel had greeted her at the platform, and talks began almost immediately. How would they allocate their increasing numbers of trained perfect chimera? Would they outfit them with Florence's weapon, or would they save the weapon for regular chimera in effort to double their effective fighting force? Would they be willing to supply the weapon directly to the dragons? On and on the questions went. They looked to Florence for answers that she wasn't sure she had. She was the Vicar Revolver, and hadn't ever set foot in the Revolvers Guild Hall, at least hadn't set foot when she wasn't sneaking. She didn't know the first thing about how to properly train alchemists to think like fighters, so she made it up as she went, and hoped it all worked out. Yes, she was exhausted from trying to live up to others' expectations. She was tired of the world looking to her for answers she didn't know if she had. But Florence knew she wouldn't sleep tonight. Her mind was heavy and her heart was knotted. It was a combination that kept sleep at bay, and Florence knew better than to fight losing battles. So instead, she attempted something she hoped would be productive. She set out to find Ari, and thanks to Will's help, she knew right where to look. Master Oliver, the nameplate on the door, still read. She gave a few solid knocks before noticing it was slightly ajar. "It's open, Flor." The voice alone shot right to the heart of her. Florence suddenly wondered if she had the courage to enter. She'd done so much, but felt daunted by this small task. Pulled by an unseen hand, Florence pushed through and saw for the first time in months the visage of the woman she'd admired for years. Ariana sat behind a large drafting table, where papers, weighted by rulers, hid under pencils worn down to nibs. Her coat was hung on a peg nailed into one of the bookcases, almost hidden by manuscripts draping half off the overfilled shelves like crooked teeth. Ledgers, stuffed in between, threatened to spill out their secrets in protest of their treatment. Florence's eyes drifted from the worn leather chairs around a table to the bookshelves, to the doorway to the rooms beyond, and back to Ariana. Any frustration or apprehension she felt melted away the moment she saw the white-haired woman, dressed in plain woolen trousers and a rumpled shirt open at the collar. It was like finally a piece had been slotted back into place. This was where Ariana belonged, not in some dingy flat in Old Dordom.
"So, this is where you grew up?"
Ariana looked around the room as if with fresh eyes. "Sort of, I suppose. Willard found me at 7, and we left due to differences in ideology when I was about 10.
When he joined the Council of Five and started the rebellion?
Florence helped herself to one of the seats facing Ariana. Indeed. Ariana's eyes drifted back to whatever it was she'd been working on, and her hand reached for a pencil, no doubt on instinct more than command. Florence let her work. She knew how Ariana was with an idea. There was no stopping her mind once it was coiled around something. If history had proved anything, it was that the world was better off for letting Ari's ideas run their course. The chair wrapped her in a cozy embrace, inviting Florence to lean into it. So she obliged and tipped her head back. She was going to allow her eyes to flutter closed, perhaps even sneak in a moment of sleep in this tranquil oasis amid a sea of war and questions. But the ceiling captured her focus. Even there, schematics and equations were plastered, notes written in multiple hands layered on top of each other, fighting for attention and maybe even supremacy. There was no discernible order, yet Florence knew that if she tried to move a single one, Ari would know instantly.
"You didn't come to the station to greet me,"
Florence said when the pencil finally stilled. "By design. I knew Willard and Ethel needed to speak with you."
"We needed you there, too."
Florence's eyelids suddenly felt heavy, and she let them close. "If you had, one of you would have called me." Ariana appeared in Florence's field of view the moment she opened her eyes. Her mentor's hair was awash in the pale orange from the dim lamplight that only stretched a pekka away from the desk. "I didn't want to insult your status as a vicar." Florence wanted to tell Ariana that she still needed her, no matter her title. But she knew that crutch was long gone. She'd been moving away from it for months. So why did she seem to ache so fiercely at the idea of Ariana letting it go too?
"We may have been able to make an exception for the Queen of Wraiths."
Florence grinned lazily. Ariana chuckled, a deep, rich sound. She stretched out her long legs. "A foolish moniker."
"An upgrade."
"Who really knows?" Ariana rested her head against the back of the seat in an almost mirror image of Florence's posture. Florence couldn't help but wonder who had done it first. Was it her own habit, and Ariana mirrored her? Or was it a trait she'd stolen while growing up with the rivet? "Perhaps it'll be of use to me when Loom is finally free." A free Loom. Florence had spent so much time fighting that she'd never thought of what she'd do when she had to live after. When the battles were won, what did soldiers become?
"Will you return to Dordom?"
Florence was brave enough to ask the question and cowardly enough to fear the answer. "Who knows?"
"I will be there."
"I assumed so." Ariana straightened with a sincere smile. "You are the Vicar Revolver now, after all. You, Fleur, the Vicar Revolver." Florence stared at the kind, beaming face of her mentor. It was a gentleness that only she had ever seen, and all her life it had meant something profound. It was in that moment when she looked into Ariana's brilliant lilac eyes, full of so many emotions, pride, admiration, hope, compassion, that Florence realized they had never seen each other in entirely the same way.
"Ari?"
Her throat closed, trapping the words. Florence forced them out. Even if the shot missed, she had to pull the trigger or she'd regret leaving the canister in the chamber forever.
"I love you."
"And I love you, Fleur." Her expression didn't shift in the slightest. Ariana continued to look at her the same way she always had, with the eyes of the proud mentor, or as Nova would have it, an older sister. It was nothing more or less than that profound connection.
"Not as I love you."
Surely Ariana knew. Surely she heard it in the crack in her voice and the odd jitter of nerves vibrating across her whole body. Ariana noticed the most minute details in complete strangers, so there was no way she hadn't seen it in Florence. Which meant every action Ariana took was a careful and measured response. In her own way, Florence's mentor was attempting to communicate her desire for things to remain the same as they'd always been. Florence didn't know if this had been the response she'd wanted, but it was the response she was going to get. So she chose not to dwell on what if, and instead focused on how having any response was freeing in its own right.
Thank you for everything you ever taught me.
That is something you don't need to thank me for. What you have accomplished with the rebellion is all the thanks in the world.
Hopefully something I continue to accomplish.
Florence sighed softly. You will. Ariana folded her arms over her chest.
See this through with me, Ariana?
I think I should scold you for having any doubt. Florence wondered if Ariana felt it too, the split in their parallel paths drawing near. Florence didn't need a teacher any longer. She needed a partner, one like the woman waiting for her back in Tear 3.2. She couldn't lead if she was constantly following in someone else's shadow. That night, her heart flipped the switch that would set them, eventually, on their separate paths. They reminisced of their time in Old Dordom, of grand heists and early failures, and Florence began to feel the last cloying hands of childhood and first love release from her soul. When she finally left, it was near dawn. Florence had not once brought up the idea of becoming a perfect chimera. 53. Ariana. It was almost as if Florence had never even been there. Ariana's student-turned-vicar had stopped into the Rivets Guild for a total of 2 nights, and they had spent both of them talking into the late hours. But by day, Florence was busy with Willard and Ethel, as well as setting up a new training program under Master Bernard, one of the 2 master revolvers Florence had left, supposedly. But what were masters worth anymore in a world where a raven-born girl with nothing more than an outline on her cheek could become the vicar revolver? She saw Florence off the morning of the 3rd day.
Take care of yourself.
Florence embraced her tightly, but briefly. Her arms didn't seem to linger around Ariana's frame as they once had. I should be saying that to you. Ariana righted Florence's hat after it was jostled during their embrace. Vicar revolvers aren't well known for their longevity.
I've already survived longer than the last.
As if that fact is supposed to make me feel better.
What will you do after it's all over?
Ariana stared down at the girl. The question seemed to curdle time into a sticky weight there was no escaping from. She could keep them here, in this moment, if she wanted, but Ariana couldn't even seem to find a breath. Florence was leaving to continue her role as the vicar revolver. Svare was championing a cause that would make him king of the dragons. And she?
Will you stay the Queen of Wraiths?
Florence's mouth pulled into a smile. However well the girl knew her, there were still barriers and boundaries her mind wouldn't let her cross, where Ariana wouldn't permit her entry. She wouldn't let Florence know of the turmoil the future presented. Perhaps. Ariana tapped her winch box. I'm fairly talented at the whole affair.
Vicar Willard tells me you're also talented at being a master and teaching students.
Vicar Willard is a liar, Ariana retorted with mock sweetness, earning a laugh from Florence.
Come back to Dordom,
Florence offered.
I can see a place for you at the Revolver's home. You could run the refinery there.
You mean the one I used to steal from? Ariana arched her eyebrows.
Who better? You can make it more secure than ever before.
The whistle of the train sounded and a raven scuttled over, giving a light tap to Florence's shoulder. We're leaving shortly.
Yes, I know.
Florence tipped her hat, sending the girl away.
In any case, think on it, Ari. I still need you around.
And then she was gone before Ariana could formulate another word. She disappeared into the curling steam of the engine, amid a bustle of men and women loading up the short locomotive with supplies. Ariana, a good head taller than the rest, watched the dark-haired woman go. People parted for her out of respect for the circled revolver pin she wore on the lapel of her coat. Ariana was glad Florence hadn't pressed the matter further.
I love you.
She'd heard the girl. Ariana knew all too well the heartache clinging to a lost love could reap. There would never be anything between them, if not because she was the mentor and Florence the student, then because the girl was a child of the future, and Ariana would always be shrouded in the shadow of the past. It was best for both of them to let go, move on. Plus, Ariana had her own battles to fight.
You actually let her go.
Ariana's head whipped to the young man who had suddenly appeared next to her. Your reward for sneaking up on me is my not lodging a dagger between your eyes. Will hummed in low amusement at the idea, but continued to drive on the path of his earlier sentiment.
I always thought there was more between you two.
There was everything between us, in different ways, at different times. The platform had been cleared, and ravens began to shout to each other. The great gears inside the train ground to life. She needed me, and I needed her. We're both better for what we got out of the arrangement.
Arrangement?
Will crossed his arms over his chest.
How clinical.
I'm not an alchemist.
How precise, then?
He corrected.
Will you go back to her?
Just how much did you hear? Ariana finally peeled her eyes away from the vessel that was taking Florence from her.
Enough.
You're getting too good at this job. She was creating monsters left and right. Perfect chimera, and now a competent Will. What next? A tolerable Helen?
Learning from the best.
She snorted at the idea.
If you don't want to be Queen of Wraiths, give it to Helen. She wanted to take over for Louis. You'll endear yourself to her if you offer her the same.
I don't care about endearing myself to her. The potentially harsh statement was void of real bite. She couldn't fault Will for looking after his friend. Nostalgia made her soft. Florence made her soft. All this sentimentality was really beginning to dull her.
That much is obvious,
Will acquiesced.
But she is trying to endear herself to you, nevertheless.
Ariana arched her eyebrows, prompting him to continue.
She's returned from Nova.
I was beginning to think she got lost up there. It had been 2 days since Helen left. Ariana had expected an extra day due to glider exhaustion. All the new perfect chimera were becoming accustomed to piloting the machines and managing their magic. But she was also expecting the little crow to be sidetracked by the vast and new lands of Nova. Take me to her. Will started for the end of the platform, where the light rail would take them back to the guild proper.
She brought back more flowers and is already preparing for another trip up. It seems the fighting has increased on Nova.
The dragons do enjoy their blood sport. Ariana's mind drowned her in images of Svare fighting and losing.
Something about House Tam no longer assisting Rock.
What? Will repeated himself, and then added,
Helen said to make sure you knew.
Ariana's eyes turned skyward at the battle that no doubt raged on just beyond the clouds. She'd learned of House Tam's influence on Nova as the silent enforcers. If they were no longer assisting House Rock, that meant power could shift, was in fact already shifting. Will, see Helen is outfitted with more guns, however many we have. Take the airship to Tear 3.2 and gather any from there as well. Her mouth moved fast, but not as fast as her mind. Then bring up all the perfect chimera who are ready and willing. All of them? A constant stream. They had the manpower. If Tam was backing out from House Rock, for whatever reason, they had the numbers to overwhelm them. It's time to strike.
Where are you going?
Will motioned to the trolley approaching down the narrow rail. I'm headed up first. It'll be faster for me to get to the gliders this way. She paused on the edge of the platform, her clip already flying toward a far steam pipe. And tell Helen, if she wants Louis's kingdom, then it's hers. But the title is mine.
More than fair.
Will gave a solemn nod. Ariana returned the gesture a moment before her winch box sprung to life, pulling her in sweeping arcs around the outside of Gare to the hangar where gliders were kept. 54. Florence. Welcome back, Florence. Emma greeted her the moment she stepped off the train. I should take your presence to mean that something has gone wrong? Florence asked, barely taking time to sling her bag over her shoulder before they began walking off the platform. Quite the contrary, actually. The first batch of weapons have all been tested, and not a moment too soon. Will arrived not long before you to pick them up. Emma seemed pleased to report, and Florence was equally pleased to hear. Her tone shifted, however, on the next note. It seems the timeline has been pushed forward to get as many perfect chimera to Nova as possible. I trust you facilitated this transaction to be as quick and smooth as possible? Florence gave no indication that she had not heard of nor approved things happening faster. Either Bernard had been included, or he had been told. No matter, it was too late now to change it, and Florence silently praised Willard and Ethel for being able to accommodate the change. I did. Good. I'm ready to see an end to this war. As we all are. Florence gave a nod of agreement and produced a folio from her satchel. I have new schematics here for the next round of manufacturing. Another round of edits? I have no doubt that there will be some moaning over having to retool the line again. And I don't care, Florence left unsaid. But there is no point in making something unless we continually strive to make it better, make it right. Agreed. Florence believed Emma stood behind her on the matter. It was the Rivets who would protest. Inform the Rivets that these modifications come from Ariana. Florence was still becoming accustomed to Ariana's name meaning something to random strangers, but she'd use it to her benefit without reservation. Right away. Take it on ahead. I'd like to put my things down and change out of my traveling clothes. I won't be long. Emma gave a tip of her cap. It had a short, leather, rounded brim with a band over top, and unlike a top hat, the fabric sort of flopped over on one side. Florence had been admiring it since she'd stepped off the train, and immediately regretted not asking Emma who had stitched such an interesting headpiece. Later. Right now, her priority was elsewhere. It had nothing to do with changing her clothes or dropping her bag. No, she was on the lookout for a certain someone she had an insatiable urge to see in private. The door to their adopted abode was unlocked. They had never made a habit of locking it, so Florence thought little of it when she entered the foyer. Shanra? There was a long moment of silence, and just when Florence was about to leave, she heard floorboards creak from an upper floor. The building they had assumed as theirs was 3 stories, foyer and living spaces on the first floor, workshops on the second, bedrooms on the third. Shanra, it's me, Florence called again as she rounded the first flight of stairs, not wanting to startle the woman if she'd somehow not fully heard the first time. Their respective work tables were vacant, which left the third floor as her only remaining option. She'd been hoping to get the woman in bed, and it seemed Shanra would make it easy on her. Florence paused halfway up the second flight of stairs, when she heard the floor creaking again. The sound came with a second's worth of hesitation. Something was off. The floorboards weren't moving in the rhythms Florence had come to associate with her lover. Their syncopation combined with the silence and something else. Something familiar. Honeysuckle. It was unmistakable after being around Ariana. But where Ari's floral magic was mixed with other scents, there was always the soft hint of something woodsy. This scent was cloying and powerful against the nose. Florence put her finger on the difference immediately as she rounded the last step and into the doorway of the bedroom. Shanra stood at the double window, just where they'd huddled underneath the blanket the night before Florence left. She turned, greeting Florence with a familiar smile. The fading daylight glinted off her white hair and she opened her arms invitingly.
"It's good to see you."
Florence spread a smile across her face with great effort at the visage that was every bit as familiar as it should be, yet incredibly off-putting. She dropped her bag at the foot of the bed, rummaging through it.
"I was hoping I would catch you."
Every hair on Florence's body stood on end. Magic was thick in the air, potent and powerful. It was overwhelming and unlike anything Florence had ever experienced before. She didn't quite know what specter was before her, but she knew it wasn't Shanra. Right at the top of her bag, where they should be for any self-respecting revolver, were her canisters and weapon.
"Ari did a great job."
Florence held up a canister, putting it on display.
"They'll be manufacturing these soon, I'm sure."
Imposter Shanra kept her arms outstretched, motioning in a sort of come-hither way. Florence popped her spare revolver into the empty slot on the left side of her underarm holster. There was only one entry and exit to the room, the door she had come through. The creature would, no doubt, expect her to flee in the direction she came. Whatever magic this animal possessed, it was a safe assumption to think it could run her down. Until she knew what she was fighting, she wasn't going to waste ammunition fending it off. Until she knew what she was fighting, she also wasn't going to give it the benefit of predictability. Florence took a step toward the Shanra-shaped specter. She held out her hands as if to accept its embrace. Every muscle coiled with tension around her bones. At the very last moment, she let it spring. The specter half lunged forward, dropping her head. Florence drew her weapon and thrust it to the imposter's chin. Her hand disappeared straight through. An illusion. The muzzle of the gun didn't find the creature's head as Florence had hoped, but she brought the hilt of the gun hard against its chest, firing in the process. It roared, a feminine sound, but not like those she'd heard from any Fenthri or dragon before. She took advantage of the creature's surprise and bolted. "Get back here!" Imposter Shanra grabbed for her wrist at the same time Florence's hand twisted the handle of the window. It swung open as she was grabbed back by a hand that felt much larger than what her eyes saw wrapped around her forearm. Florence used the release of momentum to twist, crossing her arm over her, to draw her second gun. She pressed the muzzle into the air just above the creature's hand, meeting invisible flesh. Florence pulled the trigger and gold blood flew through the air. A dragon. Even still, the monster didn't release its hold on her. Florence yanked her arm once, twice. On the third time it snapped free with the dragon's claws raking across her forearm. Florence was face to face with one of the most unnerving creatures she had ever seen. The dragon was nearly the size of the Dragon King, but lacked the stoicism and composure of the man. She had a hooked nose and narrow jaw, adding to the severity of her overall look. The eyes were the only familiar part of her. Like the smell of her magic, the woman had a nearly identical set of lilac eyes to Ariana. But the similarities ended there, as these sharp and angry eyes were framed by the rich green skin of a dragon. Florence had no doubt this was the animal who had killed everyone at the factory, the one who had called for her demise. She didn't spare more than that glance. It didn't matter what foe she was up against, she'd kill it or perish. Florence launched herself over the windowsill. The roofing over the entryway broke her fall with a clamor. Florence's knee popped painfully. She tried to soften the impact. The pitch of the shingles pulled her downward as she did a quick two-step, landing on the ground with a roll. She didn't waste time looking back at the dragon. She had no doubt it would follow, and the loud thud on the ground behind her affirmed the fact. Florence loaded a cartridge into her gun, whirling around a lamppost as magic pushed into her knee, mending the torn ligaments and knitting flesh brutalized in the fall. With a straight and steady arm, she aimed true at the woman who did little more than jog behind her. Arrogant dragon. She no doubt assumed it would be a bloodbath, like last time. Florence squeezed the trigger. The dragon was in for a surprise. Last time, the Vicar revolver hadn't been in charge of protecting the factory. The canister shot forward, the chemicals inside reacting to the sudden motion. It exploded halfway to the dragon, a plume of thick purple smoke erupting from it. Florence heard coughing, but could no longer see her assailant. She loaded a different canister into her pistol and took aim toward the sky. This was another plume of smoke, but unlike the one before her, it exploded bright red and harmless. A signal, if the gunshots alone weren't enough to alert other revolvers to her plight. Just as she was readying her weapon again, the dragon exploded through the smoke. Florence dodged backward, but underestimated the dragon's long strides. The woman was upon her in a breath, a clawed hand shooting straight for her face. Florence pressed the muzzle of the gun into the dragon's emerald palm and pulled the trigger. At close range, bone splintered and tissue was practically liquefied, exploding in all directions. With golden gore smattering her face, Florence dashed away. The dragon didn't cry out in pain, didn't hiss, didn't curse. She began to laugh, so loud it echoed off every building and rattled Florence's brain.
"You are everything I hoped,"
the woman screeched, lunging forward again. A chorus of gunshots alerted Florence that her men and women had joined the fray, stalling the dragon. The woman brought her hands together, smashing 2 golden bracelets on her forearms to form a shining barrier that made her impervious to the hail of lead. Florence was almost to the factory and ran as though her life depended on it. Because it did. "I need a corona gun!" she shouted ahead. A woman with wind-swept hair emerged from the doors. She was a sight to behold, a goddess of weaponry. Shanra was clad in tight-fitting pants and a double-breasted military vest, lined in gold piping. Emma's hat wasn't the only upgrade the revolvers had received. Florence let out a small choking noise, relief catching in her throat. She hadn't given much thought to where Shanra had actually been, so she hadn't realized the full power of the subconscious terror in thinking her lover had perished at the hands of the beast. "Florence, here!" Shanra called. With a grunt, she hoisted the weapon toward Florence. Florence's hand almost gave out as she caught the gun. Her tendons were shredded still from the dragon's claws. They'd knitted some, but her magic had been pushed into too many directions at once to have any one singular thing be perfectly mended. It would have been easier if she'd become a perfect chimera. But as Florence rounded once more to face the charging dragon, she didn't regret her decision. She didn't need Ariana's designs to find her ground and hold it. "After my shot, you fire," she commanded the men and women who were quick to flank her. "Then hold." Just as Florence issued the order, the sound of gliders roared through the skies. "Right flank to the airships after mark. We take down this one first, and then we take down the ones in the sky." Florence leveled the weapon. The dragon continued her rage-filled charge. It was as though she'd gone crazy, like a fallen chimera. Florence poured her magic into the gun. She remembered the skeleton forest, her early prototype, all those months ago. It was different, smooth and easy. It was how a trigger should feel under a trained hand. She shot a beam of pure energy. The dragon hadn't been ready for it, or had vastly underestimated the power Loom now wielded as the shot hit her square in the chest. Florence took a breath as the woman fell, and then, the second her body hit the ground, shouted, "Fire!" Gunfire pelted the ground around the prone dragon, ceasing when Florence raised her hand. "Right flank to airships and higher marks," Florence repeated. "Take down the gliders." Half the group ran, the other half remained as her cover. Florence charged. She drew a golden dagger. It was cast in nostalgia, originally crafted as a replica of Ariana's own infamous knives. But this one was entirely her own. She wielded it as an homage, a testament to the woman she had been, and a tribute to the mentor who had helped her become something entirely new. Florence mounted the dazed dragon and cut out what remained of her heart. Casting it far aside, Florence stood with a sway, looking to the skies. One of the 3 gliders had already been taken out, and the other was under heavy fire. Relief flooded her, and combined with exhaustion to make her suddenly dizzy. An arm wrapped around her ribs.
Take it easy. Shanra.
Florence turned sloppy and half delirious, but with all the purpose she'd ever had in the world. Her hand gripped the woman's face, and she pulled it to her. Shanra smelled not of honeysuckle, but of gun oil and sulfur. The tattoo on her face was raised slightly under Florence's thumb as she caressed the familiar lines. This was the woman Florence loved. This was her heart's aspiration now. To have a partner, an equal.
You didn't become a perfect chimera.
Shanra, still breathless from their kiss, observed Florence's wounds and their thin coating of black blood.
I'm already the perfect shot. How much more perfect does one woman need to be?
Florence hoped her grin was playful enough to cut the arrogance of the sentiment. She hoped Shanra understood.
My thoughts, exactly.
Gunshots echoed above them, drawing both their attention. The final glider was falling from the sky. Something swelled in her at the sight. This was their turning point. This was the moment when Loom's revolution, at long last, finally took hold.
55. Sivare. Lord Shin made no distinction between Rock or Shin or Tam, and so it seemed he had no qualms with dragon or fenthry. Men and women littered the ground in shades of red, blue, and grey. But the hand of the Lord of Death wasn't the only thing that unified them. Every corpse oozed gold blood, regardless of skin color. The age of the perfect chimera would be ushered in with blood. Sivare pulled on Saran's feathers, banking across the clouds, surveying the battleground below him. Rock continued to make attempts to push further into Ruana, but without the help of Tam, things were continually thwarted. It had been a stalemate for months, but he was beginning to see signs of the momentum shifting. "Hold your position," he cried over the winds, swooping low enough for the survivors to hear him. "Another wave comes from the west." In the distance, a swath of bokos cut their silhouettes against the skyline. At first, seeing 10 to 30 attackers at once would have been cause for concern. But manpower made all the difference. Rock's numbers were dwindling. Sivare was certain of it. Meanwhile, his numbers were only increasing with every transport of perfect chimera. Sivare rose higher, squinting against the afternoon light. He saw no rainbow trails. That had been another evolution, the decreasing number of riders. But from what he'd heard of the attacks increasing on Loom over the past weeks, he had every suspicion that Yevun was refocusing his minions on the lands below. The cry of a boko had him twisting in his saddle. "You look like you were thinking of doing something reckless," Kane remarked, flying close. "Never. Let them reach the island. We can take them on land." Sivare nodded, realizing it to be true. As much as he wanted to cut his enemy right from the sky, they had the advantage on the ground. Perfect Chimera could pilot gliders, but the vessels were in short supply and were primarily allocated to ferrying more soldiers from Loom, not for fighting. Like an explosion, a plume of clouds tangled in the rainbow tail of a glider breaking through the God's line far below. It curled upward, chasing after the single-manned vessel that shot toward the sky. "One of ours." Kane squinted. Sivare didn't need to squint. He saw the tattered flaps of a white coat almost blending in with the clouds, and immediately knew. Every muscle in his body tightened in response to the sight. Ariana. The glider moved with suicidal speed and reckless agility toward the rock fighters. They noticed the Fenthri barreling at them like a bullet out of a gun and shifted course. Ariana didn't change her trajectory, continuing head-on. "We have to help her." "Savare, no!" Kane tried to stop him. Savare wasn't about to listen. She had come to fight. There was no world in which he wouldn't do it at her side. Gunshots echoed over the wind as Ariana sped past the pack of dragons. One man lunged his boko at her, only to miss and whistle for his mount to catch him before he was swallowed whole by the god's line. "Ariana!" Savare shouted, wondering if she could hear him. If she could, she ignored him. In a maneuver that would make Helen both jealous and proud, Ariana continued her ascent, high above the pack of dragons that were now pulling on their floundering boko to try to keep up with a more agile machine. She pulled on the handles, tipping it in a wide arc, until she was facing down at the god's line and a dragon's beneath her. Ariana let go of the glider, and Savare's heart went straight to his throat, blocking another scream of concern for the woman's well-being. He watched as she seemed to float in the air, falling alongside the vessel, a hair's breadth away. She hoisted a weapon that was strapped to her, holding it with surprising calm, given that she was a puppet to gravity and pummeling toward 15 dragons all scrambling to kill her. Savare couldn't stop his eyes from closing at the beam of bright light that exploded from the gun. Another shot rang out, and the column of pure magic that punctured through dragon and boko alike lingered on the wind, as though it was trying to draw a line in reality itself. Ariana reached back for the glider. Another dragon dove, intending to knock her off course before she could recover the mechanical safety net. Savare gave a roar and kicked Saran's sides. Faster he willed the bird to fly, faster. He let go of the boko's feathers, feeling the wind whipping his clothing against him as he straightened away from the diving bird. He wouldn't be fast enough if he relied on the boko alone. His feet pulled from the stirrups, curling under him, and Savare launched from the saddle, claws out. He met the rockman in a tumble of feathers and blood. Savare sought purchase as his enemy's boko squawked and spun through the air, trying to catch the wind once more with a fighting dragons on its back. He raked his claws across the other man's face as the rock fighter desperately tried to cast him off. Petra had always told him that once he used the gift of his lungs on Nova, there would be no turning back. Every dragon on the entire island would feel the shock of his magic. It was his greatest strength, and when Petra had lived, it served her and Shin, for Savare to never let it be known. But Savare was the Ochi now. He hoped his sister was right in her assumptions, because he wanted every living soul to know that they were up against a force strong enough to command time. Savare sucked in the air through his nose, filling his lungs, and felt the world slow. He looked over and almost lost time in his startle. Ariana's piercing eyes stared back at him. They seemed to look right at him, even though her hair was frozen in a windless world. She'd recovered herself on the glider, pitched downward, parallel to him. "Trust me," those eyes seemed to demand. And he did. Savare sliced at the rider's hands and legs with determined swipes. He peeled muscle from bone in deep gashes. He didn't hold time for more than a second. He needed to conserve his magic for the battles ahead. But that was all he needed. Time snapped back into place as he breathed again. Savare was once more in freefall. Now he spun through the air with a dragon, dazed, confused, and thrown from his boko. Savare gripped the man by the throat and plunged his hand into his chest. He took the warm rock heart and let go of the suddenly still body. Magic cracked through his mind with a sort of dizzying elasticity. For the first time, Savare felt what he'd done to others when he stopped time. "Hold on!" Ariana cried, coughing blood into the wind. He closed an arm around her waist, his feet cementing to the glider behind her. Savare tore a hunk of heart and shoved the rest into her face. Ariana ate from his hand, and they shared the spoils of their fallen foe. His lover imbibed like a ravenous beast and turned toward the remaining rock. With her face half covered in blood, mouth set in a grim line, he felt her lungs expand. Savare watched in wonder as time slowed. She recovered faster, her magic responding to her whims with surgical precision. This was the power of a truly perfect chimera. She would always be more than what the alchemists were splicing together now. She had been crafted by the magic her whole life. With his most recent addition, she had all the power that had ever existed. Ariana raised her arm and pulled the trigger, taking down 2 dragons before she nearly collapsed onto the handles, gasping for air between outpourings of gold from her lips. Savare forced the remaining heart into her mouth. "Let's go," he demanded, his hands over hers. "I'll take us to the mainland. There's more who will take them down on Ruana."
"Don't get us killed."
Savare felt her magic retreat as her hand slipped from the handles, barely enough to keep her glued to the gold platform beneath them. She turned, grasping him awkwardly, keeping herself in position as he assumed control of the glider. He was not nearly as graceful as she was with the machine, but he was determined. With Ariana counting on him, there was no world in which he would fail to keep his word. Savare sped past the tiring Boko for mainland Ruana. They soared back up to the top side of the island, and he selected a landing spot behind what had become, more or less, the front line. Perhaps he'd finally had enough practice with the gliders, or perhaps battle had honed his senses just enough. But Savare was half proud of the landing. Ariana's magic gave out, and she slumped, Savare quick to catch her. The sounds of Boko on the wind combined with guns cocking. Over it all was the ominous announcement from Kane, "More coming!" They panted together, and all the things he'd wanted to say and ask were suddenly meaningless. Nothing mattered until victory was assured. No. Nothing mattered because she was in his arms again. "I'm going to help." Ariana stood on her own once more. He felt magic swelling in her, already returning at a rate his could not hope to keep pace with. As much as he wanted to tell her not to, as much as he wanted to flee with her to a safe location to ride out the final throes of the storm, Savare knew nothing would stop her. She turned her eyes to the horizon, to their mutual enemy, and adjusted the hulking weapon, a new prototype similar to the guns they'd been sending, but different somehow, too. "I'll come with you." "Are you sure?" She gave him a quick up and down, no doubt skeptical of the magic she felt or didn't feel. Savare gave a laugh, skeptical himself. "We are in this together, from now until rock falls." "Until rock falls," she repeated with a solemn nod. "Together, until rock falls."
56. Coletta. Coletta could smell Ulia before she saw or even heard her. The woman was coated in a fine gloss of sweat that Coletta knew to associate with fear or nervousness in weaker creatures. Her little flower did well trying to hide it, however. Her strides were even and her hands were still at her sides when she delivered her message.
"The donor wishes to speak with you."
Coletta thought on the statement a moment. She carefully set down her pruning shears. It seemed today would not be the day she would get to conduct her second set of tests on the flowers of Agendi. Whatever secrets they held, they did an excellent job of hiding them from her.
"And where is the donor?" "The Red Room."
"Ah," Coletta murmured softly. That was all the information she needed on the matter.
"Thank you for delivering this message, Ulia." "Is there anything else I can do for you, my lady?"
She lowered her head in subservience.
"Not yet."
There would be in the coming days. Coletta could feel it. The scales that had held the world in balance had already tipped. Equilibrium of power and order had shifted too far out of neutral, and now chaos was threatening to reign. The dawn of an age that couldn't be accounted for. That was where the real danger lied. Ulia left her, heeding the unspoken command. Coletta briefly considered changing her garb before meeting Yevun, but decided to go as she was. Yevun had seen her in all states. He had lifted her up when the poison had racked her body past the point of brokenness. He had kissed her mouth after her gums had turned black. What had always mattered more than their appearances was their presence for one another. They were there when the cards fell. Perhaps her plain attire and immediate attendance of his summons would remind him of that fact. The fact that she had come to him promptly at his command, despite their last disastrous encounter in his war room. A confrontation neither had yet made any motions to reconcile. The Red Room was on the opposite side of the estate from Coletta's garden. As such, she had ample time to anticipate the mood her dono might be in. Her general preparation was for bad, worse, and downright volatile. A rider posted at the door regarded her warily. It was an uncommon summons, to be sure. Coletta gave a tilt of her head and a small, uncharacteristic smile, just enough to see the man unnerved by his Ryu's unexpected behavior.
"The Rock, Ryu, Dono,"
the rider announced as he opened the door for her.
"Thank you,"
Coletta said demurely, but still clearly dismissive. The man nodded and promptly departed. Coletta listened closely to his footsteps, making sure they left his post. She waited until they faded. Only then did she turn her eyes to her mate to see what fate had in store for her.
"It's not enough," he growled.
"What isn't?"
"Everything."
Yevun's claws shot from his fingertips.
"None of it is enough."
So it was to remain war between them. Her prompt presence had done nothing to smooth over the agitation of the past, or remind him of the natural roles they'd filled for so long, and that had served them so well.
"I offered you victory in this war. You would not take it."
"No, you offered me monstrosities made from the skin of our own family."
He rose like a thundering god.
"I am tasked with protecting House Rock."
"The success of House Rock is all I have ever worked for. It is all I have ever dirtied my hands for and manipulated the shadows for."
Yevun stalked toward her. Coletta wondered if he realized how weak, how out of control it made him look. Kings never descended. Not for their mates. Not for anyone.
"You lost our gold."
It was stolen.
"You lost the loyalty of House Tam."
The loyalty Coletta had brought herself over the years.
"You sent away Faye, splitting our power. There have been no reports from her for over a week. Coletta, if she—"
"Need I remind you that she is a tool, Yevun?"
Coletta snarled, no longer able to keep her mouth shut. She was pushed to a rare point, and there was no going back now.
"She was a distraction for you, I see now. She did not make us stronger but weak. Good riddance, if the Fen have killed her."
"You would do well not to say such things to me."
Yevun motioned toward her, and Coletta grabbed his wrist with a speed that surprised her mate. His head reared back slightly, like a serpent ready to strike.
"Do not point your claws at me,"
she whispered dangerously. They sheathed on command.
"Better."
Coletta released him, and Yevun spun away, setting to pace like the pouting child he was.
"Faye's death would be tragic, but we can make more of her now. What made her strong could be as common as a cherry-skinned dragon."
"Not this again,"
he stilled.
"Yevun,"
she pleaded. Coletta hated begging, but she would beg, bargain, steal, and murder for her house.
"I have 10 perfect chimeras."
"You continued despite my direct order."
He looked at her with a gaze that was no doubt an attempt to make her feel small.
"I did."
His stare had no effect on her.
"And we can begin to shift the tides if we set them free. If you bring me 3, 2, just 1 shin, I can produce them faster."
"I needed you to be producing gold for Tam."
"The refineries are a sham."
Coletta's claws plunged into the air.
all knew it from the moment they were commissioned, but I allowed you your fantasies. Refineries are effective on Loom because of their systems and resources. But their gold stores have been tapped dry, and my contacts tell me they have not resumed production again with the guilds as they are.
You!
He pointed at her again, without his claws this time.
You told me, you encouraged me to destroy the guilds.
And it was the right choice.
She stood by the decision without remorse.
But it is still the world we live in, the world we must adapt to.
Yevon growled and set to pacing again.
Tam is useless and disloyal. Shin fights like Fen. The Fen fight worse than Fen. We have 3 fronts, and make headway on none of them.
We've made ample headway, if you would only see it as such.
Coletta refrained from pointing out that he was making a 4th front by stoking a rift between them.
It's because I am not there.
Yevon stopped moving, as if punctuating the words. He spoke mostly to himself.
It is because I have been invisible to my people.
Yevon.
This was dangerous. This was wild autonomy fueled by frustration and bloodlust.
I will go fight.
I don't know. I implore you to rethink.
Coletta felt as though she was scolding a child and not a man nearly 90.
You have done enough holding me back.
The words stung. No, not the words. The shock of them, the outright audacity. Anger flashed hot in her blood, a response very few could draw from her, but it was there. Coletta cooled it. If one let it linger, anger was a poison for which there was no antidote.
I have done everything for the good of our house, for the good of your rule.
All reminders were proving futile. Her dono, her life mate, the man she had worked to see power and then worked alongside to keep it, suddenly saw her as having no more utility than a set of Fen-3 tools.
I will go to Ruana.
Yevon started for the door.
With more time and just some Shin captives, we will have an army of perfect dragons. They will not see it coming. We will blindside them.
Or we will lose our chance entirely.
Yevon's head whipped back to her.
Waiting has given us nothing, and the tides are ever shifting against us.
Coletta had one more request of him. One final attempt to save her dono's life and salvage all they had worked for.
At least become perfect first,
she implored, knowing the matter futile.
Give yourself the strongest chance.
He stared at her with abject horror, a look that was the final breaking of any love or kindness or even rapport between them.
How dare you suggest your dono is anything less than perfection? I will not accept Shin organs, not now or ever. I will not have them in me unless I am sinking my fangs into the hearts of the fallen. As long as I breathe, I will not stand to see our house sullied by them either.
He strode past her, starting for the door. Coletta merely stood, looking at the lone throne. A seat she knew would never have a master again.
Yevon.
No half measures, Coletta.
He paused briefly, but she refused to look at him. She gave him all the disrespect of her back.
When I return, I will deal with you in the same manner.
Coletta did not cry. She did not scream or shout or rake her claws over the room. She breathed in through her nose and out through her mouth, 3 times to regain her composure. Then Coletta Ryu started back for her garden, to prepare for the end of the world. 57. Ariana.
It was night when they finally had a reprieve. The reprieve was short-lived, as a frustrated Kane stomped in and disrupted their peace with an endless string of scolding for their recklessness. Svare impressed and pleased her in equal measure when he finally stood up for himself, telling off the man. The break was short-lived, however, as with the dawn came a new swarm of riders and a new host of bloodshed. More fell on both sides, and at long last Ariana was forced to recover her magic. It was like a seemingly never-ending source now. Seemingly. For when she hit her limit, it came fast and hard.
How do you feel?
Svare was the only dragon who would go out of his way to talk to her. No matter how much the Fenthri bled for their cause, the dragons regarded them with wary eyes. The inverse was also true. Perfect chimera huddled in groups, avoiding all contact with the dragons. "I'm fine." Ariana continued her inspection of the gun in her hands. This, however...
Is it broken?
Svare sat next to her heavily. "No, but it's reaching its limits. I thought Flor and I had reached a solution, but it seems not." There were hairline fractures along the barrel that promised years more of testing and dozens of iterations down the line.
Florence.
Svare repeated thoughtfully.
How is she?
"She's found her place. Not unlike you," Ariana added for herself alone.
I suppose we all have.
"Get out of my mind, dragon." Svare laughed, and Ariana let the sound smooth away her mock ire. She would miss the man when it was all over. The place he had ultimately found had no room for her. His world, Florence's. Neither was Ariana's. As Florence had seen it, so would he when the time came. They sat on his balcony at the manor. The glider barely fit, and his boko swooped back every now and again, cawing an angry protest at having to share its post. They were away from prying eyes and combat. Ariana listed to one side, her temple meeting his shoulder. She closed her eyes the moment his cheek pressed against her head. How she, of all people, had come to enjoy the company of this dragon, Ariana would never know. But with Florence starting her new life, and Eva and Oliver dead, he was the only one who knew her. He was the only one who'd seen her in her entirety. "Svare," she began softly. "When you're king..."
If,
Svare emphasized. "When," she shot right back. Ariana would not tolerate dismissive language now. They'd come too far for it. "Do not forget the promises you made to Loom."
I would never.
"Because I will hunt you and kill you if you do."
I wouldn't have it any other way.
She wondered if it was true, if he was sincere in appreciating that some part of their relationship, whatever it was strung together with vengeance and interworld power struggles. It was certainly odd, but she'd lived an odd life. It was only fitting that the only companion she'd found at the end of the road would be the most inconceivable of them all. "Svare." Ariana never finished her thought, which was likely a good thing, as she'd suddenly begun to feel dangerously sentimental. Kane bounded onto the balcony, and the expression on his face told them everything. Even still, nothing could have prepared her for his words.
"Yevon approaches."
What?
They said in unison. "Are you sure?" Ariana had fully expected the battle against the Dragon King to be drawn out until its bitter end. She never expected the man to make the same mistake she had, to deliver himself neatly to her.
"I don't think I would mistake the Dragon King,"
Kane replied testily. Ariana was too distracted by their luck to even think on it. They ascended through the manor to an upper level. Sure enough, a whole flock of boko cluttered the sky, approaching fast. Flanking one man were 2 riders with large pennons strapped to their backs bearing the sigil of House Rock. Ariana adjusted her grip on her weapon. One shot. All she needed was one good shot. The gun had that much left in it, at least. Ariana slowed her breathing as they neared. Just when she was about to take a sharp inhale and lift the barrel, Svare stopped her.
Don't.
We can kill him right now. We can end this.
You know I must. For Nova to see me as donor, it must be a proper duel.
Ariana glared at him, the gun, at the approaching king, but more at her circumstances in general. She knew it to be true, though every instinct screamed for her to just end it. Grand acts only created grand openings for error.
A duel?
Kane's hand went slack as he became distracted by Svare's words.
You're going to duel him now? Why not before? Because now we can thrive. Tam will undoubtedly side with the vicar. With more weapons like the one Ariana is holding, with perfect chimera, none will attempt to subvert our victory.
Svare's eyes drifted back to her.
Because now, time is on my side.
Did she hear him right? Ariana studied his face, searching. She wanted more, needed confirmation of what he was planning. Had his plan all along been to use her lungs against Yevon?
Svare Ryu!
Yevon called out, finally within earshot and hovering just above the platform.
I seek to challenge you. Are you finally done shaming your house with your subversions? I seek to challenge you as well.
Svare ignored the bait, and Ariana silently commended him. She watched as Yevon landed. Her hands itched to pull the trigger, to summon claws, to attack. She stood silently, however, forcing herself to stay in place, play her part. Yevon's eyes found her, and then the handful of perfect chimera in their midst.
I wouldn't have believed it if I'd not seen it with my own eyes. Shin has stooped so low as to work with Fen. How do you follow such a weak ruler that he must turn to the grey scourge of the earth for power?
Yevon asked the Shin assembled.
How does Rock follow a man who drives his house to failure because he is too afraid of progress? Progress, as you call it, is a threat to all of Nova, as it undermines the foundation of our traditions.
There it was. There was the crux of it. Ariana watched as the other dragons, both red and blue, considered what side of this line they fell on. Did they stand with an evolving world, or did they cling to the order that had seemingly served them so well for centuries? Progress cannot be stopped once started, not even by a king. Ariana made her voice heard. She made Oliver's voice heard. She made Eva's and Florence's and every other Fenthri who had ever worked and died for the idea of a free loom heard and accounted for.
And who would believe a Fen?
He sneered at her. Because I am evidence of it. Ariana gave him space to challenge her on the claim, but Yevon's silence was the loudest reply. So loud that the other rock dragons exchanged glances. Because perfect chimera are here and will come to Nova in droves. The gods' line will protect none of you. Work with us, or find out what it is like to live beneath a greater race. Enough dragons actually seemed to think on her words that Ariana considered the whole claim worth it. Frankly, Loom had no interest in ruling over Nova. At least, she sincerely hoped that sentiment remained unchanged. But the dragons didn't need to know that. Let it cloud their minds and cast the shadows of doubt on their every movement.
You lie,
Someone from Yevon's entourage. Do you really want to take that chance?
Enough!
Yevon regained his control the only way he knew how, by shouting it back into place. It was the move of a desperate man, one that Ariana wondered how she had ever allowed herself to be bested by him.
Will you duel me or not? As the Shin Oji,
Svare proclaimed proudly.
I will, for honor of Shin, for my sister, and for the title of Dono of all of Loom."
There was no waiting in dragon duels. Ariana watched as both men exploded into motion. Yevun was a stronger, faster, and better fighter than Svare, but Svare had a weapon that he now deployed. She felt the strange ache that followed a time stop, and looked on with everyone else as Svare moved from where he'd been about to attack to the space just behind the Dragon King. Yevun looked on in confusion. By the time he realized where his adversary had gone, Svare had plunged his teeth into the man's back, drawing blood with fervor.
"Time!"
Yevun roared. He bucked backward and Svare rolled off. Yevun twisted, lunging for him. Another snap of magic, another ache between her temples. Svare was holding the Dono's arm, bleeding him from the wrist. Yevun reached for the man, his hand stopping just before Svare's neck. As soon as Svare released the Dono's flesh, he took another sharp inhale of air. Ariana's ears barely had time to hear the start of Svare's lungs filling before time stopped again. It was like watching two fighters moving through completely different sequences of events. When Svare was in one place, he suddenly appeared in another. It was jarring and sustained purely on Yevun's own magic. Ariana shifted her gun in her hands, ready to kill. Even by imbibing off the Dragon King, she could see the toll stopping time took on Svare's body. He wouldn't last much longer as he was. Exhaustion led to mistakes, and Svare let go of time a second too early. His jaw snapped shut on air. Yevun pulled his hand back, plunging his claws forward to Svare's chest. Svare tumbled backward at the last moment. Yevun was on the offensive, like a sea monster that had spotted a lone ship. Svare dodged and sidestepped, but he did not stop time again. He was conserving his energy. Ariana caught Svare's eye. The distraction was just enough for Yevun to land a clean hit, sending Svare reeling, blood pouring from his shoulder. He stumbled backward and half fell into her. By the time she realized what he'd done, time was stopped. Ariana gripped onto him, holding him so she would not be pulled from the pocket of time he'd created for her. Her eyes met his, and Svare looked at her with a mouth pressed shut into a firm line. Svare rose, his free hand, blood still pouring from his shoulder where his magic was failing to heal him, and pointed at Yevun. Finally, it clicked. "You want me to kill him?" Svare nodded. It was a kindness, a gift unlike any he had ever given her. Together, they walked. Ariana clutched him tightly with one hand and drew her dagger from the other. She'd dreamed about savoring this moment, of what Yevun's face would look like when she killed him slowly, purposefully. But as she had told Florence, she was not the one destined to kill the Dragon King, at least not in the eyes of the world. So unceremoniously, just outside time, with dragons looking on, seeing with unseeing eyes, Ariana carved out the heart of Yevun Rock Oji Dono. Svare shuddered and quickly yanked her away, half dragging her back to where she'd stood before. Ariana watched as he released her, and then time snapped back into place. There was Svare, standing over the fallen corpse of Yevun Dono, heart in hand. He collapsed to his knees over the dead dragon, coughing blood. Ariana wanted to run to him. She wanted to chew the dragon's heart herself and spit it into Svare's mouth if she must. But he had given Ariana her moment. Now, she gave him his. With almost frail weariness, Svare raised the heart to his mouth and plunged his teeth into it. He tore off pieces ravenously, snarling at the rock riders. They all watched as their new king bathed in the blood of his predecessor. 58. Coletta. This was the day the world stood still. Coletta was among her flowers when the riders returned. She stood, feeling frozen in time herself, as they recounted the magic Svare had been hiding in him all along.
The men and women regarded her as the rock Oji now, but they looked on with skeptical eyes, even as they said it. How could one so frail be the Oji? She could almost hear them say. She had served a purpose between her and Yevun. He was the visible strength, and she the invisible. She had never been made for the grand stage. Coletta went to her library and sat on a bench. She tilted her head back, staring at the blue sky that peeked at her from between the rooftops of the estate and the foliage. It was as if the opulence of the manor threatened to suffocate her. It was as if the vines of her plants wanted to strangle her, for all that she had loved and nurtured them. It was as if the sky itself mocked her, reminding her of the new world order that had been thrust upon them, the future stolen from her claws. There was no word from Faye, and even if the woman was still alive and somehow proved to be successful, too much momentum had stacked against Rock to have the assassination of one rebel leader deal a crushing blow to Loom. Shin would prevail, which meant Loom would as well, no matter what happened now. A new world was being designed, one that she no longer had a part in crafting. Coletta sighed softly and closed her eyes. It had been a good run, while it lasted. With her by Yevun's side, they had been unstoppable for more than half a century. They were the last in a long line of noble and fearsome rock leaders. Just over 1,000 years of dominance was now coming to an end. But none of Rock's former glory mattered any longer. History was written by those still alive to hold pens. Her magnificent house would be cast as a cruel, tyrannous rule overthrown by a noble insurgents. They would be painted as the last holdover of an era steeped in respect for tradition that was long gone, an era overthrown by engineered perfection. It was a dishonor too unbearable to conceive. Coletta moved to the back corner where certain concoctions were locked away. She had one more obligation to her home and house. They would never sing her songs, would never abide by her as Oji. Her life was forfeit. So, before any upstart could challenge and kill her, Coletta would play one final, masterful stroke. She had been preparing for this inevitability since her final confrontation with Yevun in the Red Room. She pressed the gold panel, summoning both Topan and Ulia. By the time the two women reported, Coletta had their tools assembled. One look at them told her all she needed to know. They had heard the news of their new dono. Lord Shin rules now. She did not mince words in life, nor would she in her death. The great end comes for Rock as we know it. Both women kept their eyes downcast. Ulia gave a soft sniffle. But we will not go quietly. We will not let all we love be consumed by those we hate. Coletta smiled at what had been assembled on the table before her. We will take that from them. We will make sure that for generations to come, the name Rock is whispered, for fear that we will spring up from underneath our falsely appointed rulers and seek our vengeance. What must we do? Topan's bravery assured Coletta that she was ready for this mission. So the harder task would go to her. You will take this. Coletta motioned to the portion of the table covered with poisonous daggers and vials, enough to take down an entire estate. And kill all those here. My lady? Coletta had expected the order to kill her own to be particularly difficult for Topan to stomach. She'd been the most loyal of them all, but it was for that reason that Coletta had chosen her. Topan, you will be the only one among us to survive. Coletta took her flower's hands in hers, in reverse of their usual interactions. You will plant the seeds of Rock's return, kill those here, and be the only one to tell the tale. Speak of Loom's savagery and Shin's disregard for our ways. Kill them all in the estate, and force Rock to rebuild from the ground up, in vengeance, in hate. There was a brief moment when Coletta thought Topan would refuse, thought she might have to kill the woman and do this most important work herself. But Topan was a warrior, and loyal to her above all else.
I will, my queen. I will unleash every savagery I expect of Loom and Shin on our estate. I will go to the southern cities and tell them of your sacrifices, of the betrayals our house has endured.
Good. Coletta turned, scooping up a separate dagger from the table. Ulia, sweet Ulia, she cooed, summoning the girl's attention. Ulia steeled her watering eyes and pressed her mouth into a line. There was anger there, and anger made for sloppy actions.
You will take this and give the Tam Oji our regards.
Ulia took the dagger, inspecting what little she could see of the blade at the top of the sheath, by the hilt.
Gold? Because he so loves it. Because his loyalty only extended as far as the gold we provided him.
Ulia's brow furrowed briefly.
Yes, child,
Coletta told her silently.
I have been planning for this for some time.
Granted, in Coletta's plan, Finner would have been the Shin Oji, and once Shin was stabilized under him, then they would turn their efforts onto House Tam, replacing that Oji with someone far more loyal. But plans adapted and changed. The dagger would gain new purpose.
I will do this.
Ulia took one deep breath that shuddered into stability, and then nodded. She accepted the dagger like it was a boon from a god.
I bid you both farewell. Topan, any yet living flowers may grow to you.
Coletta dismissed them for one final time. Topan left promptly with a handful of supplies, as though she could not spare one final look for her soon-to-be-dead queen's face. But Ulia lingered. She searched Coletta's posture for answers the dragon queen would not allow herself to reveal.
What will you do?
She whispered. It was the one time Coletta allowed herself to be questioned, allowed her designs to be known.
If it is chaos the world seeks, then I will see it done.
She took up one final dagger and a handful of vials for herself. Ulia's eyes spoke volumes, but only 2 words fell from her lips.
Thank you.
Coletta nodded and watched the girl leave. She had done all she could, but it had not been enough. Coletta slung a large pouch over her shoulder and took the last of her supplies. Perhaps it was not all she could have done. Coletta began to wonder as she started from her garden for the last time. Perhaps she should have been the bold and strong Ryu the house had wanted. If she had been, they would have seen her as the Oji now. She could have continued to lead the charge with perfect dragons. But without Yevun at her side, no one would heed her long enough to see the salvation she could offer them. As she had been in life, in death, she'd been relegated to the shadows. Coletta walked through the rock estate and down to the grey room for the final time. She set free the perfect dragons. They would live to be fearsome creatures. Rumors of their feats would bubble to the surface of Nova's consciousness until they could no longer be ignored. Then, amid the growing chaos of the rock estate, Coletta Oji took to the skies one final time, charting her course for Ruana.
59. Savare. He could have eaten 3 more of Yevun's hearts, and it still wouldn't have been enough. Savare chewed and tore his way through every last bite. He didn't care much for the taste of rock blood, even though victory was its own spice. But the magic it brought back to him was essential to merely breathing. His lungs felt in no better state than they had following the alchemist's removal of them for Ariana. If anything, they could be worse. His joints ached, and his body was ravaged, But he was Dono. So Savare consumed every last bite of Yavun's heart, both for sustenance and for ceremony. All eyes were on him, and not one dragon or fenthri moved. Savare wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He needed to stand, needed to step into his role as Dono. But the moment he tried, his legs buckled and he struggled to right himself. A strong arm appeared around his waist, connected to a sturdy and familiar form. Ariana had tugged his arm over her shoulder, supporting him before dragon and fenthri alike. Yes. The word coursed through his mind at the woman's presence. He wanted her to be seen at his side. He wanted the world to know that she was his, and now that he was Dono, there would be no questioning the fact. Savare saw the wary eyes from those assembled, but not one dragon stepped out of place. "We need to get to Lisp," he wheezed. Kane appeared before him, offering to help support him as well. Savare waved away the offer, trying to stand on his own. "We must get a Boko, a glider. It will be faster. To Lisp." "The battle is won, Dono." Hearing the title from Kane's mouth made it all the more real. "Not yet." Savare pulled his arm from Ariana. The moment he tried to step away, however, the world tilted and he lost his balance yet again. Kane moved for him, but Ariana was faster. "Coletta." Ariana finished the thought he couldn't quite seem to get out before. "Yes. What about the Rokoji?" Kane hadn't quite kept up. Kane was close, but the fenthri woman at Savare's side was the other half of his mind. "Do you think she'll accept Savare's Dono gracefully?" Ariana spoke loud enough that everyone could hear. "She doesn't have a choice," Kane insisted. "Like she didn't have a choice at the Crimson Court," Ariana fired right back. Kane floundered. "Kane Shinryu-to," Savare announced, elevating Kane to the societal rank of To with a breath. "I request for you to defend my honor on Lisp. See that Coletta assumes her responsibility as the Rook Oji, under me as Dono, or that she perishes." Whispers and a few gasps rose from those observing. But there was nothing else he could do, even if he was the Dragon King. A title alone would not replenish his magic enough to give him the confidence to fly to Lisp. He knew he was sending his friend into the asp's nest, but what else could he do? "And," Savare continued, "you will take Ari Shinkin-to with you. She will assist however you deem necessary." Whispers and gasps grew louder as Ariana was quickly elevated in both society and house as well. He locked eyes with a woman at his side. Ariana almost wore a frown. Was she not happy? He'd won, and he could see her forever have a place on Nova. "We should go." She looked to Kane with renewed purpose. "I'll pilot the glider." "Lead on," Kane agreed with a nod. To the others assembled, he said, "See your Dono is well cared for and recovers to full strength. We will need him in the months ahead." Kane's order spurred the scene to life. Ariana disappeared from his side, replaced with a woman that he'd never seen before. Savare remained focused on his childhood friend, but mostly his eyes were on his lover. "Go safe." He wanted to say so much more, but the woman was strong. Kane was strong. There would be many more opportunities, he assured himself, to say all that needed to be said.
60. Ariana. Wind whipped her hair into the face of the man riding the glider behind her.
"It's there, ahead."
Kane pointed over her shoulder, and Ariana thought, not for the first time, of dislodging him from his spot with a particularly sudden roll. "Yes, I can see that. Just focus on staying on." Did he think that she honestly couldn't tell where the Isle of Lisp was? There were only 3 main islands in Nova, and given that they floated nowhere remotely close to each other, she could only assume that they had successfully made it to Lisp when another gigantic landmass came into view.
"I am on."
He said it as though the fact should be obvious. "Stay that way." Ariana ground the words between her teeth. He was very good at acting like he hadn't nearly fallen off twice already. though Ariana was equally skilled at acting like one of those hadn't been her own attempt to shake him.
"The estate is there."
Kane pointed at a massive complex that was unmistakable even to someone who'd never seen it before. "My eyes still work fine under my goggles," she sighed loudly, wanting to make sure he heard it over the wind. Ariana pulled on the handles and pitched the glider toward the estate. As they approached, a sharp tang hit her nose and went straight to her head. Her lungs burned, her magic fighting whatever the wind carried. Ariana slowed, making a wide arc and banking away.
"Why aren't you—"
"Can't you smell it?" She pulled on the levers, bringing the glider into a hover. Kane seemed as though he was going to protest, on principle more than anything else, but when he stopped and took a proper breath, his expression changed. "Coletta," she said the name they were both thinking. Ariana lowered the glider, moving slowly over the estate. A glimpse of one of the outdoor arcades, corpses lying prone, confirmed her suspicion.
20 above. What did she do?"
Kane whispered in horror. "She refused to let us win." Ariana scowled and tried not to be angry or frustrated at the fact that she would not be the one to kill Yevun's mate. Was one kill really so much to ask for? Her neck ached, reminding her of Coletta's handiwork all too well.
"She killed her own. No, that's impossible, even for her."
Ariana finally brought the glider down, bringing a hand over her nose to combat the smell of death, blood, and poison. No one rushed to meet them, no one swarmed in greeting or combat. Their only company was wind. The whole manor was unnervingly still. "I think you need to come to terms with the impossible," Ariana suggested as she rolled over a corpse with her foot. In the center of the dead woman's chest was a slit right between her breasts that had gone a dark gold from the festering poison that oozed from it.
"Why?"
Kane muttered, looking at a loss.
"Why would she kill her own?"
"She'd lost." Ariana looked in the room attached to the landing area they'd chosen at random. Sure enough, no signs of life. And she couldn't handle the idea of us besting her house.
"But—"
"It's not a dragon-like thought, I know. But take it from me, this woman knows no limits." Kane was silent, respecting the darkness that hovered over her words at the mere mention of Coletta. Ariana knew well enough how low the woman would stoop. They wandered the estate, looking for signs of life, for any signs of the woman who had reaped such destruction. But none were to be found.
"It's as if she's disappeared into thin air."
Kane slammed his fist against a doorframe, splintering the wood and bloodying his hand in anger.
"How many bodies have we looked through?"
"Not enough." Ariana crossed her arms over her chest and thought. If she had been in Coletta's position, what would she do? The realization dawned on her as a rock man stepped through the doorway.
"I found them!"
he shouted, presumably to others.
"I found the Shin murderers! They have a fen!" "Wait, what?"
Kane stalled in his hesitation. Ariana sprang into motion. She lunged for the man, claws drawn and honed on his chest. Before he even had a chance to react, he was dead.
"We have to get back to Ruana."
"What?" Kane stared at the dragon she'd just killed, as if debating if he should feel remorse over the death of a rock.
"We need to go!"
Ariana grabbed his forearm and tugged him forward. He began running on his own as they sprinted through the manor, toward the glider and away from the sound of rising voices.
"I don't understand."
He skidded to a stop as she jumped on the glider, grabbing both handles firmly.
"Coletta means to pin these murders on Shin. The longer we stay, the more we play into her plans." "But she's not here."
Why couldn't he see that? It had become so painfully obvious to Ariana. It was so objectively clear how stupid they had been.
"Where is she?"
The horror in Kane's voice betrayed the fact that he had finally been brought to understanding. "Get on," Ariana demanded, disturbingly calm. She was going to take off with or without him. Kane made the smart choice and quickly jumped on behind her. She yanked the handles and her magic shot into the wings, pulling them upward. Ariana leaned into the movement as if with force of will alone she could see the glider all but teleport back to Ruana. She ran through everything again in her head, but there was no other option.
"You don't really think she—"
Kane trailed off, no doubt running through the same probabilities and series of ideas as Ariana. Coletta was a woman who'd lost everything to one man, who was now not only the Dragon King, but the head of the house she so despised. If she was willing to kill her own for the sake of vengeance against them, what would she do to him? Ariana swallowed hard and struggled to keep her grip on the handles as her palms grew abnormally slick. She had to get to Svare.
61. Svare. His bed didn't feel different. One would think that, lying beneath the weight of kingship, one would sink further into the mattress. But he didn't feel any differently. In fact, he felt so very much the same that Svare was worried he had somehow missed an important step in becoming the Dono. It did not feel real yet. He, Svare Shin, was the Dono for all of Nova. Every member of House Shin had begun to fawn over him with renewed intent. Every man and woman seemed to want to get him something. He wished he hadn't sent Ariana and Kane away. House Rock could wait. He needed his two greatest allies to fend off those who would seek to pour praise on him to the point of nausea. Exhausted and overwhelmed, Svare had ultimately sent them all away. His lungs still ached from the quick succession of stopping time. They'd felt raw from the harvesting. Now they felt utterly foreign. They'd been taken out, grown again, ripped apart and put back together so many times that it was still laborious to breathe. Yevon's heart had helped exponentially, but even that surge of power wore off. Every inch of his frame had sustained enough wounds and expanded enough energy that all he wanted was quiet. All he wanted was sleep. So he allowed the attendants to look after him long enough to make minimal treatments to his wounds and then dress him for bed. But it was the silence after they left that he truly relished. Silence that now was his only companion in the wake of his ascension to Dono. Svare closed his eyes. His thoughts did not drift to leadership, nor was he visited by some prophetic vision of Lord Shin blessing him with divine right to rule. Behind his eyelids he found the face of one woman, Ariana. And with no one to know or judge him for his daydreams, he indulged the thought. He saw them sitting together, thrones to match. They would be a beacon for Loom and Nova, a symbol of what their worlds could be, of the partnership that was required for all of them to seek the freedom they had long desired. And as Dono, he would see that she never wanted for anything. Dreaming numbed the pain and soothed him enough that sleep could take its hold. Movement stirred him. His mind was sluggish, but his body was already feeling much stronger from however much rest he'd gotten. Svare groaned softly, trying to dismiss whatever unnecessary helper had disturbed his sleep. His eyelids fluttered, and he caught a glimpse of red. Red. Savare's eyes shot wide open as he felt a blade plunging between his ribs, straight into his heart. They took in the face of a woman he'd only seen in passing before. Her eyes were dead and emotionless. She could have been sipping tea rather than killing the Dono in cold blood. The blade burned as she removed it. The hole closed, magic knitting over the small incision quickly. But the fire remained. "Coletta," he snarled. "A gift for the new Dono," she smiled, exposing teeth that looked more like worn-down knives. Her gums were gnarled and recessed. "I used the same poison on your sister." Coletta's hand cupped his cheek, almost lovingly. "I thought you would want to die as she did." With a primal scream, Svare summoned energy he did not think he possessed, bolting upright. One hand gripped the woman's frail shoulder, feeling bones snap under the force of his fingers, as the other hand plunged into her chest. Coletta coughed blood onto his chest, leaning against his cheek. She reeked of death and strawberries.
Rock will forever seek to regain the throne that is rightfully theirs,
she swore darkly. Savari ripped out her heart with ease and pushed her away. Coletta posed no struggle. Her triumphant eyes remained wide open even in death. She collapsed onto the floor, and Savari discarded her heart across the room, not daring to sink his teeth into the flesh of the poison mistress. Just her blood on his shoulders seemed to burn his skin. The excitement and exertion quickened his heart. Savari collapsed back onto the bed, trying to slow the flow of poison throughout his body. It seared his muscles and sapped his strength. He stared up at the ceiling above his bed and wondered what Petra had seen as she lay in an agony that mirrored his. The door opened and 3 Shin rushed in, responding to the commotion. Savari didn't know their names, but these would likely be the last faces he saw before he died, so he took them in as though he'd known them all his life.
"I've been poisoned,"
he whispered, as if speaking too loudly would cause his blood to pump and his body to give out faster. He wanted to slow the take of poison for as long as he could. He wanted to stall the inevitable. He would say only what needed to be said and preserve all remaining words for the one woman he wanted to lay eyes on before the god of death cast his shroud over Savari's form at last.
Who?
They looked at Coletta's corpse. No doubt they had never seen the woman before. Coletta avoided public appearances at all costs, since they only sparked rumors of her frailty.
"Coletta Rock Ryu,"
he answered.
"When?"
The word got caught. He thought of Petra again. His sister had endured the same pain as he, likely worse. He would not break down. Would not let the pain get the better of him.
"When I am gone. Kane is the Shin Oji, and the Dono."
Savari closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Stasis, stillness. He had to persevere, had to hang on.
"When Kane, Ryu, and Harikin return, send them to me."
"Dono, what can we do?" one of the men asked hopelessly. Had he not heard a word Savari had said? Death was inevitable.
"Imbibing will sustain me, but not save me."
It was the only thing he knew to say. He shouldn't have been surprised when they returned with a heart in hand a short time later. Savari wanted to refuse. It had no doubt been cut from some under-island dweller, someone under the shade of House Shin that he was supposed to protect. But his mind was delirious and focused on only one thing, seeing Ariana again. He had to see her again. It was a drive beyond anything else, a drive that could push a man to madness. He brought the heart to his lips and ate, and when he could no longer eat it himself, it was fed to him. Every bite was smaller than the last, his chewing slower, but still he held on. He held on until he saw white against a colorful world, a peaceful break for eyes overwhelmed by the all-too-bright kaleidoscope he found himself in. He held on until Kane's booming voice summoned his consciousness back toward the surface of the inky darkness he was drowning in. He held on until he felt her hands on him again.
"Ari."
"Savari, I need you to listen to me." Her voice was hurried, thin, frantic. He smiled tiredly. She had to be forceful up to their very last moment together. Well, call him a romantic or just insane, but he wouldn't have it any other way. "Savari, listen, stay with me. It won't work if you won't listen." She was talking too quickly for him to really listen, and her voice had an odd pitch he didn't quite recognize. "Kane, help me sit him up. We need him awake. We only have one chance." Savari groaned in protest as they hoisted him upright. The groan turned into a hiss of pain. It was as if jostling his blood reinvigorated the poison, spreading it further through his veins. Their efforts were long past the point of fruitlessness. 3 hearts, now cold and void of magic, littered the bed around him. But still Ariana clung to him. He felt her arms around him. He felt her strength. His body ached to return the same to her in kind.
"I know what I want my boon to be."
She was whispering now. It was soft and low like a lover, like how he'd always wanted to hear her speak to him. Warmth enveloped him, warmth in the shape of a woman.
"Listen closely, Savari, because all the magic in the world will be yours to see my boon fulfilled. You will have no choice. You must do this for me."
He leaned against her, let her voice flow through him. This was what he had wanted. This was what he had waited for. This was what kept him clinging to life, to fulfill the contract he had made with a wraith.
"For my boon, I wish for you to heal, stronger than you were before, completely and utterly. Savari, for my boon, I wish for you to live."
The words echoed within him, and with them, magic exploded anew.
62. Ariana. She felt him return to her. Magic that normally smelled of wood smoke took on a new depth. The rich aroma cleared, like a window being opened to some greater beyond, and a crisp smell like rain flooded the room. Ariana continued to cling to him, tighter than she'd ever admit in the future to anyone who dared recount this moment. She doubted doing so helped the magic. If anything, it likely hindered him, as she was giving Svare new bruises for his magic to heal. But she wasn't exactly thinking logically. All she wanted was for him to return to her. Until that moment, her every want and wish had been death, the death of Finner, of Yevun, peaceful deaths for her own friends, and lover, when there were no other options. But now, she wished for life, a long and fruitful life for him. It was a twitch at first, a movement in his biceps that could have been nothing more than instinct or involuntary reaction. But then it happened again. His arms found movement, coming back to life. Rain turned back to smoke, and Svare breathed normally once more. The sound of his life filled her ears, the shifting of his movement, of his exhales against her cheek. He wrapped her in his embrace, responding with as much fervor as she held him. Ariana didn't want to open her eyes. What if she was wrong? What if somehow this was all some illusion of a desperate mind too broken to handle the loss of another love?
"Ariana,"
he breathed, soft enough that she could lie to herself and say she hadn't heard it. But she did, and the sound had her choking in a sigh of relief. Emotion was raw in her neck, and she wanted to scream or cry or laugh, but did none of it. She merely held on to the man she loved and gulped down her relief. Cain was watching, after all, and there was only so much she'd allow the man to witness. Svare's muscles gained strength, his back straightened, his breathing leveled. He continued to hold her as his heartbeat steadied once more, regular and strong. It was a sound Ariana could listen to for days, years even. Finally, he straightened away and merely stared at her with a wonder she'd never seen on anyone before.
"You saved my life."
Well, it'd be really inconvenient for Loom if the man who has all the deals for our freedom just up and died. She couldn't say what she really felt, not even if she wanted to, which she didn't. It was far too terrifying and grossly romantic to utter aloud. Plus, I really, really hate that woman. She nodded toward Coletta's corpse, more than a little upset that there was yet another death Svare had over her. And I loved the idea of thwarting—
"I love you too, Ariana,"
he interrupted boldly. Bloody cogs. He had to up and be the brave one, once again,
Here he was, professing his love for her in front of his right hand as the king of the dragons, and all Ariana could do was muster sarcasm.
That's one way to say thank you, I suppose.
She forced her arms to go slack. King of the dragons. The words repeated in her head, imprinting as fact. It had all happened so fast, and there was always one more enemy. But now that there were no more standing against them, the future was upon her. This man was the king of the dragons, Dono, leader of Nova. He was not just Svare anymore. He had a far greater role to play. One dark corner of her heart uttered in reproach for its self-preservation, "You should have let him die in Dordom." She'd been the one to save him, to deliver him to the alchemists, to see his house succeed, to see him become king, only to have to let him go. Ariana stood quickly, before she could allow herself to be trapped by him. He would draw her in, and then there would be no escape. She'd damn them both with her sentimentality. There was practice in her movements. Life had prepared her with an unofficial training to do what needed to be done, even when doing so was impossibly hard. She had dedicated her life to fulfilling her duty and the dreams of others. It should be instinct, putting her wants second and doing what must be done. But all her preparation wasn't enough now that the moment was upon her. Walking away, what should have been the easiest task of all, had never demanded more strength. For if she stayed, he would focus on her. He would defer to her. He would hesitate and pause and steal moments with her. While his time was what she wanted to steal more than any other thing, it was a heist she wouldn't allow herself to make.
"Where are you going?"
His confused, questioning gaze made it all the harder. "Back to Loom. My job here is done." Ariana attempted to make her escape.
"You can stay."
"I don't belong here." She didn't know why she was indulging argument, but her feet had gone into mutiny against her brain. They were in cahoots with her ears to hear what he'd say next.
"You have a place here,"
he insisted.
"Svare, she's the one we owe the world to."
Svare snapped at Kane's protest.
"I am the Dono, and I can decree it."
"You don't get it." She looked back at him, and for the first time ever was thankful for every hardship she had endured. For it had all hardened her enough to survive this parting. It had given her enough training to turn her face and her heart to stone. "Svare, this is not something you as a dragon can decree. I am made of steam. I am hot-blooded, strong, and free. I was cast in steel on Loom, and that maker's mark is not something you can expunge from my soul. I don't belong here," she finished. It was said with almost enough conviction to fool herself.
"You belong at my side."
Ariana watched him deflate with every word, and had to tell herself that what she was doing was for the best. "I do not belong here, and you know it."
"What will you do instead?"
"There's always something to steal." Ariana smiled nonchalantly, as if one option was as good as the next. If he dug in his heels now, that carefully crafted facade would crack. She would find some excuse to stay, she knew. But her bluff was good enough that Svare didn't call it. He stared right back at her, until she could take it no longer. Ariana turned and walked out of his room, past all the shin gathered in the hall, as though nothing in the world were bothering her. Every bit of ease on her exterior hid the heartache inside, as she left behind the Dragon King she loved. 63. Florence. There was no weapon like hope, and no ammunition for it like good news. Word of the victory up on Nova spread faster and thicker than the clouds overhead. Helen, who had been up with Ariana, had whispered back to Will. Their decision to get dragon ears and set up a whisper link hadn't been the least bit surprising to Florence. Will informed the rest of the Queen's minions, who ultimately dispersed the news to Shanra. Florence knew the moment Shanra had appeared in her office that there had been victory, just by her expression alone, and because she had already had the information from someone else.
You already know. Emma was here not minutes before you left. Word funneled through the revolvers, who were up with House Shin when it happened.
Florence looked back at the list of tasks she'd begun drafting, already several items deep.
We have claimed victory, and you are still busy at work.
Shanra looped around the desk, draping her arms over Florence's shoulders.
It is only the beginning. Freedom is only the beginning for us. Now we must rebuild Loom, not as it was, but as it could be.
Florence was having a hard time deciphering what to prioritize. Everything seemed like it needed to happen at once, and when everything was a priority, nothing was a priority.
There is to be another tribunal?
Shanra had no doubt focused on the first item on Florence's list.
At Gare, Emma is spreading the word now.
Shanra sighed, though the noise was without any sort of real weight.
What is it with you and tribunals?
I am a vicar, after all. Florence ran a hand up Shanra's arm, starting at where her hand met the desk, helping prop her up, all the way to her shoulder and back.
You are the vicar revolver.
Shanra turned her head back to Florence.
Your place is in Dordom, not Gare.
And so it shall be, Florence affirmed. Once we are all in agreement, every vicar will return to their rightful home to begin rebuilding.
Will you return home alone?
Shanra asked, staring out the window behind Florence's desk in what had become her makeshift office.
I think you know the answer to that. I want to hear you say it.
Florence didn't bother concealing a smile.
You will accompany me, if you so choose, as a master revolver. Don't think you can win me over with titles.
Shanra tilted her head coyly.
What can I win you over with, then?
I asked you once if we could share a flat in Dordom when all this was over. You never answered. Shanra stared her down, as if trying to pin Florence with her eyes. It's all over now. I need an answer. Florence stood slowly. She pushed in her chair and leaned against the desk with Shanra, facing the window, at just one small scrap of the world that was now theirs.
Let's see. A flat in Dordom, right by the Guild Hall, I think it was.
Shanra hung on her every word. I'm not sure if, as the vicar revolver, I can live outside the hall proper.
I could be coerced into being flexible on the location.
Could you? Florence rounded the woman, her lover, in all her scared and battle-weary glory. She reached a hand, cupping Shanra's cheek, leaving her fingers in the tangled mess of hair.
What must I do to coerce you?
I think you will come up with something creative. Shanra's voice had fallen to a hush, her lids heavy. She leaned forward ever so slightly, and Florence felt herself moving to meet her.
I will certainly try, Moonbeam.
Shanra halted, brows furrowed, lips pursed, eyes alert.
Moonbeam.
You asked me to be creative. Florence smirked. I can be dangerous when I'm creative.
Spoken like a true vicar revolver.
Shanra was back to whispering.
I like you dangerous. Gunpowder.
Florence smirked at the equally heinous pet name. She needed a partner who could roll with the punches and dish it out as well as she took it. Before either of them could conceive something worse, Florence claimed the woman's mouth with her own. Shanra's tongue was sweeter than any cookie Florence had ever eaten.
"What about all your work?"
Shanra asked after several long minutes gasping for air.
"It will keep."
Florence pushed aside her papers, scattering them to the floor. Yes, there was work to be done, decisions to be made, and things to be settled. But first, she had a woman to hoist onto the desk and more hard-earned flavors of freedom to relish.
64. Savare. She never told him outright that she loved him. She had fought at his side. They had made love countless times. He had invited her to stay on Nova and be his queen, his paragon for the new bond between Loom and Nova. In reply, she couldn't even say that she loved him, even though he knew it was more than true with every beat of his heart. He wanted to point it out to her. He wanted to demand it from her. But it would mean nothing if he did, so the words were left unsaid in her wake, where he lapped along the shores of all they could have been. Savare stared at where Ariana had just stood. He had done everything Petra had ever dreamed. He had accomplished the dream of hers he had adopted. A Shin-Oji now wore the title of Dono. He, Savare, of all dragons, was now the Dono. It should have been a cause for celebration. His chest should have swelled with pride so great that his ribs would shatter and be rebuilt, with magic now bolstered with the knowledge that he held all of Nova in his palms. But it wasn't. There was no pride and no fullness. He had achieved everything, but he didn't have the one thing he'd come to want more than anything else. He'd lost the woman who made everything in his world worthwhile. Well, I suppose that makes sense. Kane reminded him of his presence. Startled, Savare half jumped, as if pulling his feet from the tar of his own thoughts. What does? You had a boon with her this whole time. Disapproval ran rampant between Kane's words, though his friend didn't pursue it. There wasn't much to be done now about it, and the fact that Savare had forged such had just saved his life. Explains your obsession with the woman. It's more than that, Savare mumbled. Is it? Kane asked, though Savare knew he was already aware of the answer, so he didn't dignify the question with a response. Call her back, then. Make her stay. I can't. Why not? You're the Dono. You heard her. Savare motioned to where the woman had been standing. She can't be contained here, and I couldn't make her. You're the Dono, Kane repeated, as though those 3 words should explain away everything. It means nothing if she doesn't stay of her own will. I can't order her presence, just as I can't order her love. Kane was given pause at the word love. Surely his friend must have seen it already. The man's brow knitted, furrowed lines digging over his eyebrows. And that means something to you? It meant more than Savare could ever put into words, but all he said was, "It does." Then, if you will not command her to stay or order her affections, you must stop giving her your own. As if it were that simple. As if it had ever been that simple. He hadn't chosen to love her. He simply did. It had become as undeniable to him as winter's chill, and as warming to his soul as summer's sun. Trying to do anything but love her would be like trying to halt the seasons, pointless and impossible. I can't do that either, he confessed in a whisper. Savare continued to stare after Ariana, the vacant spot where she'd once stood, now filling with a new regret that he had not properly imprinted her image on his memory. With her as the wraith on Loom and he as the Dono in Nova, their paths were likely to never cross again. Then learn how. Kane moved into his field of vision. Shin needs, deserves, an Oji who will celebrate this time and lead with all his heart. Kane shook his head, his tone becoming even more serious. All of Nova, Savare. Not just Shin, but all of Nova needs you now. We are fractured and bleeding, and we need a Dono who will unite us. You're right, Savare admitted. We need someone who knows the Fenthri and is willing to work with them, but still defend Nova's interests, Kane continued as if Savari hadn't just agreed with everything he'd said. Someone who can carry on Petra's vision. Someone who has the esteem of our house. I know, Kane. Nothing the man had said was untrue, but the whole of it had made Savari realize that he was not the only one who fit such a description. I will be here for you. It will be my supreme honor to serve as Ryu to the Dono. His friend squeezed his shoulder in a sympathetic display. Don't be so sure. What? Kane's brow was back to furrowing. Savari could almost feel the panic rising from him. Savari merely smiled at his friend's confusion. This is a tumultuous time, Kane. Kings are dying left and right.
65. Florence.
Dear W.W., Shanra tells me that I'm writing to a ghost. Fear not, I corrected her that the proper term is wraith. You've been very good at not being found this past year. I can only presume it was intentional when all of my efforts to leave no stone unturned left me empty-handed. At first I thought perhaps you were worried about my focus not being properly on my duties as Vicar Revolver. I could only imagine, though, given the speed at which I'd seen the hall and refinery rebuilt, that such was impossible. A distracted vicar does not make for an effective one. And, if I may be so bold, I've been fairly effective. So, I'm only left to think that you do not want to be found. I attempted to corner Helen on the matter, but she was only slightly less slippery to get a hold of than you. It seems she's settling into her assumed role of rebuilding Mercury Town as well. Perhaps a little too well. Do not make me send revolvers down there to clean up any messes. In any case, now that I've come to terms with such a realization, I'm left with only one final course of action. This letter. We are women of action, you and I, not words. Thus I've toiled over what to put here for weeks now. You are aware, I am sure, of the overall state of affairs in Loom, and judging from the recent report of the Queen of Wraith's grand return to Dordom, I think you're keenly aware of the status in our city. It's a bit of a flashy title to reassume, don't you think? For a woman who supposedly died in the battles on Nova? I digress, yet again. I want you to know, if nothing else, that I have looked for you. That I will continue to keep my eyes out for a woman in white at every corner I pass, every junction I cross. You, my teacher, my mentor, one of the most talented women I have ever known, will always have a place with me. And should you never walk through the open door I'm leaving for you, then so be it. Know you have my thanks. This runaway raven will forever be in your debt as the woman who pulled her shaking and scared from the underground and once more showed her the light. Sincerely, F. P.S. I am truly sorry about what happened to Svari. However, if you said or did anything to ensure Kane would be so open to keeping positive relationships with Loom, I thank you.
66. Ariana. The moon peered down through the clouds onto the streets of Dordom. The light was bright enough to cut one's shadow into the cobblestones of the street, wet and glistening with the night's chill. It was the same moon that had borne witness to the rise of the White Wraith years ago, and was now the sole member of the audience witnessing the rebirth following the metamorphosis of that lone creature. Ariana darted between back alleys, the hem of her freshly tailored coat flapping against her legs. 2 Revo grunts were on her tail. They had all the persistence of fresh journeymen, led out for the first time to keep the peace. Yes, they were determined, but Ariana wasn't dissuaded. Even as rubble and ruin, she knew the paths and side streets better than anyone. The farther she got from the center of Dordom, the rougher and more broken things became. It was an area that was still mostly untouched by time, a holdover from the days of dragons. She pushed deeper and deeper, knowing she'd lose them eventually. They were already tired of wasting ammunition by taking cheap shots at nothing. This part of the city had been far enough away from the epicenter of the revolver's self-destruction that it had been spared from total ruin. Dordom was a target now. The bullseye was the new metropolis, springing from the ashes of the old. Out from that center was ruin, still in the process of being rebuilt. Further still, a piece of Ariana's heart would always live. Old Dordom. Buildings were jutted at odd angles, and collapsed rooftops sagged holes between persistent walls. It was the city of Dordom's criminals and less than desirables. It was home for her. She waited out of sight, tucked in a shaded alcove, listening carefully to the footsteps of the Revos slow. They cursed aloud, debated further pursuit, and eventually decided to let her go. Smart men, Ariana applauded. After all, she so hated killing talent. The revolvers had little, and less of it in their present circumstances. Ariana reemerged into the moonlight, looking around at the street she'd tracked to for the first time. It was instantly familiar. She remembered the sounds of industry, welding, hammering, the buzz of saws that filled the air by day and yielded to the revels of gambling parlors at night. Now there was only silence, and her footsteps breaking the stillness. 2 streets down, one over, along a back alley, was a stairwell. Some stairs were missing, the iron rusted out and peeling away from itself like rotten flower petals. But the main joints to the building were still strong enough to hold her weight. She didn't have anywhere else to be tonight. Her patron could wait until morning to get the trinket Ariana carried. For now, she'd rest in what was an all-too-familiar flat. The door was ajar, but the room showed almost no signs of life. Almost no signs. Ariana waded through the familiar scents and nostalgic sights over to the kitchen table, where a letter sat among cookie crumbs that had somehow evaded rats for years. It was pristine, fresh, and on it were the letters WW in a familiar hand. Ariana turned it over and paused. The floorboards behind her creaked under the weight of another presence. Another ghost reemerging from the memories of past lives she'd given up when Ariana had died. It's a bit much, don't you think, to have the Dragon King himself hunt me down? Ariana turned, setting the letter back down on the table to have her hands free. She didn't know what she should anticipate. A fight? A flight? Or something more? A dragon emerged from the bedroom. His hair had grown out in the months since she'd last seen him. It almost brushed his shoulders in its burnt orange disarray. Svare wore dark pants and a long-sleeved, high-collared shirt in the current fashion, if any of Loom's tailoring could really be called that compared to the pomp of dragons. It was plain, functional, and everything she'd never associated with him.
Very much dragon, not quite king.
Ariana tilted her head curiously.
Have you not heard?
He seemed genuinely surprised. When you're a ghost, you don't hear much. Ariana leaned against the wall, folding her arms over her chest. Seeing him was like running her fingers over the dried ink of long-forgotten schematics. She'd not realized just how much she'd missed the familiar designs. In truth, Ariana had only been truly oblivious until she'd returned to Dordom no more than a week ago. Her attempts to fade away had been sincere. She'd secured a cottage in the mountains to the north, far outside the city, that had everything she'd needed. Or thought she'd needed. For she still found herself drawn back to the city that had been her home following the last rebellion. She'd made the excuse that it was for fresh supplies alone. Then somehow a new coat had found its way onto her shoulders, and her feet had found themselves standing before Helen, asking if there were any odd jobs that needed doing.
Apparently not.
He chuckled deeply, a sound that could turn moonlight to sunlight.
Though I'm coming to realize such myself. We are both ghosts.
Oh? She could do little more than make non-committal noises that encouraged him to continue until he gave her enough information to work with.
I fear it falls to me to regretfully inform you that the Dragon King you worked so hard to save perished due to poison from Coletta Ryu.
The words sank into her flesh slowly, seeping through her. They eventually reached her brain and elicited the most ineloquent response of, "What?"
I hear, however, that his replacement is every inch the man both worlds hoped for in a Dragon King.
Svari, what are you saying? Ariana truly had been gone too long. No one on Loom had ever said the Dragon King's name. It was always just Dragon King or the King. Surely Helen had known. Ariana was already fantasizing about how she'd wring the girl's neck for neglecting to mention the death of Svari.
Svari is dead.
He phrased it in a different way, as if she hadn't already figured it out on her own. A pity I couldn't kill him. I'd so wanted to kill the Dragon King in the last rebellion. There it was again. The sarcasm that arose in defense of the fragile hope her heart had begun to bleed.
I have it on good faith that you accomplished that task.
You should check your sources, as Yevun Dono was killed by Svari Oji. They both shared a smile that was quickly stolen by silence. She'd fantasized about seeing him again, but Ariana had never let the thoughts take hold. He was the Dragon King, needed in the sky world, and she had no place there. Now that he was in front of her, she was at an utter loss of what to do. You should go back to Nova, she whispered. Ariana knew it was pointless.
I don't belong there. Not anymore.
You're a dragon. Isn't the whole thing that matters to you your place? In society, in the hierarchy?
You're right,
he affirmed. The man hadn't moved a muscle, and she wanted to tackle him for it, though she had no idea what would happen once she had him on the ground. Then why are you here? And why was she whispering?
Because this is my place.
Ariana wanted to scream at him for the answer that wasn't an answer. She swallowed hard, but couldn't dislodge the lump in her throat that was blocking all sound. He took a step and then another. Ariana burned the sight of him into her eyes. The idea that the end of this rebellion, the true end, might not require her to sacrifice everything she loved, rooted itself unbidden in her mind. It was a notion she'd not considered with even the smallest corner of her heart, and now it burrowed so deep she feared the hole it would leave would have no bottom.
Is it my place?
He asked, standing toe-to-toe with her. I can't choose that for you. It was the only response she could muster. He hadn't forced her to choose in the end, and so neither could she.
I long ago made that choice.
Svari leaned forward with all the slowness of a man who had her dagger shoved at his throat the last time they had occupied this space. His forehead met hers, their noses almost touching, and for a moment, for a brief and blissful moment, they merely breathed.
Do you want me?
Yes, she confessed to herself, to him, to his 20 gods, to every maggot and rat and cut purse that might be listening.
Do you love me?
Ariana opened her mouth to respond and closed it. She swallowed once more. She couldn't make this easy for him. Not now. Not ever. Follow me and find out. Ariana stepped away and locked eyes with him for one deliciously long moment before she strode out the door, his footsteps close behind. With the moon watching, the wraith and the dragon stepped into the night together. This concludes The Rebels of Gold by Elise Kova, narrated by Aaron Moon and Tim Campbell. Copyright 2017 by Elise Kova. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Price World Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.